Everybody. Good morning and good evening to the Americans. We're back on regular time now, finally. How are you all today? Hello, Anubis. Hey, Erica. And Popshevsky. I really do hope that you will parade the Kazakhs around Moscow after taking out Putin. Good luck to you. Good luck, because we're not going to be helping. Another happy day in Trumplandia. Yeah, I'm sure that you are not going to be all that happy by the end of this stream. But I don't want to get started just yet. I mean, we got a lot to go through, and a lot of it's going to be rough, so I just want to, take a minute and chill. We Kazakhs have great experience in sowing fascist fertilizer. Putin and Peskov will say they know losses on Kazakh front, but I have no idea about any of that region's politics with Russia, aside from Russia wants all of that land and is trying to take it, starting with Georgia. Cold brew coffee and content, nothing better in the morning. That is true. Tea instead of coffee for me, but guys, so you guys know I have pretty bad back pain. I went to a physio yesterday and I had a massage. It was an hour long. It was great. I don't feel any different afterwards, which kind of sucks, but it's also very funny in that, my body is just that broken. Anyway, look, I want to start off with something fun. This is really cool, and I just wanted to show you guys. This is from China, I believe. Oh, that's very loud.
小号100
Yes, it is, Popshevsky. I've been trying. So, this is just progressively gonna go up, and it's really cool.
大鲨鱼
This is more than I expected it to be. That's insane.
战神2代
I mean, I would love to, but at this point it seems like anyone on the left is just getting insta-censored. We'll talk more about that, but I mean, that is the goal, and I am trying. I'm pretty worried, though, at this point. The media has fully bent the knee. They, the oligarchs own all of the companies that we can stream on. All of the independent news media is owned by the same people that own the mainstream media.
10
Well done on the pots manufacturer for the build. Yeah, I mean, look at what's surviving all this shit, Phantom.
中号3000
I don't even know what this, what is he using? Is it something like... What's that, Oh, my goodness. Tenorite or something. It's
大号
all...
10000
Because this can't just be regular fireworks. This isn't C4 or anything.
大号3万
This stuff is wild. Just to get us ready for some of the not so fun stuff later. Wow! I watched half of this the first time. I did not realize that.
大号5万
We'll talk a bit about China today. It's complicated. So, I don't know. That's just fun. That's some ingenuity. Won't work in the current format. Need to shill one-eyed, wait for whatever position, and everyone else are evil, stupid. Masses love that shit. Yeah, except I'm not gonna do that because I can't. I physically could not. I would start vomiting if I tried uncontrollably everywhere. On China, it's complicated, Popshevsky, in that Trump seems to be closening ties with China while also not. It's this It's the same tactic that they used last time, which is they flood the media with contradictory information, so you don't know what they plan to do. You can only have various possibilities of what they plan to do. But there is some like hints as to what direction this is going, and we'll get there when we get there. Let's start with this. So we had a ceasefire in Gaza. That was lovely, except, you know, the ceasefire is temporary, and it says so in the actual document, and Netanyahu plans to resume in Gaza as soon as phase 1 is over. But in the meantime, they needed something to do. And so they went to the West Bank. So first of all, if you remember, there was 60 Palestinian prisoners freed from the concentration camps that Israel has. And immediately following that, the same day, to fill back up those prisons, 60 Palestinians from the West Bank were arrested. And yes, their standard of living is low, Popchevsky. It's higher than it's ever been in, like, their history. They're doing okay for Chinese standards, but no, their standard of living isn't high. They work, like, they have no rights. They're essentially where we're headed. America is headed towards a system of which you have no rights as a laborer. You will work your ass off. You will possibly own a home. I mean, I've seen statistics. I don't know how true these are, that most of Chinese people own their home. But I don't know if that comes from inheriting their home or from building their home, or if that is something that is used in a way to appease the masses. China's not a good place to live. They're not a good government. But so these are Palestinians that are being arrested from the West Bank to be sent to the camps. And then today, there is an actual military operation. They've invaded the West Bank. So
only days after the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas has begun in Gaza,
we're going to be using a lot more of not news from the United States because they are just not covering it.
Israeli army is escalating a military operation in the West Bank. Our global affairs editor, John Lyons, is across it all, and he joins us live from Jerusalem.
That is
John,
true, Phantom.
Good morning.
Hey,
what's happening there at the moment?
Well, James, the guns have gone quiet in Gaza, of course, but now it's been transferred very much to the West Bank here, the West Bank of the Jordan River. And the Israeli army, the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, calls it Operation Iron Wall. Now, the Israelis are saying that they are going in to try to rid the place of extremist elements and would-be terrorists. And they're
they're saying, well, we can't go into Gaza, and so we need people to kill, we need children to shoot, so West Bank it is.
They've learnt the lessons from Gaza in terms of the October 7 and Hamas. However, it's quite different because the West Bank's been under the rule. It's under a military occupation by Israel, but it's governed by the Palestinian Authority, or Fatah, the more moderate part.
Well, it's the same thing as everywhere else, Phantom. The rich get richer and the poor suffer. Look, I don't really care for your narrativizing. Let's check this one.
U.S. border agents have now been directed.
No, that's a different thing. Whoopsie. Okay, fuck it. We're going to jump to American news for a second. There has been a school shooting. Funny enough, Donald Trump removed all regulations on gun safety. Well, not all of them, but quite a lot of them. But the same day that we now have a school shooting. Hey, Peacefire now.
Active shooter
Good
call,
to see ya. Hey, Shardsport. Oh my God, everyone's here.
High School. From the investigation to this point, we know that at 11:09 a.m., a person who has been identified as a 17-year-old, armed with a pistol, fired multiple shots in the cafeteria of the school. The individual wounded 2 other students.
Yeah, this is not going to be a happy stream, Leftist. We have a lot of bad news. So this is
no danger.
This is going to continue happening. This is Trump's America. Guys, you need to start saying, like, Trump's America. You need to message in the way that they do. Everything that happens is Donald Trump's fault. Every single thing. And it's Elon Musk's fault. And it's the oligarch's fault. Now, I don't really know where to start here because we have so much to go through. I do plan to go through the actual list of executive orders and have a look at the details on a lot of them, but we do know the details of quite a bit. I haven't seen the gun safety regs that Trump has struck. It's in this. It's in one of these we have to go through, and there's 6 pages of them. And I'm not particularly keen on going through each of them one at a time. So I think we're just going to focus on some of the stuff that's front and center first, and then we can move that way. Good to see you, Shardspark. No
Started in the
worries.
United States,
Hello,
and it was
Toby. So, there was an announcement of a $500 billion investment for AI. This is horrible. This is how they're going to steal your jobs. I've been saying this for a long time, but the production of AI is, in its current context, in our current mode of production, is replacing humans in their jobs. We already have tech companies that just don't hire humans anymore. There's people that are graduating Berkeley with 4.0 GPAs that can't get a job in tech. This is going to start moving to other industries more and more. Any service jobs, people that work reception, all of this is essentially obsolete with a functioning AI. Now, most AI are terrible and they're not trustworthy, and I hate them. I wish they did not exist. But we're going to get a whole lot more of it. And another factor that comes in with the AI is control of the conversation, control of the information that you're able to receive. So let's start with this, and then we'll see. We'll have a look at where this can go.
Started in the United
will
States,
go.
and it was a dizzying full first day in office for Donald Trump at the start of his second term as president. He signed more executive orders, but his key announcement was the creation of a huge artificial intelligence project called Stargate. He called the plan the biggest project of its kind in history. It will see the private sector invest $500 billion in AI infrastructure in the United States over the next 4 years.
This is balancing the budget. Remember, we were going to cut the spending. We were spending too much money. We had too much debt. No, but $500 billion investment to AI with Larry Ellison, fucking oligarch right here? No, of course not. Hey, Tyler. Hey, back guys.
It would create around 100,000 jobs in America. The initiative expands existing plans to build huge data centers. Mr. Trump also sought to justify his decision to pardon more than 1,500 supporters.
I don't give a fuck. Understand that BBC, CNN, NBC, all of them have bent the knee. They are not really talking about basically anything. You notice how they mentioned about 40 seconds worth, and then they skip on to the January 6ers. Now, we can listen to Trump actually talk about this, but it's pretty awful. But what Trump says isn't what actually is important. Who's important here is Larry Ellison, and we'll have a look at him in a second.
Very familiar faces.
President Trump is back and wants to make sure everyone knows.
We had a great first term.
Everyone does know.
An even better second term, and I think we're going to do things that people would be shocked at.
Yeah, I would imagine.
And many have been shocked at the presidential
Oh my God, just give me the actual...
Company.
Oh yes, for some reason he pardoned the guy who created the Silk Road. Donald Trump was talking about death penalty for drug dealers, but he pardons the guy who created the dark web website where everyone was buying drugs. Okay, sure, whatever. I mean, it's a crypto thing, so...
$500 billion at least in AI infrastructure in the United States.
At least. Okay, good to know. So we're really not balancing the budget.
Moving very rapidly, creating over 100,000 American jobs almost immediately.
The planned announcement turned into a more off-the-cuff press conference.
Are you open to Elon buying TikTok?
I would be if he wanted to buy it, yeah.
On your inauguration.
I'd like Larry to buy it too. I have the right to make a deal.
Okay, I guess they're just like skipping. This is what I mean by the media has become shit. It's not trustworthy. They touch on a subject and then they move on to the next subject. With TikTok, by the way, specifically, now that TikTok's back, there's significant amounts of censorship that have just appeared. You can say Free Palestine and banned. Sorry, Free Luigi, banned. Comment removed. They are going hard on the censorship because that's what happened. They own all of the social media companies. They own all of the media. Meanwhile, this is Donald Trump. Shut up for a second. Meanwhile, this is Donald Trump at his inauguration waving a fucking sword around. Very Saddam Hussein energy here. But That's why they tried to ban it in the first place, progressive messaging. Yeah, and now that they brought it back, it is the entire opposite. Now it is messaging for the right. The media has never been trustworthy, of course not, and they say whatever the ruling government of the day wants them to say. But at the very least, they had news, you know, like we've been covering them for a long time. And I always complain about the media. I constantly complain about the shit that they leave out. But now they're just not covering it, anything. I mean, this AI thing, right? This is what is produced by it.
Their best behavior, because we're constantly watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior.
This is Big Brother
we're
shit.
Constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on, and it's unimpeachable.
Wait, hold on. I found the full interview.
The cars have camera. You know.
I found the full video because this one's only 2 minutes. This one is 4. So let's just have a listen of what Larry Ellison, the guy who was standing next to Trump, he was standing next to him during the announcement of the investment towards AI. This guy is very into AI. This is Big Brother shit. Every camera is now tracking you. And it already was to an extent. You know, we already had Prism. Everything you say and do online is monitored. But now everything you do everywhere, no matter, like in your house alone with no phone in your room, there's still AI watching you now.
If I think about 2029,
well, not now, but throughout this process, that's
about
what
artificial intelligence has to go right for those targets to be hit.
Take your jobs and control
how right
your lives.
does it have to go for those targets to be hit? Thank you.
Okay, I think on the AI, I mean, our dependency on AI. By 2029, I can guarantee you, AI is not going to be the problem, because the simple phrase, the race goes on. And
yeah, Mr. Beast is trying to buy TikTok. Twitch is the only platform I use because it feels most like a community. I can't hate on Musk or Zuckerberg and use their platform, as Bezos isn't better, but trying to limit myself to using only one poison. I mean, I'm on YouTube and on Twitch, but they're all poison, and Twitch is going to also institute a lot more censorship coming really soon. I'm genuinely afraid. We have nowhere to go. If they shut down left-wing accounts on Twitch and YouTube and TikTok and Meta, what do we do? We need an independent, like, outside of the United States media organization that is funding something like Twitch where we can stream. I mean, I can't think of any. Kick and Rumble, they'll just ban you immediately anyway, and they're filled with Nazis and pedophiles. There's not... It's difficult to see a way that we can still continue to message if they decide to entirely shut this down.
I mean, this is like Formula One. What do I mean by that? It's really not one winner. I mean, you got 3 people on the podium, but it's really kind of one winner. Someone's going to be better than this than anybody else.
That's a good idea, Peacefire now. We should probably do more gaming streams.
And there is a race. If you listen
but understand,
to
like, this right here is Skynet. This right here is the end of your freedom. And to be fair, it's not the only thing. I mean, this is... Whoopsie, that's not the right one. We've taken the fucking Bill of Rights and the Constitution off the government's website, off the White House website.
And I'm sure you do. I know you do, because I've seen the stock price. And I know... I went to dinner...
I'll watch your cooking stream, Peacefire, now.
In Nobu, Palo Alto, I went to dinner with Elon Musk, Jensen Huang, and I went to dinner. And I would describe the dinner as Oracle and me and Elon begging Jensen for GPUs. Please take our money. Please take our money. By the way, I got dinner. Please take our money. Take more of it. You're not taking enough of it. We need you to take more of our money, please.
Okay, get on with it, man.
It went okay. It worked. I mean, we
I mean, that's not where this is headed, guys. This is headed like towards full control.
The demand for GPUs, the desire to be first, the desire to build the most capable neural network in the world, getting there first is a big deal. Whether it's getting there first in self-driving or getting there...
Okay, fuck it. This was a mistake looking for the full stream, the full video. Let me just get the actual clip back up, because I don't want to sit here and watch this idiot mumble on about nothing.
Police will be on their best behavior, because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. And it's
you understand that, right? Everyone is on their best behavior. The camera.
I think we have a squad car here someplace.
Cars have cameras with AI in them that are watching you now.
But those kind of applications using
that's what they want.
AI, if we can use AI, and we're using AI to monitor the video. So if that altercation that occurred in Memphis, the chief of police would be immediately notified. It's not people that are looking at those cameras. It's AI that's looking at the camera. No. You can't do this. It would be like a shooting. That's going to be immediately, that's going to be an event that's immediately, an alarm is going to go off. It's going to be, and we're going to.
I mean, yeah, Vatgaz.
Supervision.
But Larry and Jihad all the way.
Is going to be supervised
by AI, programmed by the oligarchs. So every cop is supervised by an AI programmed by the oligarchs. I wonder how that could go wrong.
At all times.
At all times. Including when they're off duty.
And the supervision will, and if there's a problem, AI will report the problem and report it to the appropriate person, whether it's the sheriff or the chief or whomever.
Every camera now, they want to put AI in. That's what this $500 billion investment towards AI is. It's to build this security apparatus, quote unquote. It's a surveillance system to, A, surveil everyone, including us, but also to go beyond surveillance and try and manipulate through the information. Musk is upset with Trump's massive AI bill yesterday. Let's hope we get them fighting and remove musky smell from the White House. Nah, see, I think that all of that is a smokescreen. I think that Trump is a puppet. Elon can do whatever the fuck he wants. He's not actually mad about this. The bill that he put in about AI, he's not happy with it because Elon has in the past said, like, we need to be more careful with AI, but he doesn't care. Their primary goal here is money and power. They don't care about anything else.
We have, same thing. We have drones. We just, if there's something going on in a shopping center, and I'll stop, a drone goes out there, get there way faster than a police car. There's no reason for, by the way, high-speed chases. You shouldn't have high-speed chases between cars. You just have a drone follow the car. I mean, it's very simple.
Yes, that sounds not horrible.
Drones.
I think he is mad because Musk wants to have the AI edge and he's still trying to catch up. I think he will. I think he'll get that edge through this bill. We'll look into it, but he might actually be mad at him, but how much does it matter? Because the people in charge, again, are the billionaires, are the billionaire class, are Larry Ellison, Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Jeff Bezos, right? Okay. Mark Zuckerberg. My brain is like still turning on. This is what happens when I don't stream for a day. The day that I come back, it's like I have to get back into the rhythm of it. It's the billionaires. They own everything. By the way,
we think that it's important. A lot of people, myself included, respect the U.S. Constitution. We think that it's important.
And yes, I can back us.
Myself and Democrats don't like the Constitution, that we won't uphold it. In fact, there are Trump supporters and Republicans who voted for him specifically because they believe he respects the Constitution and that he will uphold it. If one of you could please then answer for me, why on day one did his administration think it was important to remove the Constitution from the White House government website?
I'll explain this to you. The reason that this is removed right now, this is a smokescreen. What's happening here is Donald Trump has put out the executive order saying birthright citizenship is no longer a thing. There's been like dozens of court cases filed against it. This is going to go up to court. The reason that the Constitution was taken down is because it applies to a certain part of the 14th Amendment. Now, none of this matters because this is a bone that was thrown to the Democrats, to the rest of us, for us to fight over. While behind the scenes, the ghouls are ripping apart pieces of this country and consuming them. They are raping the country from behind the scenes. And what they do is they put out a couple of little things in front of us for us to argue over. And we do. And we don't do anything about the stuff happening behind the scenes. I honestly, this Elon Musk doing the Sikh Heil, right, at the inauguration. This was also like this almost acted as a test to see how much cognitive dissonance Americans have. And a lot of them fell for it. Do you know the amount of messages of, oh, he was saying from my heart that I'm getting? Most of them are bots, but these are the people who run the country. This is the people who run the country. We are more than capable of calling out multiple BS. I know we are, but the Democrats that are elected don't. The media isn't. They're not focused on anything else. The media is not covering pretty much anything. I mean, and then we have stupid shit like this, which means nothing. What's up, Sister Doll?
That is ridiculous, yeah.
It means nothing in the context that he's saying it, but there is importance here that we can take from it.
Conversation about Ukraine. You asked him to get involved in helping settle that. Can you tell us about that?
I did, yeah. I said, you ought to get it settled because he's not done very much on that. He's got a lot of power.
G.
Like we have a lot of power. I said, you ought to get it settled. We did discuss it, yeah. Percent is ridiculous.
The idea here being that Donald Trump seems to be getting closer with China on some issues, and then also pretending that we don't like China on other issues. But at the same time, we are instigating China into conflict because, I mean, we're America and we were already doing that. We blockaded them in. I don't have any idea of what Trump's plan with China is. I'm leaning towards China, America, Russia, Israel working together. We have a deal, split up the world, because it seems like that right now, but that might not be the case. And these people are not particularly smart or competent, but the billionaires in charge of them are. And like Elon Musk has a factory that he wants to build in China, a mega factory. People like this want their goods and services to be sold in those countries. And I see the most likely outcome here, instead of war, to be economic integration and the United States adopting certain aspects of Chinese or Russian oligarchy and shutting down dissent, in producing a system that favors the wealthy and nobody else. Because I have zero respect for Elon since the salute he's shown who he is. I mean, like, it was very clear that Elon Musk is a Nazi well before he did that. Oh, by the way, we were talking about Israel invading the West Bank. This is Trump's answer about Gaza. For anyone who thought that, like, Donald Trump would be better than Kamala Harris on Palestine, here's your answer.
I looked at a picture of Gaza. Gaza is like a massive demolition site. That place it's really...
Every time, Sister
Tall.
Tall.
Rebuilt in a different way.
Do you plan to help in rebuilding Gaza?
I might. You know, Gaza is interesting. It's a phenomenal location. On the sea.
You should organize the rest of the world to sanction us, Batcaz, because I don't see that happening.
You know, everything's good. It's like...
He wants just build hotels in Gaza. That's all he's focused about. Like, again, no mention of Palestinians. I looked at a picture of Gaza. It looked like a demolition site.
Rebuilt in a different way.
Do you plan to help in rebuilding Gaza?
I might. You know, Gaza is interesting. It's a phenomenal location. On the sea.
I've been saying this for months.
Weather. You know, everything's good. It's like some beautiful things.
Beachfront property and golf courses. Exactly. So there's your answer if you thought that, you know, he would be better on Palestine. I'm just going through some clips before we actually, like, jump into the meat of everything. Here's us withdrawing from the World Health Organization, which, by the way, this one is a big deal because America funds quite a lot of the World Health Organization.
I said, I can live with most of them. They took a very safe route. They don't have any bad ones up there.
Withdrawing from
withdrawing
from the World Health Organization, sir?
Ooh,
that's a big one. Like,
that
kind of reaction is fucking
insane. They took a very
insane.
safe route. They don't have any bad ones up there.
Withdrawing from
It's in, like, goodbye, PEPFAR. I mean, yeah, this is the thing, right? It's kind of wild. Now, I had a deeper clip on this. Give me a second. I have so many sources for today. Fuck it, this one doesn't matter. Understand that we fund quite a lot of the World Health Organization. Us backing out of it kind of just means the rest of the world needs to step up. You are no longer getting any help from America. In fact, America is now your enemy for the rest of the world. I would say we are a belligerent, aggressive power. Withdrawing from the HSO is ridiculous. Why would the government want to do that? Because that's how you get information regarding vaccines, on like disease safety, and the government in the United States, especially in healthcare, is trying to focus on the opposite. They want to make vaccines difficult to get because they're going to make them more expensive. They're going to remove the requirement for you to go to school having been vaccinated. You can just go to school without vaccines. A lot of kids will get unvaccinated because COVID made Trump look like an idiot and he must make them pay. Basically, yeah. But also RFK is in charge of healthcare and the man's insane. So this is the birthright citizenship bit. And again, this is a big deal, but this is the bone that we've been thrown. This is what the mainstream media is mainly focusing on. This and some of the deportations, which have started already.
You don't have to say it's fine. I'm just telling you the reality.
Did you vote to revoke birthright citizenship for the children of people who are here legally?
Do you understand what that means?
Yeah, I do.
Tell me about it. Tell me what birthright citizenship meant.
Well, I think when Donald Trump was talking about it and disparaging people who are here, he was talking about undocumented people who come and drop their anchor babies. He wasn't talking about people who are here on student visas, people who are here on H-1B visas.
You're always going to choose this weird exception.
No,
the fact is the system is being gamed. Weird.
This is like literally demonic. Like Melania, no, sorry, this is only for people who have under $1 billion. If you have over $1 billion, the law is different for you.
Americans voted for Donald Trump because they saw these systems, these institutions being gamed. The asylum issue, the birthright citizenship.
Speaking of asylum, Donald Trump has announced that the border agents are instructed to deport
U.S. border agents have
migrants without granting any asylum claims. And jump into this for a little bit.
now been directed.
Sorry, I'm
by
going to
the
go
Trump
back and
White
forth a
House
bit
to
today. We have a
deport
lot.
migrants crossing into the U.S. without any asylum requests allowed. So CBS News immigration reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez, you obtained an internal memo about these changes. What are the details here?
Hi, Reed. According to the internal Customs and Border Protection memo that we obtained here at CBS News, officials along the U.S.-Mexico border, along the U.S.-Canada border, and in coastal sectors like Florida are now directed to swiftly and summarily deport migrants who are entering the country illegally, importantly, without affording them the opportunity, Reed, to request asylum in a U.S. immigration court. That traditionally has been an obligation under domestic and international refugee law.
Yeah, so we don't give a fuck about international law. Again, we're not going to listen to the yappers yap the whole time because it's not useful. I just want to get the key bit of information out here. We're going hard with the border. I feel like we might actually end up drone striking Mexico in a couple weeks. I mean, we've declared the cartels as terrorist organizations. We're going to go through that when we go through all of these. But yeah, no, it's not looking good. So we've sent about 2,200 soldiers to the border now in total.
We're starting to see President Donald Trump's immigration policies go into effect. Officials tell CNN that the U.S. military is sending thousands of additional troops to the southern U.S. border. This comes just 2 days after President Trump ordered the military to step up its presence there. About 2,200 active duty forces are already at the border as part of Joint Task Force North. They're mostly performing support roles for Customs and Border Patrol.
Yeah, I don't believe that. They're there to do whatever they want. Understand that much of the military and much of law enforcement are very well connected inside of the right-wing militia groups. A lot of them are parts of the militia groups. And those militia groups, by the way, now, especially that the 1,500 terrorists were released from prison, the January 6th terrorists, will be significantly more organized, and we'll see a lot more of that. They've been emboldened, and you have to understand that what they do on camera is not the truth of what they're doing off camera. They're doing quite a lot of shit off camera. Dan, so when irregular migration has lowered, when the caravan that was heading there with about 2,500 people after 8 years of Latin America telling the United States to end the drug war in order to minimize irregular migration. Yeah, but that's the thing. We don't want to do that because these people don't actually care about making things better. They just kind of want you to suffer.
Deportation operations have officially begun with a focus on immediate threats to public safety. It comes as border state Arizona introduced their ICE Act with
I need you to understand something before we go into this. If you are walking around and you see ICE, you see them raiding a place, you see them waiting, you see just ICE around, your job is to shout La Migra as loud as you can over and over and over again until they stop you. That is your job here, because they're not just going to go after migrants, by the way, but the idea of they're going for them first, we have no law anymore. You're just going to get disappeared. If they find you and they put you in a car, you're never going to see that person again. But if you're walking around and you see something that might happen, warning, and they don't care. Yeah, exactly. Warning the people to run is a good idea. And they might understand, like, this might end up with you getting in some trouble. So keep that in mind. And you have to think about what you're willing to do and what you're willing to sacrifice to fight against these people. But I feel like you have to do something. What if they do it to Vanilla Ice and he hurt his feelings? I don't know, man.
Require the state to comply with ICE detainers, but the state's AG speaking out against the president's plan.
I also will not have any part of and will fight the attempt to set up what I believe are essentially concentration camps and family separation camps in the state of Arizona.
Here to explain it all, Borders are Tom Holman. All right, Tom, listen, before I get to these Democrats.
This guy just looks like a ghoul. He is the embodiment of a ghoul. Yes, you have the right to remain silent. Only ask for your lawyer. I covered this the last stream. I had some points that I read out. Let me get those again, because these are important and you have to try and keep yourself safe. Now, again, stay calm if they come to your door. You do not have to open your door. If they say they have a warrant, tell them to slide it in through the mail slot or under the door. It needs to be a warrant signed by a judge. An administrative warrant of removal is not enough. If they have a warrant to deport you, that does not mean they can enter your house. So make sure. If they'll lie to you, by the way, so you have to really keep your game on. If they're at your door, you stay silent, you ask them for the papers. If they don't have the right ones, you give it back. If they do, if they have a warrant to enter your house, they enter your house. Do not say anything. If they break into your house, loudly say, I do not consent to this search and seizure. It'll be on camera. And then shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up from that point on. But again, you have to carefully read that warrant because they will try and trick you with it. It has to be signed by a judge and issued by DHS or ICE, signed by a DHS and ICE employee. Only a court warrant signed by a judge allows entry into your premises. So again, these are all safety steps. I have an entire section in my Discord of resources for safety that's growing. It's not looking good, guys. I mean, look at this fucking ghoul. Listen to him for 10 seconds.
Can you give me the latest numbers on the border?
Absolutely. Look, the greatest president in my lifetime, he's back. Because in 2 days, the last 24 hours, total apprehensions on the southwest border, 766. Compare that to the 10 to 12,000 Biden had at one time. CBP1 releases, 0. CHNV, Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, Venezuela releases.
Like, the man is just so... Shut the fuck up. So it's looking pretty bad out there, especially when it comes to, I don't know, concentration camps. Here's AOC.
You may wonder why so many of our friends across the aisle who care so deeply about the rule of law happen to be so desperate to pass this bill after they are unleashing people who attacked police officers here on this Capitol into roaming our streets.
Oh yes, I didn't think about hotel laws and rights.
To get a gun. Suddenly, these folks care about public safety? I don't think so. Look no further than the price tag of this bill, $83 billion. They know that it can't be paid for. They know that the capacity is not there. And you know what will be there? Private prison companies. are going to get flooded.
Do you do what the bishops and priests did? No. That did nothing. The bishops and the priests' speech was wonderful. It was heartwarming. It produced no outcome that is beneficial. It produced no outcome. In fact, Trump is attacking that priest right now, saying that she should be in prison.
With money, who give this money, no doubt. I want folks at home to look. Look at what members of Congress are invested in private prison companies.
A lot of them are.
This kind of money, and look at the votes on this bill.
These private prison companies are what are building the concentration camps.
It is atrocious that people are lining their pockets with private prison profits in the name of a horrific tragedy and the victim of a crime. It is
I mean, yes, the bishop that had the short hair that did the speech during the inauguration, yeah, Trump wants her arrested now. By the way, speaking of prisons and arrest, look at the January 6th terrorists who are out of prison and are allowed to buy a gun. Their felony was erased.
You wrote on X after you'd heard the news, "Thank you, President Trump. I'm going to buy some mother effing guns." Because presumably now your record has been wiped clean, you are allowed to buy guns again. Is that what you're going to do? Have you gone out and bought them already?
Oh, yeah. Well, I want you to think about something.
Thank you, Matty Holmes. I'm going to add those to the Discord.
Mockingbirds in the media and the government demonized me. They made me social pariah. They attached things like QAnon,
Terrorists.
conspiracy theorist, white supremacist, insurrectionist, racist, homophobe.
They're not. So what they're going to do here is they're going to continue to use the words that we've been calling them and make them meaningless, which is why I've been saying you need to adopt their language. How I dealt with a whole flood of comments trying to defend Elon was by calling them libs and communists. It works to an extent, but these guys are not online. These are the militia leaders, people like Enrique Tarrio, the people who have, it's 1,500 terrorists just got released from prison. We've already seen the amount of militia members in the country, the amount of ex-military. They're all doing terrorism. They're blowing themselves up. They're doing shootings. These people are now there to get them in order and work as the secret police. This is Trump's secret police. These are the people that will come to the communities and work with the cops. Let's say ICE is in a community and they're looking for somebody. These people will be out there knocking on doors, looking for that person. Understand that you need to be able to keep yourself safe because these guys are dangerous and there's going to be a lot of them.
Terrorists.
No, I haven't done it, so if you can link it, that'd be great.
My image, and then they imprisoned me for 27 months, 10 and a half in solitary confinement. And then they released me to the public as social pariah without the ability to own a firearm. So I can never really actually bring in a gun to a gunfight. I always have to bring a knife to a gunfight.
Why are you going to a gunfight, mate?
You do realize how wrong that is, right?
Jay, you pleaded guilty.
I pleaded guilty. So is this how we do things in England? I say, yes, yes.
You see the, not even giving a shit. Well, that's what you do in England. And watch. As soon as he's done with this, she's just going to let it go.
You can't see, the forest for the trees, my dear.
Why did you plead guilty then?
Nothing. No argument. No offensive. It's just.
Tell me why you pled guilty.
I'm asking you the question, dear. Have you ever been in solitary confinement? The answer is no. Have you ever had the media and
do not engage in these conversations. They are meaningless. They are there to distract you, to confuse you, to anger you, and to troll you. The thing is, right now, what they want more than anything is for an organized left-wing violent protest. He fucking called her dear, the condescending prick. Yeah, they're all like this. What they want right now is the left to do a violent insurrection. They want us to come together and try a revolution so they can just kill all of us at the same time. Do not do that. Now is not the time for a large public display of protest. Now is the time to organize and ensure that people are safe. Again, ICE is out in your communities. There are militias filled with Nazis out in your communities. Start exercising. I know it's hard. I'm doing it too. Learn to use a weapon. Buy a gun. You need to learn to protect yourself and your family because they're not just coming after migrants. They're not. Look at what the state of our government is. This is our fucking head of defense. Hegseth routinely passes out from alcohol abuse, witness says. This is the guy who's in charge of our military. The guy who's in charge of our healthcare thinks that vaccines cause autism and that antidepressants cause school shootings. All of this is outrage baiting. It's outrage baiting. It's just like this, another piece of outrage baiting.
Thank you.
Do you have TikTok on your phone?
No, but I think I might put it there. I think I'll get it right now. By the way, again, we won the young vote. I think I won it through TikTok. So I have a warm spot in my heart for TikTok. Okay? Thank you.
All of this is to distract from shit like this. Biden rescinded the executive order issued by Biden lowering prescription drug costs for people in Medicare and Medicaid. Just in the first couple of days, the cost of drugs has gone up. The cost of food has gone up. The cost of gas went up. Look at this, gas prices. Gas prices have gone up. But again, all of this is here in a way that makes you unable to really see all of it. It's a flurry of information. It's distracting you from the things that actually matter. Now, the link that you sent me about what is invasion of privacy, right? Right now, Maddie, we have those rights and we have that ability, but we're not going to for very long. I suppose we could just have a start on the list of executive orders that have been put out. But first, really, I just want to touch on this because everyone agrees here. Everyone knows that this is true. But for those that don't, let me just get these in order. Go. So, if anyone doesn't believe that Elon was actually Sieg Heiling, is ridiculous. First of all, Elon was high as shit. This is him at the inauguration. Yeah, we are all female now according to the new gender laws. Look at this man. Only ketamine kicks. You see his eyes separate too, like he's zooted here. And then following this, of course, we have the speech where he does the Nazi salute. Now, funny enough, I think what he intended to do is to make it a Nazi salute that was kind of, it could be, it couldn't be, but he's a dipshit, so he fucked it up and made it very clear.
You know, there are elections that
You don't want to see someone drunk on power like that? I mean,
important, some are not, but this one, this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you.
Now again, the main excuse people are giving is he said, my heart goes out to you. Any normal person would, that. But it's more than this, right? So there's claims of, where is it? Kamala Harris having also done this. This is their defense.
He wants to take us back before the Civil Rights Act was enacted. Does he mean he wants to take us back?
Yes, the muscle memory kicked in.
Was enacted? Because we're not going back. We're not going back.
I saw what was his name? Xander Hall saying that this is worse. That this is worse. We're in a we're going down a dark fucking road, guys. Like a really, really fucking dark road. I mean, here's Hitler and Elon side by side. But the ADL, The Anti-Semitism Defense League, who called Hassan an anti-Semite, is covering for Elon. That pissed me off because not only the salute was the underlying message, which was also fascist coded. True, Dan did so. That was the whole point. It's okay. X and Wix thumbnails are filled with posts of Kamala, AOC, and Taylor Swift. Jesus Christ, why is Wix like? Is he just retarded? Infallible Foul? I need to talk to him about this. I want to debate him on this, honestly, because this is ridiculous. The Anti-Defamation League. Sorry, there's like too many of these organizations. They're covering for Elon Musk. This is insane. They go after every single person that's pro-Palestine, but a Nazi salute, no, that's fine. Here's from an actual Nazi. Here's the opinion.
And then the like straight up, like that was a serious Roman. It wasn't even like a subtle, like a wave, like one of these, like a Laura Ingraham. Remember when Laura Ingraham did that?
No, do not delete your account. Keep it open, because if you delete your account, then they'll take it and they'll turn it into a bot. You don't want to delete it, just don't use it if you don't want to. Day 2 of the Twilight Zone, aka America. True. I mean, this, again, from a real, actual, like, open Nazi.
And then the, like, straight up, like, that was a serious Roman. It wasn't even like a subtle, like a wave, like one of these. Like
the Romans didn't salute like this. This is just like, this is not historically accurate even.
That was a straight up, like, Sig Heil, like, loving Hitler energy. That was like a...
It was a full Hitler. It was a full Hitler. I mean, again.
Hail the Führer! Hail Hitler! Hail the Führer! Hail Hitler!
Just a proper Hitler. But this now becoming this discourse of, well, was it or was it not? That was the entire intention. This is to put this out here. They want us to keep calling them Nazis. Here, look at Andrew Tate. Look at this piece of shit.
My heart goes out to all of you. You know, I'm kind of thinking we should bring the Nazi salute back, because the people we've been arguing with for the last 4 years have no interest in objective truth. They're only interested...
Every accusation is a confession with these guys. Remember that.
...interested in twisting things to slander us. And I am tired of us being on the defensive and explaining ourselves to people who have no interest in the truth and no interest in our side of the story and are going to lie anyway. And now Trump's back.
This is what I've been trying to tell you guys. They lie by telling the truth backwards. No, I can't do this. Make that salute. I don't know you anymore. I mean, Nazis should... The only good Nazi is a dead Nazi.
Age is being ushered in. It's time we
I don't care if I get banned for that. That's true.
To the offensive.
America
Guys,
was
I
like...
know the whole internet is based now and everyone gets to have edgy takes on Twitter. Let's not forget, I was the soldier in the deepest, darkest
This
of
man
the
is
night,
the biggest
fighting
piece
by
of shit.
myself.
I mean, straight
you may
into the
not give
hole.
me credit anymore, but it was me saying the based things when it got your house raided, you got thrown in jail.
He's a sex trafficker, a pedophile, a abuser. I mean, he'll sue people for saying that he beats women, but there's videos of him beating women.
You got deplatformed, you lost your banks. Me, I was the one doing it. And many people misunderstand me, right? Because even now, conservatives will say, but Tate has said some horrible things.
Yeah, would be great, wouldn't it?
Tate has said nigger. Tate has said women can't drive. Tate has said faggot. Correct. Because when I say something and the BBC prints
this is our culture now. This is our news.
I don't apologize. I don't say, I'm not actually homophobic, I know a gay guy. I say, if you're going to call me homophobic, I'm going to be homophobic. And I lean into it.
Pay attention to what they're saying, because this is useful information. He's telling us the strategy that they're going to employ. So how do we fight against this? If they're going to take the words that we use and they're going to make them unusable, they're going to do that more, right? We need to change how we go about this. We need dog whistles that they don't know, internal. We need to start having operation security. Understand? Like, this is not just regular politics anymore. They want to take over the world and they want to kill us. A lot of the people in here, they want to kill us. So we have to make sure that our messaging gets through, but we also have to make sure that our messaging isn't blocked out by their bullshit, like, flood of sound of the same. One whistle means racist, two whistles means Nazi. I mean, that works. We need to... Oh, by the way, guys, hop in the Discord, because we need to organize this kind of shit. Right now, this is the time to organize. It's not the time to fight back. Do they want to piss on Grandpappy's grave while they're out? Yeah, they do. They do. These people are evil.
You know, the BBC made an article about how I was racist.
I don't give a fuck.
And they took it from now on. Every time I appear anywhere, it would be, "Hail SpaceX. Until you stop calling me a Nazi, that's what I'm going to do. I stopped saying nigger."
Call them CCP pilled. I like that one. They're CCP pilled. They are they're commie Soviet stands. Like, you need to reverse the conversation. This is how they won, like, power, is by being the counterculture. They are now the establishment, right? And so we need to be the counterculture. Use the strategies that they use, because they're trying to employ our strategy now. I would not want to live under the CCP, neither would I, but call them CCP pilled. Man, go to Israel and have fun with that. I mean, yeah, go kill some children in Palestine, I guess. These are demons, these are ghouls, but these are ghouls that now have a significant amount of reach, a significant amount of influence. So let's have a look at some of the horrible shit that's happened since yesterday. First, I do have this. DHS has terminated the memberships on its advisory committee. That's Department of Homeland Security, including several cyber committees like CISA's advisory panel on cybersecurity review board, which was investigating Salt Typhoon. This is a cyber attack that was done by the Chinese, and we've been researched, like, it's been months. This was in August. This was the organization whose job it was to investigate. So other cyber advisory boards now gone. AI Safety and Security Board. We have a $500 billion investment in AI, but they got rid of the AI Safety and Security Board. What does that mean to you? Critical Infrastructure Partnerships and Advisory Council, gone. National Security Telecommunications Advisory Committee, gone. National Infrastructure Advisory Council, gone. USS Cyber Investigations Advisory Board, gone. Everything that you are seeing, like Donald Trump waving a sword around, or yelling at a priest, or the deportations being up in the news, all of this is to distract you from them literally raping and destroying this country, picking it apart piece by piece by piece. I mean, look, we can read this, but I'm not a cybersecurity expert, so, like, I'm not going to understand how significant this is, except I do know that this was the specific board that was investigating hacks from foreign adversaries during the election and prior to the election. And I don't know, I think that's pretty fucking scary. I love and respect educators too. My personal heroes are both male teachers. I mean, yeah, sure. Educators are great. So, what do we got? Flying the flag of the United States at full staff on Inauguration Day. This is how insecure these people are, that he needed to pass an executive order so that like the flag has to be up, but he's not, like, this is for 4 years from now. Inauguration Day was passed. He did this after the fact, which is pretty insane. So initial recessions of harmful executive orders and actions. This is undoing everything that Joe Biden did, including lowering prescription drug costs for all Americans. Oh yeah, no worries, Popchowski, I couldn't tell. The greatest of the snowflakes. You're right, Post-Hip Bone. They really, really are. So what's been revoked? Executive order advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government, gone. Enforcing a lawful and accurate enumeration of appointment pursuant to the decennial census, gone. I don't know what that is. Organizing and mobilizing the United States government to provide a unified and effective response to combat COVID-19 and protect the United States leadership and global health. What the fuck? Okay, that's gone. I don't know why that's gone. DOD, what do I wear you want to say on your shirt? And that way they have to look and you don't have to say a word. I mean, I guess, but we're so fucked, guys. This is just like undoing shit. We haven't even got to the stuff he's done. There's 6 pages of this and it's still coming out. They're destroying the government. Ethics committee by executive branch personnel, gone. Preventing combat discrimination on the basis of gender and sexual orientation, gone. Protecting public health and environment, restoring science to tackle climate crisis, gone. Revocation of certain executive orders concerning federal regulations. Revision of civil immigration enforcement policies and priorities. Again, we've made it so you can't even apply for asylum anymore. You just instantly get deported at the border. We sent 2,200 U.S. soldiers to the border to do this, to help the Border Patrol do it, rather. Ensuring an equitable pandemic response and recovery. Gone. I mean, well, why even... I don't know why they're focusing on all this stuff. I guess because it's regulations on industry. It's all regulations on industry. Protecting workers' health and safety. That's gone. You guys thought, you know, the golden age is here. They're getting rid of every protection for your health and safety. They're getting rid of access to healthcare. Supporting the reopening of continuing operation of schools and early childhood education providers. Gone. Protecting the federal workforce. Also gone. This is very, like, we are not... It's not all BS. I'm buying my own personal arsenal. There's no diplomacy with these people. Defend and hold your ground. Yes, that's it. Like, you have to try and fit in person. Again, we're in Weimar, Germany right now. They're about to fully take power. If you don't want to die, learn how to act in a way that doesn't put you on a list, you know? I mean, I'm gonna be on a list. Reforming incarceration systems. Like, you have to, yeah, stay under the radar, but try and keep yourself safe. But also, you need to, okay. You need to sit and think about for yourself what you are willing to do, what you are willing to use, what you're willing to sacrifice. Because there's violence coming to your community, and you don't have to go looking for it. You should be prepared for it, though. Again, exercise, learn to eat healthy, go and buy some cheap food while you can, beans, rice, stock up while you can. Everything is getting more expensive. All of the food industry regulations are gone. They're gone. They're like right now, there is a fire in in California at a lithium plant that produces lithium batteries for electric cars that is making people miles away have lung burns. They have headaches. They have rashes. This is an area where we grow a lot of food, a lot of celery, lettuce, cauliflower. And we have no idea how toxic this is going, like how much it's going to fall into the topsoil. It's not good. The price of eggs went up, my guy. I've started deleting old anti-Trump social media posts. I mean, I think you should, if you don't want to have those seen, I feel like it's kind of too late. They have all of your information. We just watched Larry Ellison talking about how they're building an AI system to constantly monitor you. The Second Amendment exists for a reason, for now. Look, let's keep going. Tackling the climate crisis at home and abroad. Strengthening Medicare and Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. This is what brought down drug prices for quite a lot of people. Insulin is going to go back up to like $600 now. Creating a comprehensive regional framework to address the cause of migration. Essentially, how do we keep people from the border? We finally understand the warning old Jefferson Davis gave us. An elected body can crush your rights as easily as a king can. This is true. We gave them the power to do this. We're going back to like 1980s. We're going back to an era of full corporate control of your life. Company towns are coming back. There are going to be strikes. Unions need to stay together. They're going to try and destroy the unions. But the only way we get out of this is a community. Understand that they're putting bullshit out there to split us apart. They want you to feel overwhelmed. They want you to feel like it's impossible. They want you to feel like you're just instantly going to get arrested for being woke now. The 1800s, not 80s. Like we're going back to 1870, 1890. Understand that you might have to sacrifice your safety and your health and your freedom, maybe even your life, to help someone in your community. And think about that. And if you are okay with that, then good for you. If you don't want to do that, if you are too afraid of risking your life, your safety, your economic stability, I understand that, and I place no blame on you. But there are people who are willing to stand up. There are people willing to help the people that are in danger, escape, hide them, distract the people looking for them. Again, if you see ICE in your town, shout La Migra all over, run around shouting it, make all of the like Spanish people leave, because they're not going after people that are undocumented. They're going after brown people who don't have a document on them. They don't care. They don't care. There's no trial for this. It's gone. That system is gone. The Lake and Riley Act made it, there is no due process. You don't get habeas corpus. You're just fucked. You're just fucked if they catch you. Look, we can read through the list of everything that he got rid of Biden for, but I'm more interested in the things that he has put in place. So let's have a look. Restoring freedom of speech and ending federal censorship. I've been to jail twice for protesting for LGBT rights. If you're not willing to do that, you got no business standing next to him. Base Simply Steve, absolutely. Look, do what you can. You know what? Before we go on to this, since what's brought up, sorry for skipping all over the places, the ADHD, but give me... There's something called disaster anarchism, which you can see...
This is really common.
This guy is correct, by the way.
This is
Take
called
his advice.
disaster anarchism, and I'll tell you guys a story from Katrina where this happened. If you're too young to remember, after
I'm sure the police and army will not arrest people for... No, they'll just shoot you. That's the thing. They'll put you in a van and you'll never be seen again, or they'll shoot you. The laws have been removed. We're going through them. It's crazy how Elon's fans literally refuse to call it a salute for what... Because Elon's fans are saying that because they're Nazis. We watched actual Nazis saying it was a salute.
After the hurricane,
he was a Nazi well before. I've been talking about he was a Nazi for months.
And in the absence of any organized police presence, a lot of these militias popped up to defend people's neighborhoods. One example I think about a lot is the militia from Algiers Point. Which
what do you
was
mean the
really
family? They have said they will deport you and your family. But again, they're not just going after undocumented immigrants. There is no due process. They can just take you.
Affluent neighborhood kind of on a hilltop.
Sure, pretty prosperous.
And of course, these guys weren't defending anything. They just immediately started doing IDF-style raids into the surrounding neighborhoods, which were predominantly black, and they killed people, which they bragged about to foreign media. Anyway, at one point, they started harassing the home of a former Black Panther, and I won't say his name, but he was connected, and he reached out to a group of anarchists in Texas who snuck into New Orleans under martial law and posted up at his house.
The birthright citizenship, I still think, is just a bone for Democrats to fight over while they do stuff behind the scenes.
Next time these Gravy Seals from Algiers Point showed up to
I do love the term Gravy Seals.
There were a bunch of anarchists sitting on his porch with their own guns pointing right back at him, and the Algiers Point guys turned and left. And this story in particular really exposes the underbelly of these guys.
Simply Steve,
If
I
they
could get
were really
like I'm fully expecting my channel to be shut down or me to get like drone strikes.
as hard as they claimed, they would have opened fire on that front porch and killed everybody. And given the conditions of New Orleans at the time,
like, these
they
people
definitely
are
would have
pussies.
gotten away
That's the
with
point
it.
here.
But they didn't.
If you
They
stand
turned
up
and
to
ran.
them,
These guys are soft. They want to brutalize unarmed people. They want to menace people that can't fight back. As soon as they get a taste and they see a show of force, they're out of there because they're not built like that.
So people like Simply Steve, your job is not to fight. Your job is to put up you need to be the wall of defense that makes them say, nah, it's not worth it. Because they are soft. They are pussies. All Americans are so fucking soft, the vast majority of them. so many of these people, the people who are Nazis who grew up in wealth, and even maybe not in wealth, but also filled with hate, they're not used to actual violence and suffering. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're asking for. We have a lot of actual Nazis, sure, but those are all just retards that were brainwashed. But as we go on, I don't necessarily think, like, they will get more and more competent. But if you go out there and they're coming to, like, in your neighborhood, you see the militias pulling up and they're going to your neighbor's house, you should have a couple friends that you call them and you stand up and you go outside and you ask these people what's up. You have your guns on you. You act like you are the authority and they will leave. We allowed Nazi stuff in this country for free speech reasons, but this is what happened. We might need to take a cue from Germany and all this stuff. It's hate. I've been saying it for a while. But here's the actual, this is what's happening. Thank you, Hassan, for this, because I saw this on his stream and this was probably the funniest video I've seen in a long time. This is what's happening. You got subtitles because it's German.
Wie bitte? Haben Sie mich gerade als Nazi beschimpft?
Na, Sie sind doch einer.
Das ist ja eine Unverschämtheit. Nur weil ich in der NSDAP und in der SS bin, bin ich noch lange kein Nazi. Wahrscheinlich bin ich auch noch rechtsextrem, oder was?
Ja, aber was sollen Sie denn sonst sein?
Ich bin vielleicht ein besorgter Bürger, der Angst vor Überfremdung hat. Aber ich bin nicht rechts. Und ich bin erst recht kein Nazi. Hey, Sie da? Sehe ich etwa wie ein Nazi aus?
Nö, würde ich jetzt nicht sagen.
Na, sehen Sie? Aber der ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi.
This is literally what they're
Nazis, doing. Nazis, Nazis, lauter Nazis. Wenn einem die Argumente ausgehen, dann holt man schnell mal die gute alte Nazikeule raus.
Es hat doch nichts mit Nazikeule zu tun.
Sie machen sich das Leben sehr einfach. Nur weil jemand die Mainstream-Meinung nicht teilt, ist er gleich ein Nazi.
Aber Nazi sein ist doch längst Mainstream. Ihr Nationalsozialisten seid an der Macht.
Ach ja, ich vergaß. In Ihrer Welt sind ja alle Nazis. Der Führer ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, was?
Ja?
Jetzt reicht's aber. Führerbeleidigung. Mitkommen.
Das sind jetzt über...
Ja, ich weiß. Nazi-Methoden.
Understand that they're going to keep doing this. So we need to stop calling them Nazis. Stop calling them Nazis. Call them... Link, please? Yeah, absolutely. This was one of the funniest videos I've seen in a very long time. Don't call them Nazis. Call them communists. Call them CCP pilled. Call them like Soviet stands. Call them Marxists. Call them liberals. Call them shit libs. Use the terms that they used against us on them. Flip the table. Call them spaceballs. I don't even know what that means. But I bet they'd hate being called National Socialist. I mean, do that too. Do it. Use all of these things. Just learn to change the messaging so that we can adapt the situation, because they have adapted to us calling them Nazis. I'm not even sure what an American Nazi means. It's almost an oxymoron. This is what an American Nazi means. So many. Oh, by the way, Elon's daughter also is saying that this is Nazi shit, and Elon's daughter, I mean, knows. But here, look at some more Nazis. We'll have a look. We can just throw Romans now. Hail victory. That was a Nazi salute. That was a Nazi salute. That was a Nazi salute. No, he's just an autistic moron. This was a Nazi salute. Their entire excuse, there was two. It was either he's autistic and he messed up, which was weak as shit, or that he fucked it up. And I love that the only thing that they can have to try and salvage the situation is that he's just retarded. But this is American Nazism.
Hail the Führer! Hail Hitler! Hail the Führer! Hail Hitler!
It's very clear, but again, this is what they want you to focus on instead of the shit that they're doing behind the scenes, restoring freedom of speech and ending federal censorship. You know what this means? This means enacting more federal censorship. The First Amendment of the United States Constitution is essential for the success of our republic, enshrining the rights of Americans to speak freely, blah, blah, blah. Over the last 4 years, the previous administration trampled free speech by censoring American speech on online platforms, often by exerting substantial coercive pressure on third parties, such as social media companies. This is the same thing that they're going to do. Under the guise of combating misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation, the federal government infringed on the constitutional protections of speech. All of that's gone. All of the Nazis are back, except now you're getting censored and I'm getting censored. You go on TikTok right now and you comment on a post saying "Free Luigi," gone. That post is like taken away. It's removed. I'm autistic and would never ever considering like that's the thing. There are a lot of Nazis who are hyper focused, like they're autistic and their hyper fixation is Nazism. I think they need to get more into some other hyper fixation, but these people started off with like, I love trains, and then they got to the wrong trains. Has the right always misunderstood the First Amendment, or did it begin with Elon? They never understood anything. 65% of America can't read this and understand it. Again, we know this. 65% of U.S. adults cannot read at a 6th grade level, functionally. Not, they can read the words, but they can't take in the information. They don't know what this means. So, what does this do? Policy. Secure the right of American people to engage in constitutionally protected speech. Ensure that no federal government officer, employer, agency engages in facilities that would unconstitutionally abridge the free speech of any American citizen. I mean, that's a nice looking thing, but you're not gonna. This applies to you in a different way that it applies to them. This is a 2-tiered system now. If you read between the lines here, ensure that no federal government officer, employee, or agent engages in or facilitates any conduct that would unconstitutionally abridge the free speech of any American citizen. This just means you're allowed to say Nazi shit. And they will just lie if you try and use this against them. Identify and take appropriate action to correct past misconduct by the federal government related to censorship and free speech on banning everybody. Americans can't tell the difference between facts and opinions. Yeah, that's a good study. I'll read it later, actually. Thank you, Headless Chicken. So no federal department, agency, entity, officer, employee, or agent may act or use any federal resource in a manner contrary to Section 2. Attorney General in consultation with the heads of executive departments, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is just, we're allowing Nazis on the internet. Lovely. Ending the weaponization of the federal government. The American people have witnessed the previous administration and then systemic campaign against previous perceived political opponents, weaponizing the legal force of numerous blah, 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 blah. They're going to sue you and put you in prison. That's what this says. This is doublespeak. It is, every time. Everything that they say here applies differently to them than it does to you. This is, again, weaponizing legal force of numerous federal law enforcement agencies and intelligence community against those who perceived political opponents in the form of investigations, prosecutions, civil enforcement actions, and other related actions. This only applies to Donald Trump and his buddies. All of this is currently being used against you after he posted this. This was yesterday. They are doing this now. It doesn't matter. They're just gonna lie. The United States' priority to identify and take appropriate action to correct past misconduct related to weaponization of law enforcement. They're going to use the government to now do the same thing. This is what this says. Again, look. In consultation with the heads of all departments of agencies of the United States, shall take appropriate action to review the activities of all departments and agencies exercising civil or criminal enforcement authority in the United States, including but not limited to the Department of Justice, the Securities and Exchange Commission, and the Federal Trade Commission. This is gutting the DOJ, gutting exchange commissions, and gutting the FTC. The 3 things that would bother them. That's what this says. This is literally the opposite of what it's saying in the title. Thank you for the sub, Ethoslav. We need help. Our laws do not protect. We need help, but no one's coming to help us. Pre-breakfast banana. That's the point. No one's coming to help. The Director of National Intelligence, who's, by the way, a Russian asset, in consultation with the heads of appropriate departments and agencies within the intelligence community, shall take all appropriate actions to review the activities of the intelligence community over the last 4 years and identify any instances where intelligence community's conduct appears to have been contrary to the purposes and policies of this order. Prepare report to be submitted to the president. They're going to go after people who use the law in the way that it should be used. They're going to go after people who sued Donald Trump. They're going to go after the judges, the lawyers. They're going to go after journalists, anybody in the intelligence agency that maybe even sided a single way. This is purging the government. What's up, Schuffelpuffer? I'm going to bet that Trump is going to try EO and all EOs by former presidents. What's EO mean again, Maddie Holmes, please? Return to work. This one's short. You can't work from home anymore. Sorry. I just spoke with a communist streamer and learned a bit about communism. I'm not yet convinced. I'm not ready to throw my life away for a revolution. I'm not a communist. And I don't think you should, like, I think right now, if the left stood up and tried a revolution, we would all die. That's what they want us to do. They're literally ready for that. Oh, executive order. Yeah, don't do that. Do not do that. I'm a libertarian socialist. I'm not a communist. I don't think that we should violently overthrow the state to institute another state, but do not throw your life away for a Twitch streamer, exactly as Maddie said. What you should do, Schuffelpuffer, is think about what you are willing to sacrifice if there is something in your community, if your neighbors are in trouble, if you see militias in your city. What are you willing to lose? Are you willing to go to jail? Are you willing to get hurt? Are you willing to fight somebody? If you're not, then don't. But there is a reason that you should be thinking about this. I mean, if you feel like you have it in you to fight for what's right, then do it. The purge has already started. They already fired the Coast Guard chief solely for being a woman. Research, read up on it. Yeah, we're going through all of this. Like, hiring freeze, by the way. This is just so that they won't hire anybody new. The administration, in their eyes, is pure. They have all of the FBI is watching. Absolutely. Hi, Kash Patel. What's up? They have a pure administration with everyone that they want in it. They don't want it to be infiltrated from the outside. So no more hiring. What else do we got? Delivering emergency price relief for American families. All right, we'll have a look at that. Putting America first in international environment agreements, like, you know, taking us out of the fucking Paris Climate Accords. Wikipedia and read up on how those Wikipedia entries are wrong. Wikipedia is going to get bought by, like, Elon in 10 seconds. It's crazy to me that Trump is against the states being safe havens. That was the best line of defense. States won't let their citizens be treated this way. You know, they only care about states' rights when it's them wanting something. States' rights doesn't matter. They are literally prepared to send the National Guard to states to round up people and to fight the police there that fight against them. But the vast majority of law enforcement is already on their side. States' rights has never mattered. Exactly. It was always an excuse. Did I go over the Paris Agreement? No, we're still getting there. There's so much to go over. But yes, we're out of the Paris Climate Accords. We're also out of the fucking World Health Organization. Delivering emergency price relief for American families and defeating the cost of living crisis. Okay, what are you going to do here, right? This is all explaining what's happened. In some unprecedented regulatory oppression from the Biden administration, estimated to have imposed almost $50,000 in cost on the average American household. I don't know where he's getting that number from. I'm not sure that that's correct. Whereas my first term agenda reduced regulatory costs by almost $1,100 per household. It's critical to restore purchasing power, blah, blah, blah. They're getting rid of regulations in everything. Your buildings, they're going to make new houses. They're going to fall apart immediately. It's gone. All the regulations are gone. I do wonder if we're talking about states' rights seceding at some point. Look, California, Oregon, and Wisconsin should put seceding and joining Canada to a vote. Canada's offered it. It is laughable. Wouldn't Trump need to pay pensions for many laid off employees in Washington? No, that's gone. Social Security, pensions, all that's gone. I hereby order all of the executive departments and agencies to deliver emergency price relief consistent with the applicable law and to the American people to increase the prosperity of American worker. There is nothing in here that he explained that they should do. It's just, hey, bring down costs. That's it. This shall include pursuing appropriate action to lower these things. He wants these things down Within 30 days of this memorandum, shall report to me 30 days after. Nothing is going to come from this. He gave $500 billion to AI that's going to control your life. Did you see the Larry Ellison clip pre-breakfast banana that I played earlier? It's so vague that it can be used with impunity. Everything is like this. Maddie Holmes, you are like genuinely based. Environmental agreements. Didn't see that one? All right, sorry guys, I'm gonna have to show this one more time because this one's fucking bad. For all of the people who weren't here.
And if there's a problem, the police will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. And it's unimpeachable. The cars have camera, camera.
Do you understand how scary this is?
But those kind of applications using AI, if we can use AI, and we're using AI to monitor the video. So if that altercation that occurred in Memphis, the chief of police would be immediately notified. It's not people that are looking at those cameras, it's AI that's looking at the camera. No, you can't do this.
This isn't even popular with the right wing. Yeah, no, they don't care. There's no more popularity anymore. They don't matter. You're like, they just gonna do what they want. This is going to introduce a system where police are supervised by AI that's programmed by the oligarchs to do whatever they want.
Immediately, that's going to be an event that's immediately
absolutely, Matty Holmes.
An alarm is going to go off. It's going to be, and we're going to have supervision. In other words, every police officer.
Those jobs are going to disappear as it goes on. The AI will replace their jobs. That's why this is not the only reason they want AI. The two reasons they want AI is surveillance and to replace workers so they don't have to pay you wages.
And the supervision will, and if there's a problem.
This kind of stuff should be illegal. Granting pardons and commuting sentences of Jan 6 people so he let out all the terrorists. So, environmental-wise, environmental agreements. Policy 1 is just talking, yapping. Policy 2. It is the policy of my administration to put the interest of the United States and American people first in developing and negotiating international agreements with potential to damage or stifle the American economy. Drill, baby, drill, baby, drill, baby, drill. That's it. That's it. That's all we got here. The end times where citizens are no longer needed. Well, we can still, fight back, guys. It's not over yet. I'm not going through each and every one of these because a lot of them are bullshit, but we have some quite important ones that we'll stick to when we get to. So restoring accountability to policy influencing positions within federal workers. That is getting rid of the administrative state. This is all Project 2025 shit, by the way. If you're not sure, all of what we're reading is Project 2025 shit. We need Wario's, not Luigi's. You can get banned for saying free Luigi on TikTok now. Find your local Dem Party and your local ACLU chapter. Find your local DSA. Find your local SRA, the Socialist Rifle Association. They are not a militia, by the way. You cannot talk about anything like that there. But they will teach you how to use a weapon, and it is a community that you can be in. The Socialist Rifle Association, they also do disaster relief. You can do good stuff. They do not do any, you can't talk or advocate for any politics in that group. So holding former government officials accountable for election interference. Okay, so here's where we're going to imprison people that were political enemies. Declaring a national emergency at the southern border. Traditional civil rights groups like NAACP. Yes, all of those. Go and build a community. Go outside and talk to your neighbors. Go to your library. Go talk to the fire department. Go talk to the EMTs. Go and be a known person. Bring people together. No one, the thing is, they're able to split us like this, like the people who think that Elon didn't do, like Wick, for example, who thinks that Elon didn't do the Nazi salute. This happens because of the separation of us. They have put us on opposite sides, even within our own side, so we argue with each other and get nothing done. Stop falling for the smokescreen. We did not convict a traitor that tried to crew us. Why? Why did the Dems do nothing? Because they're complicit. Memorandum to resolve backlog of security clearances. America First trade policy. Cool, let's see what tariffs are happening. clarifying the military's role in protecting the territorial integrity of the U.S., unleashing American energy, realigning the U.S. Refugee admissions program, which was just no more refugees, protecting the meaning of American citizenship. This is getting rid of birthright citizenship and securing our borders. Well, yeah, I think we're going to start bombing the cartels in like a week. So, restoring accountability to policy influencing positions within the federal government. Only 41% of civil service supervisors are confident they can remove... Okay, this is just, let's get rid of the administrative state. I've talked about this before. It's in Project 2025. You can see that what they're going to do is they're going to get rid of career civil servants, people who are not politicians, but who work for the executive branch. These are experts in specific fields. These are bureaucrats. All of them are gone. They have policy influencing positions, but instead, now they're going to be replaced with just Trump loyalists. Insert the words recommended that the president immediately after the words petition to the director in the subsection. Like, this is bullshit. I've been watching you for a while and I thought you were a doomer before. I wish I had foresight. I'm not a doomer. Like that's the thing. Everyone thinks that I'm a doomer, but there is hope. We just need to do it. We are stronger than them together. They have all of the money. They have all of the power, but they're all fucking stupid. And a lot of people are gonna get, if the average American saw what was happening to them, they would be angry and they would start. I honestly, my goal is to try and get the right to start a revolution, and then us not die in it and make them look stupid, and then we can beat the right that way. I mean, I don't want to do that, but I think that's the most likely positive outcome, is the right starts their revolution because they start understanding how fucked they're getting. They get mad. They go after the politicians. We can maybe work with some of them, but realistically, our goal is to sound like the smarter alternative, the more reasonable, rational people in comparison to the fucking Nazis and in comparison to the government that's being fought against. Look at the world and draw inferences. This is not hopeless. Yeah, exactly. It's not hopeless. The rest of the world does worry me, preposterous. I mean, we'll get to it. But it doesn't really seem like there's much advocacy from any country that has any power against anything that's happening. I doubt anyone is going after Republicans if they make good on their promise to get rid of the Hispanics. Well, once they can't afford food and their kids start dying of, like, polio, maybe. So, holding former government officials accountable. Who's going to jail? Before being issued, the letter was sent to the CIA, review board, blah, blah, blah. Do we have a list of names at all? Is it policy of the United States to ensure that the intelligence community not be engaged in partisan politics? The term intelligence community has been given the term in Section 3003 in Title 50. Policy of the United States is that individuals who hold government-issued security clearances should not use their clearance status to influence U.S. elections. It is policy of the United States that classified information not publicly be disclosed in memoirs, especially those published by for personal monetary gain. Okay, so who's going to jail? Effective immediately, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, a Russian agent, in consultation with the Director of Central Intelligence Agency, what was his name? Another Russian agent? No whistleblowing. Shall revoke any current and active clearance held by the following individuals. Leon Panetta, John Brennan, I mean, they're all here. Damn. I mean, it's going. It's going. I don't know half of these people. Oh, John Bolton at the end. It's funny. So, a lot of these people are probably going to secretly get disappeared. We're in that kind of country. Declaring a national emergency. This was to be able to send military to the border, which we did. We have about 2,200 troops at the border now. Okay, here we go. Let's see trade. What are they going to do? How bad are we fucked with the tariffs? Vivek got fired on his first fucking day. Who the fuck is Nick Shapiro? I have no idea. The absolute irony of John Bolton getting ran over by a steamroller of fascism. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Is there any actual data here? Shall investigate the causes of our country's large and persistent annual trade deficits. In consultation with the Secretary of Commerce, shall investigate. Okay, so tariffs are going up, obviously, but we don't know which tariffs. I want to know which tariffs. For anyone who doesn't know, John Bolton was the architect of the Iraq War. Yep. He had security clearance because Iran kept trying to kill him. We're on day fucking 2, yeah. Okay, so with respect to the United States-Mexico agreement, in preparation for July 26th review of the USMCA, the United States Trade Representative shall also report. Okay, they're not doing anything here. This is all just, we'll talk about this. Review and assess. Review and assess. Review and assess. United States Commerce shall receive policies and regulations regarding the application of anti-dumping and countervailing duty laws according to regard to transnational subsidies, cost adjustments, affiliation, and zeroing. I feel like this just means dumping toxic waste in another country, which I don't know. I have no idea. That's too deep in for me. I'm not a lawyer, of course. I just want to see if we were putting in any tariffs. So the U.S. Trade Representative shall assess the losses of tariff revenue and risks from importing counterfeit products and contraband that result from each current implementation of the $800 or less duty-free de minimis exemption under Section 1321. Recommend modification as a warrant to protect both the revenue of the United States. This is, I don't know. The dumping. Can you show me that again? Yeah, absolutely. The Security and of Commerce shall review policies and regulations regarding the application of anti-dumping and countervailing duty AD-CVD laws, including with regard to transnational subsidies, cost adjustments, affiliations, and zeroing. Now, I could look up what that is, but I mean, we're going to go too deep into that, and I don't really care. The economic trade relations with the People's Republic of China, the United States Trade Representative shall review the economic and trade agreement between the government and the United States. This whole thing is fucked. Like, I don't really, that's the thing. I can't understand this, except I know that it's fucked. Everything in here is going to harm you. Oh my god. Provisions pertaining to U.S. investments in certain national security technologies, which implement executive order, include sufficient controls. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Fuck this guy. Clarifying the military's role in protecting traditional integrity of the territorial integrity of the United States. We're ready to invade Volk. All of this is overwhelming, and it's just, half of it's just saying shit, because that's what Donald Trump does. He says shit, and then he occasionally does it. There's so much here. We're only on page fucking 3. Did we do 5? Yes, we did. And we did 4. Yes, we did. This is 3. Cool. Protecting the American people against invasion. Okay. Okay, whatever. I don't know if executive orders are... They're not. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Constitution doesn't matter. Guys. This is the White House website. Constitution. No results found. Bill of Rights. That's it. That's it. It's gone. It's gone. You have nothing. They've taken it all. Understand. It's hard to conceptualize. I want to, like, I don't know. I don't know how to explain this in a way that isn't doomery, but like, they've got everything. No foreign aid, I guess. We'll have a look at that. I want to see what we're doing to Ukraine. Temporary withdrawal from all areas in the outer continental shelf. Okay, sure. Declaring a national energy emergency, which means they can use the military to try and help build like mines and fracking and just make the admin 2.0 knows that they can do whatever they want without repercussions. There's no repercussions. It's over. Democracy died. We watched the funeral together. Like, I need you all to let that sink in. restoring the death penalty and protecting public safety. Promoting beautiful federal civic architecture. I would be in favor of that if it wasn't a fascist that was in charge of it, because now it's going to look like shit. Trade war now, when us manufacturing is too low, is bad. It will push the EU and Southeast Asia more close to China. We're not doing a trade war. We're getting closer to China. Donald Trump is talking on the phone with fucking Xi asking him to help in Ukraine. We don't have them anymore, Male Rights USA. No more free and fair elections. Again, go look for the Constitution on the White House website. It's gone. It's gone. Go look for the Bill of Rights. That's gone too. We're reading it. Again, protecting the American people from invasion. Many of these aliens unlawfully entered the United States, often engaged in hostile activities, enforcing the nation's immigration law, blah, blah, blah. It is the policy of the U.S. to faithfully execute immigration laws against all inadmissible and removable aliens, particularly those who threaten the safety and security of the U.S. Okay, sure. Terrible anyway, but we're doing it. What's added here? Framework to address the causes of migration, to manage migration through North and Central America, to provide safe and orderly passage. We have no more asylum seekers. That we've made that a thing. Hereby revoked. There we go. No. The laws only apply to you, not to that. If you have $1 billion, then none of this applies to you, except for the parts that are good. If you have less than $1 billion, this applies to you. We should have deported Elon and Melania. I know. Civil rights priorities. Department of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services set priority agencies that protect public safety. Furthermore, Secretary of Homeland Security shall ensure the primary mission of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Homeland Security Investigation Division is to enforce as the enforcement of the provisions of the INA, and other federal laws related to the illegal entry, blah, 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 blah. All of this is just fuck immigrants. We don't let them in. We're going to shoot them. It is, well, I'll read this later, but I don't need to read this on stream right now. It's too long. Here's an important one. Defending women from gender ideology and extremism, restoring biological truth to the federal government. Where are we? Here we go. It is the policy of the United States to recognize two sexes, male and female. The sexes are not changeable and are grounded in fundamental and controversial reality. Under my direction, the executive branch will enforce the sex protection laws to promote this reality. Following definitions shall govern the executive interpretation of the applicable law. Now, sex shall refer to an individual's immutable biological classification as either male or female. Sex is not a synonym for and does not include the concept of gender identity. I mean, that's correct. Women, woman, girls, girl shall mean adults, blah, 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 blah. We all know this. So, gender ideology replaces biological categories for sex with ever-shifting concept of self-assessment, gender identity, permitting the false claim that males can identify and thus become women, vice versa. Gender ideology includes the idea that there's a vast spectrum of genders, blah, blah, blah. It's inconsistent, sure. Okay. So, where's the bit that says everyone is a woman? I want to see it. Where is it? Our president is a moron, but he's also just a puppet. Where is the bit that's... Oh, here we go. Is that it? Somewhere in here. This is all fuck trans people. This is an entire bill of just fuck trans people. In it, he says that somewhere in this definition, it says that your sex is defined by your category at birth, which everyone is the same at birth. So, where is it? Hold on. I guess this is cheating, but... Conception. There we go. Females mean person belonging at conception to the sex that produces the large reproductive cell. Male means a person belonging at conception to sex that produces the small reproductive cell. We are all female at conception, so that is what it is. Yeah, we're in for a ride, guys.
Reevaluating and realigning foreign aid. Okay, I want to see Ukraine. Give me some Ukraine. Nothing. Really? Israel? Nothing. Wow. Okay. So we're just, what? Resumption of pause development funding assistance, new obligations reimbursement. Oh, hold on. It looks like we're giving more money. 90-day pause in the United States foreign development assistance for assessment of programmatic efficiencies and consistencies within the United States. All department agency heads will be responsible. The Office of Management Budget shall enforce this pause. Reviews of the U.S. Foreign Assistance Program. Reviews of each assistance program shall be ordered and be responsible. Okay, so we are not just cutting aid off entirely. Not right now. 90 days. We'll cut it off in a month or 2 or 3. That's fine. Restoring the death penalty. Great. I went to a right-wing stream earlier to talk to people. No one was talking about the economy getting better. They were only talking about how they're glad. That's because that's all they have. That's all they have. The economy is getting worse. The price of gas went up. All of the medication prices went up that Biden had lowered. Food prices have gone up. There is no, the economy is not doing any better. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do with foreign policy. It's too confusing, and they throw out so much random shit that it's hard to read between the lines. Because again, Trump's not in charge. It's the oligarchy. These are the people in charge. Eggs went up, but wow, the gender executive order, gee whiz, people suck. I mean, again, it's more than that, right? They want to kill trans people, and then after that, they want to kill gay people. Oh, did you guys see this? So, ending radical wasteful government DEI programs and preferencing. There's a section in here. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? They add another letter to DEI. Federal employment practices, including federal employees' performance reviews, shall reward individual initiative, skills, and performance and hard work, and shall not under any circumstances consider DEI or DEIA factors, goals, policies, and mandates. Can I shout out another streamer? He's a DEI streamer. I don't know what that means. Yeah, for accessibility, you can shout out whatever you want, sure, but I don't know what a DEI streamer is. Terminates to the maximum extent allowed by the law all DEI and DEIA environmental justice offices positions, including but not limited to the chief diversity officer positions, all equity action plans, all equity action initiatives or programs, equity related grants or contracts, and all DEI and DEIA performance requirements for employees, contractors, or guarantees. Gone. Oh, well then yes, please. What made gas and food go up? Tariffs. Gas and food went up for various different reasons. I mean, it's in here somewhere. Well, look at it after designated cartels and other organizations as terrorist organizations. It's the programs that he's instituting. That's what's made everything go up. And also, gas prices are not controlled by the president. Gas prices are controlled by other countries. Food went up because we import quite a lot of food from Mexico as well. Unleashing Alaska's extraordinary resource potential. There was a thing about, in the first page. Here we go. No, not that one. Delivers emergency price relief. That's the one I want to see. There's 2 of them. Let's have a look. So first, cartels. We're going to be bombing Mexico in 2 weeks. I'm not going to read this. We know what that is. If you're watching me, you know. This is important, though. Wait, no, that's the wrong one. God damn it. That's not the right one. I want... emergency price relief. There's 2 of these, right? Okay. So, delivering emergency price relief. What is he going to do? President memorandum recognizes a critical component of the crushing cost of everyday life. The Biden administration imposed several complex regulatory burdens and radical policies designed to weaken American production. Bullshit. President Trump is ordering all federal agencies to untangle the economy from Biden's constraints. Again, this is all just regulations on companies so they don't destroy the land, the environment, the community that they're in. This includes actions to drastically lower the cost of housing and expand housing supply. I don't know how they're going to do that because we need to import lumber for it and we don't have the workers to do it. But the idea here is get rid of regulations and they'll make cheaper houses. Eliminate unnecessary administrative expenses and rent-seeking practices that drive up healthcare costs. As in, no one has to like check to make sure that your medicine is right. There's no no one's sitting there making sure that you're doing the right thing. What's the difference between getting immediately worse now in terms of economy and any other president being inaugurated? It doesn't. That's not what matters at Thoslav. All of this shit is a distraction. You know where they'll get workers. Yeah, this is all set up for later. None of this matters right now. All of this is just he's just yapping, but it does matter. It matters a lot. It's just what you see. The egg price is going up. The gas price is going up. That's a meme. They'll continue to go up. Food prices never go down. They are, but food prices never go down, man. We don't have deflation. They will always continue to go up. Your wages are supposed to go up to continue with it. What he's doing here is he's saying that it will lower your cost by helping the corporation pay less for your shit, right? To make your shit. The company now doesn't have to pay as much. It doesn't have to have as many regulations and red tape to make their shit. So they'll make stuff cheaper. When has trickle-down economics ever worked, man? Ever? I mean, not really. It's the vibe that's making an effect on the prices. These are gonna take a couple days to put this shit in effect. They're doing it right now, but it's not an idea of. It's not an idea about helping you. They're trying to pretend like this will help the worker. They might even actually get it down for a moment. But the idea is to overwhelm labor unions. The idea here is to make you complicit, to make you not want to fight back, to make you a happy little serf that works in the factory. There is no help coming for you from this. This is good for the rich. If you're not the rich, then it's bad for you. Now, again, look at this. Biden had this executive order that reduced things like insulin from $600. Got rid of that. It's back. It was in that list. I just really don't feel like reading it because it's too much. It's too overstimulating. I didn't like it. But I mean, we have a lot that we can talk about here, right? This is affecting the entire world. Why did he do that? Because he undid everything that Biden did. He undid every executive order of Biden's all at once. We have to make community farms and trade goods under the table. That's an incredibly good idea, pre-breakfast banana. You need to start making your own food. Speaking of, by the way, food. I wasn't really going to go into this today, but this is very long. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but
see the cloud kind of above Monterey and North Monterey County, kind of out over the
was there a
ocean.
reason for the drug cost, or was it spite Biden? It was to spite Biden. Insulin was that. It was just to spite Biden. It only affected seniors. It was giving them cheaper medicine, and he didn't like it.
I realized on my face it looked like it was burned, like my cheeks and my nose, and I had kind of a
Now, this is a woman from, I mentioned this earlier, the California lithium battery plant on fire. 70% of America's green produce is grown in this area. Now, if people like this are getting burns on their face, they have to keep their windows closed at home, their air conditioners have to, their heat, you need to keep all of that shit closed. That's the warning they've been given. Again, residents have nosebleeds, lung burns, headaches, rash, metallic mouth taste. Health officials say not testing soil because we don't necessarily know what we're looking for. Millions of people are going to die in this administration. Understand this and learn how to cope with it and work against it. Trump just canceled all approved asylum seekers. That doesn't surprise me because he made it so that no asylum seekers were allowed in earlier this morning. But understand, right? Like, this plant is on fire. People miles away are feeling the effects of it. And this is a place where 70% of our greens are grown. How much of that's going to get infected with this shit? New York Times reported its conflicts of interest related to BP oil spill, blah, blah, blah. This is several sources tell Status Corp that they have observed environmental officials conducting air quality testing by slightly rolling their windows down and sticking a handheld device out the window for less than a minute. Visora, of the owner of the Northern California lithium battery plant, is using CTH as a contractor to conduct air testing. Controversy has followed this group for over a decade because of its testing practices. So they're just bullshitting. You're just bullshitting. Welcome to Trump's America. Your food is poison. All of the immigrants are going to suffer. You're going to give up all of your rights because an AI is going to watch you from now on. And I mean, they're deporting people right now. Again, if you see ICE, you should be shouting La Migra. Look at this. This is the America you live in now.
About oligarchs, let me tell you about my oligarch, Jeff Bezos. You probably didn't know this could happen in America.
You did.
But oligarchs
This is
can
just the
actually
beginning.
hire former prosecutors to try to put Americans in prison. My oligarch did that to my family. My husband Carl worked at Amazon for 8 years. Got great reviews, got promoted. He had an employment contract that Amazon wrote, Jeff's original employment contract. And in that contract, it said that while he worked at Amazon, he could carve out time to do things on his own, including start his own company and seek investors as long as they weren't investors in Amazon, do business with entities doing business with Amazon, so long as his arrangement wasn't substantially similar to Amazon's arrangement. My husband left, started his own real estate development company, and was soaring because he works on data centers, which are, good business. My husband's also very smart. Anyway, about a year later, the FBI knocks on our door.
Understand that everything that's happening right now, all of this, even this woman's story, was laid out for us a year ago. And we tried to talk about it. We tried to teach you, but it's just Project 2025.
Amazon is accusing him of a federal crime. What's the federal crime? Doing what his employment contract said he could do. Starting a company and doing business with entities that were doing business with Amazon. But my husband's like, my employment contract allows me to do that. DOJ is like, I can't hear you. What are you saying? And the reason is because the oligarch wanted my husband to go to prison. So first we learned later that the DOJ never asked Amazon to see my husband's employment contract. So they said,
you understand that this is a corporation
but
going out of their way to arrest
didn't
somebody.
Ask to see the contract.
They have that power.
Pretty wild. I thought that was a basic function of the FBI and federal prosecutors to investigate a crime when they think what may have happened.
I need a
But
1984
here, I think what
email.
happened is that the oligarch said, I need you to go after this person, and then the federal prosecutors tried to find a crime to satisfy Mr. Bezos. I don't know, maybe they don't check evidence ever. It just seems like not a thing. Maybe that's only reserved for when the oligarchs order the criminal prosecution.
This is a 9-minute video.
Also, I can prove all of this in writing. The DOJ admitted to us later in writing that they didn't have the contract. And based on the lies about my husband, the DOJ seized all of our bank accounts. So in America, the government can take your money on the suspicion of a crime, even if they don't charge you or prove it. So the government took all of our bank accounts. We had 4 little girls.
Are you guys
who were
excited?
under 6. One was a year old. And we asked if we could have money back to feed our children. And the federal prosecutor, Samantha Bateman, told my husband's lawyers that we could feed our kids and have money for groceries if he would plead guilty to the oligarch's allegations.
Oh, look, coercion based on feeding your fucking children. Police can take your money. I hate that. Yeah, it's been like that forever, man. It's just now they're going to do it to you. They've only been doing it to black people so far and brown people.
That didn't happen. So, I feel like it's kind of
Mostly.
qualifies as an oligarchy when a billionaire can get the government to take all of your money, have the FBI raid your home, and tell you have to plead guilty to continue to feed your children so they don't die. Feels like some oligarch shit. And then after we finally got the
This is like the New York lawyer who was defending South American First Nations folk from an oil company and was placed in house arrest for as long as the case lasted, and the company dragged their feet and kept asking for extensions. Yeah, this is what they do. They will ruin your life for fun, for this easily. This is the country you live in now. We are at the brink of the collapse of Weimar Germany. But we're not doing the full Nazi shit. Only half of them are. We're just doing, Nazism is priority 2. Priority 1 is money. Biden's warning. Fuck Biden. Biden was complicit. Biden took his share and he outie. Biden does not give a fuck.
Employment contract to the federal prosecutors. The oligarchs,
I'm out.
lawyers
Nope.
were like, no,
He's like-
we don't. That it doesn't say that. It doesn't allow him to do the things the plain language says. And the DOJ was like, okay. And so all they would say to us is like, yes, we have all of your money. Yes, you've now lost your home, your retirement, your careers. That's what we want to. So could you please just plead guilty and stop bothering us? We don't think your employment
disgusting,
contract
Dan,
allows you to do that. That's what they said. We don't think the employment contract allows that. So apparently,
we used to eat these
the
people.
DOJ is now in the business of interpreting Amazon.com's employment contract, the criminal lawyers. Mm-hmm. Sounds right.
So look, this is she's correct, but I want to watch a little history of the Gilded Age video. This is what Donald Trump keeps talking about. This is what he wants to go back to. I have two. Well, actually, we'll watch the Robert Reich one first and see if that's enough. CAF is judicial system created by drug war, especially motivated by International Court of 88. They'll do whatever the fuck they want, right? Understand, before we get into this, this guy is correct. This is the world we live in.
Okay, so the inauguration is over. Trump is officially the president, and now everything is going to change. You need to keep your eyes and ears open, because now that the United States oligarchy has full control over every single social media app, all of them, you are not going to see the real news. You're going to have to go digging for it through independent journalists. Now, I'm no fucking journalist, but I'm going to do my
meanwhile,
best to
all
try
the
and
independent journalists and streamers and video content creators are all going to get shut down.
You guys informed, okay? So what you're going to start to see is probably beginning tomorrow, cities like New York, Chicago, Detroit.
We are, by the way,
any
this is
cities that
correct.
have higher populations of minorities, you're going to see increased police presence, probably state police presence, and perhaps National Guard presence. You're going to start to see ICE quite literally rounding up people in your neighborhoods, detaining them, throwing them in the back of the cars, unmarked vehicles, and you will never see those people again. Okay? So, your job as a person who actually has a soul is to scream, La Migra!
I love how he does it. His voice is nice when he does it.
Motherfuckers, those absolute traitors to the fucking working class, those bootlicking, scum-sucking, blood-leeching pieces of shit. Every time you see one of them, you need to warn your fellow man, because they're not going to just be rounding up undocumented immigrants. They're not going to be rounding
And this is
up
why I'm saying, make friends with your neighbors. All of you are at risk. I don't care if you're a white guy, you're still at risk.
Violent criminals. They're going to be rounding up anybody who's brown-skinned and isn't carrying their fucking papers on them, okay? On top of that, you're going to start to see legislation being passed in all different red states that ban transgender and non-binary people from going to their preferred bathroom, from playing in any sort of sport. We're moving, this country's turning into a fascist hellscape, and you need to start preparing yourself. You need to start exercising. You need to arm yourself.
So,
You have a Second
Solitary,
Amendment
we are,
right for a fucking reason, okay?
Again, like, earlier in the stream, I watched a video of the billionaire who is in charge of building an AI surveillance system. That's where that $500 billion of investment towards AI is going. It's going to build a surveillance system. You need to get swole. Yeah, you do. You need to work out. Get ready. Because they're coming for you. This is what they want you to live like.
Ultra-wealthy elites, political corruption, vast inequality. These problems are not new. In the late 1800s, they dominated the country during America's first Gilded Age. We overcame these abuses back then. And we can do it again.
Look, at the end of the day, none of your ethnic, gender, sex, none of that matters. It's whether you have money or you don't. You are either an oligarch or part of the aristocrats, or you are a worker, a slave, a serf, scum. That's how they see you. They don't care about any of you. Not a single one. Like, if you have $1 billion, if you have $500 million, maybe they give you a little tiny bit of respect. Will be exodus of U.S. citizens bigger this time? I kid you not, but the conversation is we, the outside of the world, United States are mixed and don't want U.S. citizens coming to our lands. U.S. citizens ain't going anywhere. Most Americans don't have a passport. And it's just been made more difficult to do fucking anything.
Twain coined the moniker the Gilded Age in his 1873
They don't want you to leave. They
novel
want
to
slaves.
describe the era in American history characterized by corruption and inequality that was masked by a thin layer of prosperity for a select few. The end of the 19th century and start of the 20th century marked a time of great invention. Bustling railroads.
Think about this
telephones,
in current tech
motion
terms.
pictures, electricity,
AI,
automobiles, which changed American life forever. But it was also an era of giant monopolies. Oil, railroad, steel, finance, run by a small group of men who had grown rich beyond anything America had ever seen. They were known as
I know
robber
exactly
barons
why the budget
because
is
they ran
the way that it
competitors
is.
out of business.
Again, they said they were going to cut the budget. They just increased it by another $500 billion today. There's no cutting the
Exploited
budget.
workers,
They don't care
charged
about the budget.
customers exorbitant prices and lived like royalty as a result. Money consumed
Elon Musk
politics.
is literally Henry
Robber
Ford now.
barons and their lackeys donated bundles of cash to any lawmaker willing to do bidding on their behalf. And when lobbying wasn't enough, the powerful turned to bribery, resulting in some of the most infamous political scandals.
We should really just
in
start
American
calling them
history.
the robber barons again. Not
The
even
gap
like,
between-
don't call them, he is even a Nazi like Ford. Again, don't call them Nazis because it makes them happy. Don't even call them oligarchs, call them robber barons. And again, use their terms against them. Call them shit libs, call them communists, call them CCP pilled, or
The
piss
rich
them
and
off.
poor in
Call them
America
a
reached
Marxist.
astronomical levels. Large numbers of Americans lived in squalor. Anti-immigrant sentiment raged, leading to the enactment of racist laws
overlords.
to restrict immigration, and voter suppression, largely aimed at black men who had recently won the right to vote, was rampant. The era was also
I know why
marked
goods
by
go up.
dangerous working conditions.
There are oil prices are not controlled by the president. You know who controls oil prices? OPEC does. Saudi Arabia does. When they increase production, gas gets cheaper. When they cut production, gas gets more expensive. We produce more oil and natural gas in the entire world than any other country in the United States already. During Biden's administration, we were the top producer of oil and natural gas in the entire world.
Children, often
We don't
as young as
need
10 years
any of
old,
this shit.
but sometimes younger, worked brutal hours in sweatshops. Workers trying to organize labor unions were attacked, sometimes
We're gonna read into some of these.
killed. It seemed as if American capitalism was out of control, and American democracy couldn't do anything about it because it was bought and paid for by the rich. But Americans were fed up, and they demanded reform. Many took to the streets in protest. Investigative journalists, often called muckrakers then, helped amplify their cries by exposing what was occurring throughout the country. And a new generation of political leaders rose to end the abuses.
Trump is beholden to Elon. Elon is beholden to Putin. Putin is beholden to Xi.
Politicians
my
like
take.
Teddy Roosevelt, who warned that a small class
Rex Tillerson
of
called him a
enormously
fucking
wealthy and
moron.
economically powerful men whose chief object is to hold and increase their power, could destroy American democracy. After becoming president in 1901,
I mean, that's what we
Roosevelt
need to go
used
back
the
to.
Sherman Antitrust Act to break up
I need to
dozens
make a,
of powerful
Substack
corporations.
and, like,
Seeking to
write
limit
shit.
the vast fortunes that were creating a new American aristocracy, Congress enacted a progressive income tax through the 16th Amendment, as well as 2 wealth taxes. The first wealth tax in 1916 was the estate tax, a tax on the wealth of someone accumulated
They
during
want to
their
get rid of this, by the way, the estate tax. They want to get rid of it.
lifetime,
They're going to, actually.
paid by the heirs
It's
who
part of
inherited it.
Project 2025.
The second tax on wealth, enacted in 1922, was a capital gains tax, a tax on the increased value of assets paid when those assets were sold. The reformers of the Gilded Age
I will
also
make a
stopped
Substack.
corporations from directly giving money to politicians or political candidates. And then Teddy Roosevelt's fifth cousin, you may have heard of him, continued the work
man.
through his New Deal programs.
Look, again, don't be doomer because we were here before. Yes, it's a little bit worse. A lot a bit worse. Yes, they have more power. Yes, they have less integrity. But we did this before. Do you know how many people died during these strikes? Like, Robert Reich's not showing it, but do you know how many people died at the Pullman strike? Or was it the railroad strike? One or the other. Hold on. "70 people died. 70 were killed. 57 were injured, and at least 4 were arrested. Panic of 1893 weakened the economy, blah, blah, blah. I think we read this before. A Criterion collection? What's a Criterion collection? Not a term I've heard. But, like, understand here, these boycotts, these protests. Many of the Pullman factory workers joined the American Railway Union, led by Eugene V. Debs, who supported their strike by launching a boycott in which ARU members refused to run trains containing Pullman cars. At the time of the strike, approximately 35% of Pullman workers were members of the ARU. The plan was to force the railroads to bring Pullman to compromise. Debs began the boycott on June 26, 1894. Within 4 days, 125,000 workers and 29 railroads had walked off the job rather than handle Pullman's cars. The railroads coordinated their response through the General Managers Association, which had been formed in 1886, included 24 lines linked to Chicago. The railroads began hiring replacement workers, strike bakers, scabs as we call them, which increased hostilities. Many African Americans were recruited as scabs and crossed picket lines as they feared that the racism expressed by the American Railway Union would lock them out of another labor market. This added racial tension to the union's predicament in Chicago, where the railroads found it difficult to continue operating without striking employees, blah, blah, blah. Conflict broke out between strikers and replacement workers that often turned violent in Chicago alone. Geez, I can't read today. I don't know what's up with me. My brain's like half on. A lot of people died, and we did a lot of these. Here's a better one.
Brought to you by Captivating History. The Gilded Age is often seen as a high point in America's history. Characterized by the rise of the industrialized economy after the Civil War, it was a time when
If you link me
American
something, I'll
business
have a look at it
took
later.
off on a grand scale, making several notable business people extremely wealthy. However, although the Gilded
Today's
Age
gonna
is
be a very
remembered as a
anti-capitalist
time
stream.
of great affluence, it was also a time of great inequality and corruption. Even the phrase, the Gilded Age, was taken from a satirical novel by Mark Twain, published in 1873.
I don't know if I did.
It is supposed to imply that something that appears golden on the surface may be corrupt
Can't tell
underneath.
if I did, Sister Doll.
Shortly after the
damn it.
end of the American Civil War in 1865,
what it is.
the U.S. underwent an enormous burst of economic activity brought about by a wave of industrialization during the Reign
Yeah,
of
it was
Peace.
unsuccessful. The leaders were arrested. The two big results was that it radicalized survivors and it left squisher politicians of the time admitting that they lived in the bad place and should do something about it. Exactly. Your job in a protest is not to win the protest. It's to get the shit beat out of you so other people can see it and then they will get mad. That's your job at a protest. Do not bring a weapon to a protest. You know what you should do? Bring a first aid kit to a protest.
The Gilded Age normally refers to this prosperous period between 1870 and 1900, which overlaps with the latter part of the Reconstruction. While the Civil War had some devastating effects on the U.S., it also inaugurated important changes, including
daily
the
timer
spread
on
of the
your phone.
telegraph and a major expansion
Yeah, I
of the
have
railroads.
one, but I do ignore it.
Within a
often.
few years of the end of the war, America also began to experience a period of major economic growth. While the industrial period had begun in Great Britain in the
I'm
18th
trying,
century,
preposterous. I'm
America
trying.
experienced its most
I don't
intense
get doomer,
period of
so
industrial development during the late 19th century. In many ways, America had been long destined for this.
All right, let's get to the Gilded Age.
As more visitors arrived and more industries expanded, the U.S. became much more urban, and many more towns and cities sprawled across the nation. This was the era of the world's first skyscrapers, when skylines began to climb higher and higher.
We look at
particular,
that's
the
why
East
Trump looks at this and says the Golden Age, but really we call it the Gilded Age
Coast
for a
blossomed
reason. There
due to
is
its
that
many trading
distinction
ports,
that is
and the Great Lakes
constantly
region
being
became
made.
the beating heart of the industrial boom. Chicago was one of the great cities of the age, becoming both a major railroad hub and a truly international city that
preposterous.
attracted visitors worldwide. Cities grew off the back of new industries, and the Gilded Age is often remembered for some of its most important businessmen. many of whom became extremely wealthy
I
at
feel
this
like
time.
I should probably look more
The
into
late
Israel
19th century
invading
was the age of
the West
capital,
Bank.
a time when private corporations rose to prominence as wealthy men invested
Of
in
course it wasn't
large-scale
Q shit.
industries
That does not
and
surprise
reaped
me at all.
great dividends.
Yeah.
The American
This is what he
colonies
thinks
themselves
of
had been
America being
partially
great.
founded by private enterprises who raised capital from their investors, giving the U.S. a strong capitalist instinct quite early
I
in
just
its
call
history.
them corpos. Corpos is easy. It has a cultural, like, already set in stone because a lot of people played Cyberpunk 2077. So if you just call them corpos, people will tend to get it.
The American government continued to push a pro-business stance in the 19th century, allowing private companies to develop the major infrastructure projects the nation needed.
They
The
don't know
Gilded Age
anything.
presidents
Solitaire.
were often said
They're
to be
denial about everything.
remarkably unmemorable, as they, by and large, took a hands-off approach to governance. As industrialization produced many more opportunities for these kinds of private businesses, America ballooned into the world's foremost capitalist power. The downside of this economic boom was that the few people who had enough money to invest in large-scale business enterprises tended to buy up
Again,
most of their
this is
competition.
who owns this country.
Soon,
That's who
multiple
owns this
large
country.
monopolies had formed, undermining the spirit of healthy competition. The most well-remembered and notorious of these large monopolies were the Rockefeller oil monopoly, the Vanderbilt railroad monopoly, and the Carnegie steel monopoly. Carnegie Steel later became the J.P. Morgan steel monopoly, after the well-known banker, which bought Carnegie
We don't
out
have
for
democracy anymore
$480
for
million.
Breakfast Banana. They just do what they want.
J.P. Morgan, in particular, was also one of the Gilded Age's most
I
famous
mean, look at the
One
birthright
of the
citizenship thing. He has no power to do this, but he does it anyway, and no one's gonna question it. There's all these lawsuits, he's gonna win them. He has immunity from all official actions. He cannot be charged with anything, because remember, he is the president. They're corpos, they're bootlickers, they're parasites, they're scum.
The bankers who made New York exceedingly rich
Hi,
by
FBI.
investing in
I'm not an
businesses across the
extremist.
U.S.
I'm
While
just
these
angry.
grand businessmen are often still remembered as great American heroes or captains of industry, others describe these business moguls in less flattering terms, dubbing them the robber barons of the Gilded Age. While some of these tycoons, such as Andrew Carnegie, spent millions on philanthropic projects, most robber barons were infamously ruthless and corrupt. For example,
land
the
on
Wall
go
Street
straight
and
to
railroad
prison in this
mogul
Monopoly
James
game.
Fitz
True.
was famously involved
Except
in
prison
several
is a
shady
labor camp.
practices, from extortion to bribery to risky market manipulation. Although by 1890, the Sherman Antitrust Act was
Yes,
passed
that is the hole
in an
emoji.
attempt to
It's a
make the
black hole.
dangerous monopolies these men accrued illegal. The act would have little
Have a
effect
lovely
on the
night,
monopolies
leftist
that
Leo.
already existed. It
Thank,
wasn't until the election of Teddy Roosevelt at the end
SEAL
of the
Team 6
Gilded
in the
Age
Discord
in
for that one.
1901 that at least some of the robber barons' power was broken. Among the most famous of the great tycoons was Cornelius Vanderbilt, a man widely disliked in his lifetime for his cunning business practices. Vanderbilt is important because he was one of the major figures behind the enormous expansion of the railroads in the U.S. The Gilded Age was the golden age of the railway, as trains remained the fastest way to
Go
move
on.
goods across large areas, particularly vulnerable to being taken over by monopolies because there was a very limited amount of train tracks in any given region. Soon, Vanderbilt could charge his customers extortionate rates, confident that they had no choice but to use his businesses to transport their goods. In response to the eye-watering high fees charged by many railway companies, a collective of farmers known as the Granger Movement campaigned for fairer prices. The Granger Union would go on to have a surprisingly important
Trains are
afterlife,
still the fastest
as
way
they
to
would
move goods
inspire
across the
both
continent. This is
People's
true.
Party and the Greenback Party, important progressive political movements which campaigned for fairer economic conditions and more economic equality.
This is how we protested.
Economic equality
This
was
is
a
what we
hot
had to
topic
do
in the
to
Gilded
win our
Age.
democracy.
The late 19th century saw progressive workers' movements spread across the industrialized world in a bid to give ordinary people fairer hours, better pay, and safer working
A writer at the Washington Post made a cartoon like that, and she got fired.
conditions
Or sorry,
in
she
factories
got
that
censored
often
and she
used
quit,
dangerous
rather.
equipment. Unfortunately, many wealthy Americans increasingly believed in the theory of social Darwinism, an ideology that argues poor people deserve to be poor because they are naturally inferior.
These people are even more
Tycoons did
insane.
little to
They believe in accelerationism. These are all Curtis Yarvin fuckers. They want to accelerate the problems of the world to give us pressure so that they think that if everyone is under so much pressure and that things are getting worse, then we'll solve it quicker and we'll have a better plan. Look at Elon Musk today. He keeps reacting. Who keeps reacting when people mock or criticize him? Yeah, it's all a smokescreen. Don't worry about the social problems. Worry about how they're raping the country and taking away all of your rights. We're gonna have to do fucking strikes like this again. People are gonna die. Millions of people are going to die. It's a hilarious and depressing fact that so many small American towns were built around railways. The hub of the town was the rail station, and then car brains started to take over and the rail stations were abandoned. Yep. They want more they want to make fucking 7-lane highways all over the country. They love their cars.
To help their workers, often demanding that they work harder for longer to increase output and turn more profit. In response to worsening conditions, many American workers unionized, and the American Federation of Labor that organized these unions was founded in 1886.
Cars, yeah.
Other workers took a more radical path, joining more socialist groups and even turning towards anarchism. The U.S. government did little to help the situation, repeatedly halting legislation meant to improve working conditions. Tensions between workers and bosses led to several major disasters in the Gilded Age. In 1886, the Haymarket riot in Chicago led to a series of deaths when workers' peaceful protest turned violent. An unidentified assailant threw a stick of dynamite into the crowd during the gathering in an attempt to hit a police officer.
Now remember,
Remember,
this is a key point right here. During Black Lives Matter, the Oath Keepers, or Oath Breakers rather, and the Proud Boys, 2 Nazi groups that were under the control of the right, would go out and they would do violence and then blame it on Antifa. There is no such thing as a organized Antifa, but they would blame it. They would go out there, and sometimes they would go out and they would be counter protesters, and they would instigate violence because, you know, in America we have the punch a Nazi belief. You know, we hate Nazis in this country, and that's true, by the way.
America. And I don't care what Elon Musk is doing behind a presidential seal. In this country, we hate Nazis. Kind of like a foundational defining.
And because of that belief, they go out and they go piss off protesters until one of them hits them. And then riots break out and the news gets to cover it as Antifa versus like some very soft militia group name, whatever it is. And especially now, because the media is not fucking covering anything. All they're talking about is birthright citizenship, because as I said, that's the bone they throw out for you to fight over. Oxpecker, I remember Connor going over these insane 11-lane highways that are nearly uncrossable. It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
broke out, resulting in the deaths of many police officers and civilians. A few years later, a similar incident occurred in Pittsburgh in 1892.
Now, I am not advocating for violence at all, actually.
Saw a clash between a crowd of Carnegie steelworkers
but
and
you
a
need
group
to
of
be
private
prepared
militiamen
to have
from
to
the
protest
Pinkerton
like this.
Agency, who had been hired to police the crowds. During the violence, Henry Frick, a hated industrialist who violently opposed the unions, was almost assassinated by a disgruntled anarchist. Economic inequality was not the only major social issue of the Gilded Age. It was also a terrible time for race relations. The Native Americans suffered greatly during this period. During the Dakota Gold
And
Rush
you
in
can see the exact same thing happening, except instead of Native Americans, it's Hispanics, it's queer people, it's gays, it's women, it's also Hispanics, and it's black people. There was footage during the protests in Minneapolis of a tall white guy in a full mask methodically breaking the window of a shop and calmly walking away, and then the camera person went, "Yo, what the fuck?" And the guy got angry, and then as it spread further, someone responded, "Oh, that kind of looks like my cop ex-husband who lives in Minneapolis." The cops are in on it, guys. The cops are in on it. Look, again, not in any way advocating for violence. This is for educational purposes only. Learn this is to learn the psychology of these people and what you can do if you're confronted. And again, if you want to go and protest, you need to know stuff like this. In my Discord, I have a section called Resources for Safety, where there is a guide on how to build a first aid kit specifically to help with massive blood loss. Expect that if you're at a protest, they will shoot you because they tried last time and they've said that they will this time. You need to learn some of this stuff. But also, in this is a one-to-one case of someone in front of you. You need to learn how to engage with these people.
I'm really humbled and inspired by how much attention this video is getting and how many people feel like I do. So I'm going to show you guys how to confront somebody, okay? First, I'm going to talk about the psychology and the emotional component, and then I'll get into the body language and the posturing and all the ego bullshit. Everything I'm saying is going to apply in a unique way to your own life, okay? So just take what you can from it. Here's a couple of disclaimers to keep in mind. Most people have never been in a street fight. No matter what they might say or how they act or what they want you to think, you don't want to see me on one. The reality of this country is, for most cases, if you punch somebody, you're going to go to jail.
True.
So the majority of people walking around out here without felonies have never been in a street fight. That's just a safe assumption to make. And then secondly...
Yeah, it would be nice if Leo Leftist was here because this would fit right in.
People who are trained to fight aren't going to start one. What does that mean? There's two reasons for this. One, when you've spent years and years training combat sports and you know how to kill somebody with your bare hands, which is a corny trope, but that's the truth. That's what you learn how to do. You know the reality of violence and you know what you're capable of. And so you're not going to go looking for that. And the second reason is when you spend years and years at the fight gym, you see all kinds of people come and go. And I couldn't tell you how many guys came in that looked like a fucking nerd, you know, 5'4", 100 pounds soaking wet. And they get out on the mat or they put the gloves on and you find out he is a fucking killer. And when you see that enough, you gain a certain level of respect for everybody because you know that appearances aren't everything. So
pay
with all that in
attention to
mind,
these people. Yeah.
when you confront somebody and their first instinct is to start escalating things towards physical violence, you can pretty much safely assume that they're not trained to do so. And that can alleviate a lot of fear inside. Have a conversation with yourself right now, you know, while you're sitting safe at home about what your fears are. And they could be all kinds of things, right? From
this is a really important video. So like, even if you're bored, even if you don't think that this applies to you, pay attention. It does.
I'm afraid this guy's going to whoop my ass. I'm afraid of bodily injury and death. To social and family stuff. I'm afraid that if I stand up to my parents, they're going to cut me off. I'm afraid that if I stand up to the guys on my sports team, they're going to alienate me. And I got to see these dudes 6 times a week and it's going to be horrible.
Same.
These are all real fears. They're valid, okay? But you need to remember that the violence that you're standing up against is real for a lot of communities, okay? And they don't get the opportunity to take a stand and act.
By the way, this channel, funny enough, 420 Blaze at 69, that's the name because he keeps getting taken down, I think. Teaches a lot of self-defense, first aid, how to engage in community in resistance.
Actually make a difference. And you're going to need to get honest with yourself about what you're willing to sacrifice, okay? It's a deeply personal conversation that only you can have with yourself, and let the answers to that guide what you're willing to do. And the last part of the emotional stuff is the physiological response to stress. You're going to get a big adrenaline dump. You're going to get a big cortisol shot.
By the way, this advice is also just really good if you have anxiety or you feel depressed or doomery. These breathing techniques will also help you quite a bit.
Stuff is to amp you up and put you in that fight-flight response. A lot of this stuff is automatic, but you can do a lot to temper it manually by just managing your breathing. I know that's cliche, but I'm telling you, you do some breathing exercises in your off time to learn how to slow your heart rate down, 4-7-8 box breathing. When you get into that hot situation, you can just tap into it.
Had to text the landlord.
Mind-body connection. You can slow your heart rate down, and that'll keep your voice steady. It'll keep your hands from shaking, and you'll
the way that you appear, your body language communicates a fucking lot. And again, as we talked about earlier, a lot of these people just want to brutalize unarmed, weak people. So if you
have this and the vibe of try me, I will fight you, a lot of them will be too scared, and some of them will, but
of calm confidence, which is so important to letting guys know that you're not the one and you're serious about what you're saying. So now the body language stuff, all right? Somebody runs their mouth and you check them. Like I said in that other video, the majority of guys are just going to play it off, all right? They're either going to try to play it off as a joke or put it back on you like you're overreacting. And you got to take that for a W, dude, because they shut the fuck up, right? And that's what we're
the
out
point.
here to do.
Sister to all, no, as my air conditioner broke. Thankfully, today's a day that's not fucking like hot as hell, because it's been like triple digits last week. If it's broken and I need it fixed, but thankfully I have the weekend, like I'm taking Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off this week. I'll be back on Monday, my time actually, so I'll be back Sunday night for Eastern Standard Time, but I'm hoping that gets fixed by then. Today's gonna be kind of long because I want to get all this stuff out.
But if they want to escalate it, right, there's going to be some body language cues and stuff that you need to communicate with your body language and your tone of voice that basically says, I'm not going to initiate violence, but I'm comfortable going there. If you guys are both sitting down and you're all man-spreading, you know, hitting one of these, stay that way. Don't, you know, let your body language
This
show
will also apply to women. You can do this as a woman. If you do this as a woman, it'll fucking confuse them, actually.
that you're rattled. Don't
It's
move
3
from your
days, Sister
position,
Doll. Don't
you
worry.
know?
I'll be on
lock it
Discord.
in and communicate that you're comfortable with where you're at. You're comfortable in your own space. If you guys are both standing, first thing I would do is get into this position or hit the thinker. And that'll keep your hands up by your face, because if someone wants to fucking sneak you, you can hit this thing real fast. They might start calling you names, right? Trying to menace you with the threat.
You guys gotta get in
because
shape.
That's how they deal with their life.
You gotta
understand that
work
this is a
out.
fear response.
Your health is at risk. You have to work out. You have to be available and able to do this kind of thing. But also, you need to not get sick, because the healthcare system is not going to help you.
All right. Once you put your foot down and draw a boundary, you've established yourself as a threat. And someone with really weak psychology is going to deal with that different ways. And a really common way is lashing out. You got to just let it bounce off you, dude. They're going to call you a bitch, a snowflake, a pussy, a lefty, whatever the fuck. You got to just let it go right over your head, because it doesn't matter. It's not real. And then the last thing that I'll get into, let's assume that they want to actually start aggressing, right? They want to make you think that they're about to kick your ass, and maybe they intend to, okay? This is where your body language needs to be dialed.
Yeah, this
and
is
I'll
the
show
key
you
right here.
What that looks like. If you guys are both sitting and they stand up, you stand up. Exact same time, okay? The second you see them come out of your chair,
Do
you're coming
not
out.
let them close the distance on you.
Don't sit there fucking still hitting this and let them close the distance.
There you
on
go.
All right? You stand up right with them. If you've ever been to jail or like worked blue collar and seen guys get in each other's faces, you know they like to get chest to chest, right? And put their head right on your head. Do not let that happen, okay? Do not let a guy get close to you, all right? If he acts like he wants to close the distance on you, you go ahead and hit one of these. That's going to do two things, all right? One, from a fight perspective, you're establishing your range, right? And you're also following the words of Daddy Chael. I can't let you get close. That's real shit, okay? Take control of this distance in front of you. And if anybody encroaches into that distance, your right to defend yourself begins at that point, legally.
I don't know what the fuck Wick is on about, because Wick thinks that, like, Musk isn't the Nazi, so I have no idea what's going on over there, Mello. I mean, never hit the chin stroke in any pretty situation. I mean, like, it's not about the position you're in, it's about the body language that you're communicating. Get those MAGA dudes all hotted up and then shut them down. Maybe having to resort to using their hands will make an impact. They're not going to fight you.
know,
if
just
you
learn
do
how to
this,
fight, dude.
more than likely,
Go
they're not
some
going to fight
combat
you.
Sports training. Get your hands up. Understand.
Like, again, a woman can do this too. I'm sitting here, right? And guy over there stands up to try and close the distance. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold the fuck up. No, step the fuck back. You have your hand up, ready, here to throw a punch. You have your distance. Now, again, I'm not advocating for violence in any way. Do not do violence. But this is self-defense. You might need this one day, and it's important to learn How to. The vibe, so to speak. Exactly. You need to present the vibe. It's the same actually as discourse. We talk about we need to control the conversation. Do not let them have any of their points. You keep making the points. You keep pulling the goalposts like forward, back, whatever it is, right? You need to control the conversation. In a physical confrontational possibility, you need to control the vibe. If they feel like this is going to be a lot of effort, they might not try you. I never deny these MAGA dudes that which they want most from a woman. I mean, oh yeah, well, like, don't fuck them. But like, that's kind of the issue, right? They're all kind of incels because they can't get sex. This is why I did that entire debate on why we should have sex workers as part of healthcare, because half of these guys can't get laid or or even just like hug. They just want to hug, half of them. If you just hug one of these Nazis, I'm sure you can bring their brain back. It's just turned off because they have no empathy. And so that they just go like it's input output. They're a little fucking robot, right? If you teach them feelings, then maybe they'll change. Did you like it, Mello?
How to deal with that big adrenaline dump when it's cracking, because I'll tell you this, folks who see red, they end up on the ground throwing up about 30 seconds later because they let it all out emotionally, and that is so taxing on your nervous system. It's like you just ran a marathon.
It was insane, Mello.
But that goes both ways. If you want to...
So we care about bears now? I care about making the bears not violent. Yes, I do. That's the thing, right? Because they're fucked and it's not our fault, but we still have to fix it. And you know what? This video is going to go really, really deep into this. So I want to talk about how capitalism ruined individualism. We as a society, and this is not even about capitalism as a whole. My point here is we've gone too far into individualism, which is not a bad thing, but we still need community. And we don't have that anymore. No one talks to their neighbors. No one goes to community events. People don't go hang out at the library. There's like, most people don't vote in state level, like town elections. You need to get involved. You need to care. You need to spend time in your community and make connections, make relationships, learn about people, and be a part of the community. While you can still have your individualism, but the reason we lost this is because all of that community moved online. And when it's online, it does not produce the same effects to you that you need in your body as a real human interaction does. You can't hug somebody online. It doesn't feel the same. It can only produce a facsimile of what social interaction is like. A person is smart, people are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals. I mean, we can make them less dumb. That's the thing.
Individualism, an ideology that claims to be all about freedom, autonomy, liberty, and personal success. Doing what it is that you want without some overlord that you don't even respect telling you what to do. Self-reliant.
Wait, before we start this, Mello, you're from Wickstream, right? Is he still talking about Elon? Just out of curiosity? Because I mean, Elon's high as shit. And give me. Absolute Nazi. There's no denying it, and I don't care. I just wanted to point that out real quick.
Science, rationality, equality, self-determination, the development of the individual, and the examination of one's beliefs and biases with intent to seek the truth. Holding oneself as an individual to an ethical standard, knowing yourself and what you want, pulling yourself up by the bootstraps and disregarding literally everyone else because all that matters is me.
Yeah.
Who cares about others?
That's the mindset that we've created. That is the mindset of the vast majority of this country. Now, at the very, very base conscious level, maybe not. Maybe there's some other stuff in there that's clouding it. But the deeper you get, this is the fucking key to how people think right now. You can message her on Patreon and she'll reply eventually. Who?
About me. Oh God, how the fuck did we get here? I often see individualism framed as something that's completely antithetical
to be fair, I
and
haven't seen it
contradictory
yet.
to collectivism, and vice versa. Individualism is typically defined as an ideology that prioritizes individual needs over collective needs, sometimes at the expense of the collective, and collectivism is defined as the exact opposite, where
we need a
collective
middle
needs
ground.
trump individual needs, sometimes at the expense of the individual. I mean, even the framing of the two ideologies in the simple English Wikipedia article paints collectivism and individualism as mutually exclusive.
That's why they're outlawing
and
any ideas of
ethics.
individualism.
And usually,
their individualism is like the point. Simply, Steve, the more individualism there is, the less people interact with others and the easier they are to control and manipulate. The reason that half of the country believes in bullshit is because we don't talk to each other in person regularly, and so we believe what we believe, and then everyone else who doesn't believe what we believe is a fucking retard. That's the mindset we've created.
when someone discusses individualism, they typically either say that it's bad and collectivism is good, or the reverse, collectivism is bad and individualism is good. But are collectivism and individualism really at odds with each other? Do you really need to choose between what's good for individuals versus what's good for the collective? Does choosing to prioritize one ideology mean necessarily repressing the other? Can you have both at once? Is one better than the other? In this video, I'm going to try to answer all these questions, go over the origins of individualism as a concept, and argue that individualism and collectivism are both necessary and good, actually, and not mutually exclusive. And I'll discuss how the typical perspective of individualism means individual liberty and needs are more important than collective needs, or that collectivism means that collective needs are more important than individual needs is a construct of our current material conditions
absolutely. You're
and
correct,
ideological
Sorry, I
upbringing,
misunderstood.
rather than some sort of a priori truth about
I know
the
that this
nature
is
of
like some
reality.
academic
We
boring
love
shit,
talking
but
about
like
social constructs and the nature of reality on this channel, and that is what we will continue doing.
The nature of
Ideally, we
reality.
can take the good parts of each philosophy and throw out the garbage, especially the garbage of individualism, because as I'll argue in this video, though some degree of individualism is good and even necessary, individualism in its current form has many terrible contradictions that lead to terrible things. Also,
my neighbors are pro-Trump. Why would I talk to them? Don't talk about politics. Talk to them like a human being. Go and make friends with them. I don't care if they're Trump supporters. Make friends with them. Because that's how you change people. These people are angry at shit that they see from the beginning of the moment they wake up to the moment they go to bed. They're fucking flooded with scary shit that angers them, shit that makes them disgusted. It makes this they're primed to explode. If you talk to them like a human being, hang out with them, make friends with them, they are less likely, A, to spend as much time listening to the bullshit, B, more likely to question some ideas if you manage to engage with this person in a way that is positive for long enough, then maybe you can challenge an idea every now and again. But secondly, they feel better when you are a friend. They feel better when they are not alone. And so they are less afraid and less angry. You're de-priming it. You're turning off the bomb. You're the bomb squad in there with the bolt cutters, just trying to cut the right bolts, not the bolt, the right wire. They're warping into economic individualism, survival of the fittest, luckiest type. Yeah, exactly. We're going back to economic Darwinism. We just watched the explanation of what that was. Yeah, but that's the thing, simply, Steve. If you make friends with them, then they won't think that you're inhuman scum anymore. And if those neighbors are bad, then make friends with other neighbors. You don't live in a town with two other people in it. There are other people. Go into your community and become a person that is liked. Become a person that is known. Go to events. Go to a library and help them out. Go to your town hall and volunteer for some shit. Go and start an organization of people in your town that want to I don't know, go and do community gardening. People that want to go and clean trash that's left around. Do something in a community. Become a person that people know, and then A, you are now safer because they're more likely to protect you. B, your entire community is much happier and you have interaction between each. This will de-radicalize people. It's the only way forward. Now, you don't have to do it, but somebody does. It's the only way forward. And again, there's more people than just that one person. Make friends with somebody in your town. I don't care. Even if they hate you, go talk to the police. Go try and be friends. I've done it. That's how, do you know how no police ever bother me? Because I go up to them and I'm nice to them. I DM'd you a video for any circumstance that anyone thinks Elon did wasn't a Nazi salute. No, I think everyone in this channel pretty much agrees that it was a Nazi salute. I covered it pretty
of our material
pretty in
conditions.
depth.
But thank you. But I'll keep that for next time because someone
Where did
absolutely bring it up
individualism
again.
come from? Alexis de Tocqueville claimed to have coined the term individualism in the 1800s after going to the United States of America, which prompted him to write a book called
Over Time. Yes, Simply Steve. Being nice to them and creating a cooperative community where people in your community know each other. You know each other's names. You know Jessica down the block and Frank right across the street. And all of you are intertwined in a community. You do things. These people don't hate LGBT people the way you think they do. They hate them in a way of they're filled with lies and propaganda and they're scared. But if they meet, let's say, like a trans person that's passable, and one of like a business meeting, the guy that's your neighbor is at work. He has a business meeting, and the person he has a meeting with is a passable trans woman. He will not hate her. That won't come up in his head, more than likely. Some of them will. Some of them are fucking crazy and like, but the vast majority have this idea of what they're looking for, and if it's not that, then they don't think about it. It's like black people as well. A lot of Republicans will have no issue sitting with a black person and like eating dinner if they're dressed nice, but if they're wearing like basketball shorts and a like tank top, they're gonna think that these people are drug dealers. The same guy, it doesn't matter. It is your vibe and your appearance which creates these like perception of you and other people. If they hate LGBT people and they perceive you as a good person, they don't hate you. That's how it happens. That's how people work.
Democracy in America.
It's hard. It might not work, but like it's worth
1835
trying.
and 1840. To him, selfishness meant doing things for oneself at the expense of the collective good, whereas individualism was a very typical American social attitude, emphasizing personal independence, self-reliance, and the pursuit of one's own interests. Though he liked the fact that American individualism fostered a sense of personal freedom, initiative, and innovation among Americans, he claimed that one of the potential dangers was that it would also foster isolation from others, lead to alienation and the erosion of social ties and communal bonds, and create the potential for the homogenization of culture and tyranny of the majority.
Which is exactly what's
Alexis
happening.
de Tocqueville, however, did not frame this individualism as opposing collectivism. He recognized the value of individual freedom and autonomy and the importance of social cohesion for creating a society that's capable of addressing collective issues and promoting the common good. It's hard to say who was actually the first person to ever claim that individualism and collectivism are inherently at odds with one another, especially because prior to the 1800s, many philosophers discussed both collectivism and
I'm
individualism.
going to keep calling them out for what they are and keep letting them know, yeah, I'm going to fight. I mean, you can do that too. And again, if they're not receptive, then it's not worth your time. But there are other people in your community. You still should go out and become a member of the community. That's the point here. If one of them is like too far gone, they're too far gone. I don't give a fuck about the ones that are too far gone. There's tons of people who have no idea what they're thinking. They have no idea what's going on. They don't think. They think that they think, but they don't think. That's the vast majority of America. You can fix that by talking to them. Now, again, some of them won't, but be safe. Find a situation where, there's someone that you don't like, but you can talk to them and just try. Have one conversation with them where you just don't talk about anything political. Talk about sports. I don't know. Talk about art. Find an interest that they like. Talk about games. Talk about your community. Be like, hey, wouldn't it be nice if we had like a community garden in that empty lot where we can grow like food and stuff because, food prices are getting more expensive. We could probably grow some cucumbers, lettuce, tomatoes over there and get them on board. They get them in a community. You de-radicalize a cult this way. It's a cult. How do you fix cult behavior? By integrating them out of the cult slowly. That's, I don't know what else to tell you. You don't have to do it, but someone does.
Individualism as intertwined concepts. Like in Plato's time, philosophers talked about both the individual and the collective in their works and didn't really frame them as these opposing forces. Like, so much so that right-wing libertarians can't decide if Plato is one of them. He talks about the individual and having individual autonomy, therefore he must be an individualist like us. But he also talks about the collective and having a collectivist society for the upper
I'm
classes.
just waiting
so maybe
for
he's
them
a
to drink the punch.
totalitarian and a
The thing is, they're not drinking the punch. They're feeding it to you.
statist. But he also doesn't care about the poor that much. So like,
I really do
what is he?
understand your
They really
mindset,
can't
man.
figure it
I
out.
do.
I mean, philosophy's debatable and
What
whatever.
about spreading awareness to normies that issue seems more delicate? I've been saying this for a while. 84 million registered voters didn't vote this year. And I don't necessarily believe we're going to have a free and fair election again in 2026. For an unknown amount of time, elections are going to be hard. But there is a lot of people in this country, 150 million people, who didn't vote, don't care about politics, don't pay attention, and are being radicalized by social media constantly online. Go and help them. If you can get people off their phone for an hour, you have done immeasurable good to the world. That's it. It's really that simple.
But like, I would argue
As a
that
starting
no one
point,
was a
yeah.
right-wing libertarian in ancient Greece, because the whole point of it is
And that's what I
upholding
mean by like
capitalist
make
property relations with
yourself known in the community. There's a lot of normies. Go talk to them. Get them on board. Get them to help you with, I don't know, building a garden, building a safe zone, a homeless shelter. I don't know, whatever you want to do. Something that your community needs that you can think of. Try and implement it with the help of others in your community. And some of them won't be useful, but some of them will. People like this stuff. They just don't know that they do. It's like the people who go into a shop and they get uncomfortable when the clerk comes up and says, "How can I help you?" You want that, but you don't know that you do. You don't think that you do. And again, in that case, you should absolutely say something nice to that clerk, like compliment their hair, their shoes, whatever, because it'll make their day.
without a state.
You need social
And
interaction in
capitalist
person.
property relations didn't exist back then, and neither did nation states. You can't really be like, we should get rid of the thing that doesn't exist yet. But whatever. As far as framing individualism and collectivism as having some sort of inherent tension between the two goes, there was one philosopher who you probably learned about in history class at some point, at least if you're in the US, who discussed this. In 1762, French political philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau published The Social Contract, in which he argued that to have true freedom and equality and other Enlightenment values, individuals need to give up some individual liberties to the collective will of the community, the
true.
general will, as he called it. But he wasn't like, you can only pick one, individualism or collectivism. Choose wisely,
You
because
need
one of
to
them
be in the middle.
is really bad. His take was more like, societies are built upon a social contract to a collective authority, and though you need to give up a few individual freedoms for it, like you can't just go out and stab your enemies, you get nice things out of it, like mutual protection and social order and stability. So you're ultimately better off.
What I'm trying
upholding
to
this-
tell you to do is basically, in an anarchist way, create a social contract within your community. Not an anarchist community, just you're using tactics of anarchism to create a social contract because you don't talk to these people. You don't know these people. So you have to create that contract. You have to create that relationship. I'm a collectividual. I like that too. A collectividual.
social
You need the middle
contract and the
ground.
common good. He also proposed that this process of figuring out what the general will is would require participatory democracy. During the French Revolution in 1879, Rousseau wrote in the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen that the law is the expression of the general will. All citizens have the right to contribute personally or through their representatives to its formation. It must be the same for all, whether it protects or punishes. All citizens, being equal in its eyes, are equally admissible to all public dignities, positions, and employments according to their capacities,
Mutualism, that's
and
the
without
word.
any other distinction than that of their virtues and their talents. I don't think that ideal really panned out after the French Revolution, though. But the spirit was there. They tried. I mean, they're French. They can't help it. I joke. Why do I keep making fun of the French? I
Because
literally
it's
took
fun.
French in high school, but I
Very
also
fun.
learned it from an Egyptian, so maybe that has something to do with it. Okay, moving on. Rousseau was at least the first Enlightenment philosopher to claim that you had to give up some individual liberties in favor of the general will, which I guess is kind of true because you shouldn't be allowed to do things that hurt people or the collective with zero consequences.
The
But-
idea that mutual dependency is a necessity to social well-being, and that's the point here. You need yourself to have the thing. Like I say this all the time. It's liberation of the individual
through liberation of the collective, because what's good for the individual is good for the collective, and what's good for the collective is good for the individual.
If your idea of having individual freedom means
You just
the
need
freedom
to have a
hurt people, that
cooperative
sounds like a pretty
community.
big problem. But
That's
I
your
guess
job
white
to
people
build.
really needed to be told that, particularly the French, especially given how gnarly their colonization of Africa was, which came after the Enlightenment and after the French Revolution. But apparently, liberté, fraternité, égalité doesn't apply to you unless you're French. That's why I make fun of the French. But anyway, given that the term individualism originated from de Tocqueville, 420 Blaze It? But anyway, given that the term individualism originated from de Tocqueville in the 1800s,
I never get to
when
do
Rousseau
that.
wasn't even alive anymore, we know that Rousseau definitely didn't speak in terms of individualism versus collectivism. 2. The Industrial Revolution, its consequences,
Sorry, mate.
and
It's too
Nietzsche.
fun. 10 seconds, though. Not too bad.
Millie! You've been blessed by Millie. In theory, an ideology that supports and prioritizes the liberties
Where's
of the
fucking
individual
Frank? Oh, he's sleeping in the box. Cool.
is great. Everyone deserves autonomy over their body, their life, their intellect, their values, their career path, and so on. But how did we go from the Enlightenment ideals of progress, fraternity, equality, and liberty espoused by people like Rousseau to the modern pull yourself up by the bootstraps mentality? De Tocqueville predicted that American individualism would lead to isolation, alienation, and the erosion of social ties and communal bonds, and create a homogenized culture. But when did that actually come to pass? Also, clearly, collectivism and individualism were not always framed as two conflicting ethics. So when did that start?
Yeah, that's the thing. There's a lot of great YouTube channels on gardening for home, cheap cooperative community, shared food. You can learn this stuff. And honestly, you should probably download some of those videos before they disappear off YouTube. All of the media is owned by the oligarchy. Remember, we're watching this on YouTube. We're watching something that would harm the owner of YouTube. And there is no law to stop them now. So, you know, we have to pay attention to what's happening. We have to prepare. This is what my whole stream has been about today, is get yourself ready. Learn how to defend yourself. Learn how to grow in a community. Learn how to blend in. Learn how to fight back.
Obviously had to be after individualism became a term, so at least in the mid-1800s. So we're going to talk about some philosophers from around that time, as well as the material conditions that inspired their work.
The bootstraps was
ideologues
satire,
of any particular
but like
time
now it's
period
not.
reflect
It's the
and
entire
describe
culture.
their material conditions. They don't create them. They also don't invent the ideologies and ideas they espouse out of thin air. Ideas don't just magically appear in a vacuum, but are a product of one's material conditions. So let's go over the material conditions of the time first. The first industrial revolution, lasting from around 1760 to 1840, marked a major shift from agrarian economies to industrial economies based on manufacturing and mechanized production. People went from making a living by tilling land or creating artisan crafts to now working in factories powered by steam engines and later electricity.
We've talked about this before when we were reading Marx. Your labor used to be separate based on what your labor was for. And they just made one big coagulated human labor lump. And now all of your labor is considered the same. Whether you work in a factory, that's the same amount of labor as being a doctor. Because your labor is based on the time you spend, not the amount of labor that you do. This did not used to be this way. This is a way of them controlling you as well as stealing from you. Your labor is not just based on the amount of time you take to produce your final goal. Your labor is infused with not only the time that you take to make it, but the time of the ingredients that go into this. Like any item, this shirt is infused like a magic crystal for any of you crystal mommies. With human labor. It is the product of it. It is imbued in it. And back in the past, before the Industrial Revolution, the amount of labor that went into this shirt was different than the amount of labor that would go into a jacket. Now it's all the same labor. It's all coagulated. It's all undefined. And that means that you don't get to have more pay for your job. You don't have special
time restrictions, and you don't get anything out of this. It only puts you into a system of they can steal from you. Your labor is based on what? The minimum wage? They're literally robbing you. They are robber barons.
Leading to a specialization and division of labor. Technological advances in communication, like the telegraph, and in transportation, like the steamship and railroads, led to the expansion of trade, communication, and interconnectedness between different regions of the world. Philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche was born in 1844 in the German part of Prussia. The Industrial Revolution in Germany happened from around 1815 to 1835, so Nietzsche was born into a world where industrialization had occurred and global capitalism and colonialism already reigned supreme. Capitalism had shown itself to be a superior and more progressive system compared to feudalism, with its development of productive forces and erosion of feudal restrictions like serfdom and feudal land ownership.
Base name.
Instead of being beholden to the guy that owned the plot of land you had to till, individuals were now able to make transactions, accumulate wealth, and do whatever they wanted without some feudal lord telling them what to do. There was more stuff coming in from more places than ever before, so you could make even more transactions. Though Nietzsche also didn't explicitly talk in terms of individualism versus collectivism, he did discuss the difference between two moralities that he called master and slave morality, which is kind of similar, and Nietzsche inspired individualist theorists like the ideological garbage can that is Ayn Rand. So, according to Nietzsche, in what he called...
I try to say howdy neighbor, nice day, he's just gonna say fuck off, fuck you. Like, if that's your neighbor, where they're just immediately hostile to you, fuck them, don't worry about them. Do you have other neighbors? Do you live in a town that just 2 people? Go talk to the other ones. There are nice ones. And again, it's vibe. You have to go in there with a kind vibe. You have to treat them like they're children. You're gentle parenting a child who will have a temper tantrum because they have no ability to be uncomfortable. This is the entire key of the right wing. They can't feel uncomfortable and not do something about it. They can't be introspective and figure out why they're uncomfortable. They can't do critical thinking to solve the issue. They just need to react immediately to whatever's making them uncomfortable to make it go away. That's their entire problem. So if you act like they're children, then you can fix them. Some of them. That's how all MAGA people are. If you're LGBT, your hate is up front and center. Then don't be like, how do they know that you're LGBT just by looking at you? Is it like, do you have like blue hair or something? Because that doesn't, you can get past that initial reaction. It's not impossible. It's just some of them will instantly go on the defensive. They're not worth going for. Go talk to other ones. Okay, you don't have to hide it. I'm just saying, are you visibly queer? Like first glance, like if I looked at you in person, would my first, I mean, to be fair, I have a good gaydar, but like, would I immediately clock you as queer? Because if that's a yes, that's also not a problem. It just means you have to be extra nice to them. Okay, so be nice. Go bring them something. Go bake some cupcakes and go around your town and maybe like offer some of your neighbors like 1 or 2. Have a conversation with them. It's much easier, by the way, to have them cool down if you bring them something, if you give them a treat. This is all human psychology.
Master morality, the basis of what is good or moral is defined by powerful and dominant individuals who create their own values based on their own self-interest and dominance over others. Basically, a morality that is defined by the ruling class. Meanwhile, what Nietzsche calls the slave morality is based on a reaction to the master morality, or ressentiment, as he calls it.
Nietzsche was kind of right here.
Basically, according to Nietzsche, the working class thinks that the ruling class, with their master morality, are kind of douchebags and clearly the cause of all the working class's problems. So the working class rejects and devalues the ruling class's master morality in favor of their own morality that is based on that rejection. To Nietzsche, slave morality is pessimistic, cynical, and vilifies the ruling class.
Yeah, like what you're saying to me is slave morality. Why the cat get divorced? He was a what? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Rather than valuing dominance, power, doing whatever you want, it rejects the morality of the masters and instead values humility, compassion, meekness, obedience. What is good is defined by what is good for the community oppressed by the powers that be. not for the individual who's in power and doing the oppressing. In valuing all these qualities, the subservient working class can also claim that they
I don't know
adopted
what
this
cat you're
morality
talking about. I guess I
willingly,
missed it. I must have been talking when she mentioned the cat or something.
rather than having these qualities forced onto them by the ruling class. Nietzsche believed that we need to move towards a third morality rather than adhering to either of the two. Nietzsche had critiques of master morality, like that it could lead to a lack of empathy and the potential for cruelty. But
Which is where we are, by the way. The ruling class, the billionaires, they have master morality. They think of us like we're children. Oh wow, we're talking about my guy Nietzsche. I mean, Nietzsche was stinky. He was not a good person. He was just right about some stuff. He's an interesting guy. I like Nietzsche.
He really hated slave morality, believing
weird
that led
as fuck,
to a
though.
herd mentality that
hated
suppresses
women so
individuality
much.
and what he called the will to power, which, according to Nietzsche, is a drive that all humans have to assert themselves, express their individuality, realize.
By the way, I do believe this is real. And when people ask me, like when I say I want a moneyless society, that would be my ideal, which obviously is not going to happen in my lifetime. They ask, why would people ever work? This is why. The drive humans have to assert themselves and realize their potential. They would do what they wanted to do because they want to do it. They would create. People are innately creative. Our brains are pattern-making machines. If we have the time and ability to think, relax, to work on issues that we care about, work on projects that we want to do, without having to worry about rent, food, healthcare, people will create amazing things. Just because.
Their potential
Good
and
for
seek
them, it's good for the
dominance over
community.
others. He considered socialist thought to be an outgrowth of slave morality, probably because he thought having a class society was actually a good thing, and maybe
Yeah, this is
didn't
where we
actually
disagree.
want a secret third morality for every single individual. Alice Malone's article, Elizabeth's Nietzsche, discusses in great detail how Nietzsche's sister, Elizabeth Forster, who is often claimed to have inserted her supposed proto-Nazi ideology into Nietzsche's works after his death, actually did the opposite and took Nietzsche's, at times, eugenicist, anti-Semitic, and white supremacist rhetoric out of his works. But it's no surprise that his rhetoric was like that, given that his ideology necessitated the existence of a ruling class, and a working class whose exploitation allows the ruling class to have leisure time. In the article, Malone pulls from Nietzsche's writing to showcase this. Nietzsche upheld the creation of art as the purpose of existence. Moreover, he believed that only those organisms that lived lives of leisure were capable of creating art.
I don't agree here. Only those organisms that lived lives of leisure were capable of creating art. I disagree with this entirely. But the idea of the purpose of existence is to create art, that I do kind of agree with, depending on your definition of art. My question is, do people on Twitch suffer now from algo brain, meaning their attention spans are so short they can't have a hard time conceptualizing things? I mean, if it means anything, it seems like it's not affecting me too much right now. I mean, like, my viewership keeps dropping and coming back depending on what we're watching, but this has bored people in parts, and then people have come back in other parts, so I don't know.
His worldview thus necessitates the existence
This
of an
is why I don't
enslaved
scroll
class.
on social media.
Accordingly, we must accept this cruel-sounding truth that slavery is of the essence of culture, a truth, of course, which leaves no doubt as to the absolute value of existence.
See, this is what I call retard socialism. They get so close to the real ideas, and then they turn the other way for some fucking reason.
Truth is the vulture that gnaws at the liver of the Promethean promoter of culture. The misery of toiling men must still increase in order to make the...
This isn't always true. Some MAGA people are really into femboys and trans men and pretend not to hear the conservatives saying about LGBT people. This makes femboys and trans men the most capable of de-radicalizing frustrated bisexual men from the resentment of women's bodies, gradually obvious over time. I quit using Grindr because I'm fed up with how often these guys get on there and finding out their views over pillow talk. Ugh. Yeah, look, I do understand that. That is true. That is genuine. Like, Nick Fuentes. Fucking femboy, loves femboys, loves trans women as well. I think fuck Destiny. Like, these people, these crazy ass radicalized MAGA brain, Nazi brain, whatever it is. The Christian nationalists you can't fix. Fuck them, leave them alone. They're insane. The Christian nationalists literally think that Jesus is about to come down and like start the rapture. But the people who are not religiously insane
This was that whole point of that debate. I wish I could have made the fucking points that I wanted to make of, yes, this is how you can de-radicalize people. You can use conversation, touch, hold hands to help de-radicalize these people. A lot of them just want to talk to you. What's up, Comedy? Yeah, Destiny fucked Nick and made my brain explode. I just kind of was like, okay.
The production of the world of art possible.
It's taboo, repressed, self-hating fuckwits who take their self-hatred out. That's the entire Republican Party. Being a conservative is built on insecurity. Being a Nazi is built on sexual insecurity. Everything comes from that. Everything comes from, I'm afraid of women. I'm afraid that women don't like me. I don't have enough control. I'm afraid that a black guy's gonna fuck my wife. I'm afraid that I will be replaced because I'm not good enough. That is the entire foundation of the right wing. They all feel terrified like that. And if you can reach that part of them, you have to work to it, obviously, because it's deep, deep, deep down. And you take that fear away from them of, hey, no, look, you matter. This is a community. All of us need to put in together, and all of us matter just as much as the others. There is no such thing as equal. We are all just doing our best, to each according to their ability, to each according to their needs. Or rather, I don't really like needs, I would say, to each according to their wants. Because that is the key to fixing the... I've done this before. I have done this before. I have de-radicalized people before. It's hard, it takes time, but that's the crux. It's like a little lock in the middle that you have to get to and lockpick, like a Skyrim game, and then open it. And suddenly, these people start to fucking cry. They break down. Their entire reality is shattered. They realize that they've been lied to for decades. And they cry, and you sit there and you talk to them and you hold their hand and you hug them and you show them that they are a worthy human of like existing. And then they start to actually engage with you in a way that's not insane. Interesting channel, but it's way too late here. Germany, you gotta go back to sleep. Wait, Germany, before you leave, are you still here? Because I want to show you something. I was hoping for a German in my chat to show this to. Please be here, because it's very funny. Hell yeah.
Das ist eine Unverschämtheit. Haben Sie...
This is the fun. Hassan showed this, and this is so fucking funny.
Nazi.
Wie bitte? Haben Sie mich gerade als Nazi beschimpft?
Na, Sie sind doch einer.
Das ist eine Unverschämtheit. Nur weil ich in der NSDAP und in der SS bin, bin ich noch lange kein Nazi. Wahrscheinlich bin ich auch noch rechtsextrem, oder was?
Ja, aber was sollen Sie denn sonst sein?
Ich bin vielleicht ein besorgter Bürger, der Angst vor Überfremdung hat. Aber ich bin...
Wait. Ja.
Nicht rechts. Und ich bin erst recht kein Nazi. Sie da? Sehe ich etwa wie ein Nazi aus?
If you know this, then you know it. It's very funny, though.
Nö, würde ich jetzt nicht sagen.
I saw it the first time this
Na,
morning.
sehen Sie? Aber der ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, hm? Nazis, lauter Nazis. Wenn einem die Argumente ausgehen, dann holt man schnell mal die
This is what's happening to all of us. This is
Das hat doch
our
nichts mit
reality.
Nazi-Keule zu tun.
Sie machen sich das Leben sehr einfach.
None
Nur
of
weil
them were
jemand die Mainstream-Meinung
honest, because
nicht
they
teilt,
can't-
ist er gleich ein
They don't believe
Nazi.
anything.
Aber Nazi sein ist doch längst Mainstream. Ihr Nationalsozialisten seid an der Macht.
Ach ja, ich vergaß. In Ihrer Welt sind ja alle Nazis.
Nazis,
Der Führer
Nazis,
ist wahrscheinlich
Nazis,
für Sie
ever.
auch ein Nazi, was?
Well, yeah.
Ja?
Jetzt reicht's aber.
Insulting the Führer?
Führerbeleidigung. Mitkommen.
Das sind jetzt über...
Ja, ich weiß. Nazi-Methoden.
This is the reality that they want to bring to the United States. This is the reality that we're in. Look at what happened with Elon Musk. Thank you, Kamadip, for staying for that, because I just love that video. Oxpecker, you're so right. Every single day, there's somebody with a right-wing history that's on the very tip of changing their minds. All they need is a little bit of a push. All they need is a little bit of a push. And you can give that to them by engaging with them. So, like, Headless Chicken. The last time I spoke to my brother about politics, I had to dodge a punch. Don't talk to your brother about it then. Go out and talk to a random stranger. Go, make a friend. Make a friend in your community. Thank you for the follow. You can do this. This is how we change. And again, self-defense. In the Discord, I have resources for
how to like protect yourself, what you should be doing, how to build a first aid kit in a protest. They're going to kill millions of people, and we are the only ones that can stop them. Nobody is coming to save us. Nothing is conditioned forever, Anthony. Nothing. Nothing is conditioned forever. Everything can be changed.
To a small number of Olympian men. The Greek state, 1871.
They're trying damn hard, yeah, but they want you to feel powerless right now. They want you to feel like it's too late, like they're too conditioned, like you can't. They want you to give the fuck up because they don't want the same thing that happened last time, where there was protests for every single thing that they did, and like we slowed down the progress. Do it again and do it harder.
Heats throughout his work. A higher culture can only originate when there are two distinct castes of society. That of the working class and that of the leisured class, who are capable of...
This is what they want. They want you to be the working class and them be the leisure class. They already are, by the way.
True leisure.
This is where we are.
Or, more strongly expressed, the caste of compulsory labor and the caste of free labor. The point of view of the division of happiness is
by the way, we have free labor. Remember, just like a week ago, we heard about free workers versus incarcerated workers. We heard an incarcerated worker talking about, oh, the free firefighters. That is the society that we are currently in.
Not essential when it is a question of the production of a higher
Nietzsche
culture.
Is insane, Anthony.
In any case, however,
he has some good points, but you do know that like he is not a good person, right?
Leisured caste is more susceptible to suffering and suffer more.
You can separate
their pleasure
the two,
in
but, like,
existence is
he's not a
less,
good
and their
person.
task is greater. Human, all too human, 1878. It's giving Elon Musk simp. Nietzsche was the original Elon Musk simp.
True.
He deserves his wealth because like he works like so hard. He does whatever he wants. He creates things. He's such an ubermensch.
Well, again, remember what they're building right now, because I know a lot of you weren't here at the very beginning. So this is the system that they're trying to build. So you have to understand that we have to build community in a way that is
their best behavior.
Not
the police
not able to be destroyed by this, not able to be controlled by this, be able to get around this system.
Their best behavior.
This is what the $500 billion to AI is going to.
Everything that's going on.
One more time.
Will be on their best. We're constantly recording, watching, and recording everything that's going on.
Big brother.
Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on, and it's unimpeachable. The cars have cameras on them. I think we have a squad car here someplace.
I mean, I'm not a commie, but I want a community.
Those kind of applications.
I'll have a community with commies.
AI, if we can use AI, and we're using AI to monitor the video. So if that altercation that occurred in Memphis, the chief of police would be immediately notified.
They're going to have AI cameras watching you and reporting you to the police. Like, you need community. We cannot survive on our own. Throughout history, anytime there was a civilization that was controlled by the wealthy, the powerful, the French Revolution, any monarchy, how did the people stay alive? By working together, by talking to each other, by helping each other when they need to, because they know that when they need help, someone else will help them. I live in a place that went 85% Trump. Jesus Christ. Like, they can make you do things preposterous. They can. No, absolutely. You go to work, they make you do things. You live in a system that has totalitarian aspects when it comes to work, when it comes to your labor. And that continues off of the labor into the rest of your life.
Right? You're just complaining because you're jealous that he's so much better than you. Like, why don't you start your own company? I was actually really into Nietzsche as a kid, like when I was 18 and I read his works in my ethics class. I was like, yeah. That's
why when I see people into anarcho-capitalism, what I see is I just fell out of the alt-right pipeline, but I'm too stubborn to tell the lefties I've been arguing with for years that maybe I was in fact wrong. No. The ANCAPs are exactly the same as the right wing. Look at Argentina. Argentina is ruled by an ANCAP who implemented literally Project 2025. He came to America. He asked the Heritage Foundation for help. They gave him the book for Project 2025. He went home. He implemented most of it, and poverty went up 50%.
onto something. And he did
They're
mention
all-
that we need
they're
to
all
move
basically
past
the same.
master and slave morality
Libertarians.
and create a secret third type of morality that values creativity and the affirmation of life. But given his belief that there must be a ruling leisured class and a toiling working class, he meant that the expression of one's individuality and will to power were only possible for the ruling class. Not every single individual
It's
will get
okay,
access
Headless Chicken. Everyone's welcome here unless they're a Nazi.
to this new morality that allows them to be truly themselves, be creative, and live life according to their own values. I think the reason Nietzsche's works have been so popularized historically is because despite his supposed desire for everyone to create art and live life how they want to, his ideology ultimately upholds the capitalist status quo and justifies having a ruling class that has access to leisure time just because they own the stuff required to perform labor.
I think it would work okay, but I still think that the system that, like, if we go back to what type of, when has the system been okay in America? Like a time period, FDR? If we go back to FDR, there is nothing that you can change that will prevent this from happening other than getting rid of capital. I'm sorry, but the existence of capital begs the existence of the capital class. That's what happens. If you have money, then some people will have more money. Back in the Golden Age, people survived by the strength of their communities, whether it was their church or their union or their Elks Club. Exactly, Sundry Clown Corn. That's what I'm trying to say, because we don't have that anymore. We don't have third spaces, right? We don't have a place where people can just go and hang out and be themselves comfortably in public, not in their homes, outside, have an activity to do. That all comes from community. New systems are needed. I mean, again, my system is not going to happen in our lifetime, but I'd like to work towards it. The idea, it should just be cooperation in a community. Just make friends, work together. All of you eventually will become one solidified community. If you don't like people in the community, that's fine. Not everyone's going to like each other, but you will be civil and you will still work together and you will still help each other. Whether they started off as MAGA that hates you and you're queer or not, eventually that's where it goes to if they can be de-radicalized. And most of them can.
The means of production, while working class people have to sell their labor to the ruling class for a wage to stay alive. He was like, we need a secret third type of morality while maintaining the same exact relations of production. And stop complaining about capitalism, it makes you look weak. I suspect Nietzsche's master-slave morality dichotomy was also one of the earlier instances where collectivism and individualism were framed as being at odds with each other, in the sense that what is good for the working class proletarian collective is not good for the ruling class bourgeois individual.
Currency exchange is different than capital.
As we said earlier, ideologues don't just magically create ideas in a vacuum, but reflect the ideas of a given time based on the material conditions of that time. And given Nietzsche's material conditions of being born into a newly industrialized nation with a ruling owning class and a working class, he was likely just observing the moralities of the classes from his own petite bourgeois perspective.
Which is the same that we're doing here, Headless Chicken. Currency exchange and capital are not the same thing. You can have currency, but not capital. Capital is when you own the means of production. You own something that will create more money without you putting labor into it that everyone else does not also have access to. That's what capital is. It's stocks, it's a home, it's a business. These are capital because they can be rented, they can be sold, they can produce goods and get you money. They can, like stocks, all that should be illegal. Yeah. So like personal property, all that's fine. You can still go buy stuff, like all of your stuff's still yours. It's just capital comes from private property. And private property and personal property are difficult to distinguish, but it's basically anything that's in your house or in your car or on you, or you can buy, like, oh, that's fine. You just can't own a business. You can't own the means of production. Learn from the past, but move forward. Looking back is a great way to see change is scary, like the serfs gaining rights. Well, like, again, you can learn from looking back. Libertarian socialism was popular in Spain. It was they got all murdered by the Leninists and the Trotskyists in the Russian Revolution, but they were also there. They had a successful, like, once the revolution happened, the libertarian socialists were quite happy, successful, living in communes further away from the capital. It's just Trotsky had them killed. So we can learn from this, and things do work. The one thing that I know, forget everything. I'm a fucking idiot. Forget everything. The one thing that I know for sure is that people want physical connection. People want emotional connection. People want to feel like you give a shit and that they want to give a shit about something. And the way to build that is by working together and continuing that process, adding more people into it, building more things. That's how society has always worked. It's just we've lost this ability because we've become so individualized, which is the point of this video, that we only think about other people in the context of ourselves. A better description is like cyberpunk games, but completely misunderstand the point and think corpos are cool. Essentially, half of them are confused edgelords, and this is where I was at a short time before I started watching Vosh. No, literally, that is true. And the one thing that I dislike about like comparisons to cyberpunk is the corpos don't fight each other. Vosh said this too. I saw him say it today, actually. I was just checking to see what everyone was talking about. He was talking about cyberpunk. So funny enough that you bring that up. But the corpos all work together. You can't turn them against each other. It is a giant system meant to fuck you. That's what exists. It's the same people that misunderstand Bioshock, yeah. Learn from looking back, but don't ignore the flaws of the past. Fuck off rose-tinted glasses. That was the original definition of conservatism. Modern conservatives are fucking radical. The original definition of libertarianism was mine. It was socialist. It was anarchist socialist theory. But now libertarianism is basically just Nazism.
3. Capitalism ruined individualism. We're all products of our environment, which I have a whole video.
Headless chicken, I didn't see your question. So if I decide to open a restaurant in my little town out here, who pays for it? You do, and your community does if you want to, or you can pull money together, you know? That's like, you don't really need any. There is no, my personal ideal government, which is not going to happen again, does not have a state. There's no state. There's a there is a superstructure of a bureaucracy that does not have power, but is elected to send messages to other parts of the bureaucracy, just to keep the entire collective informed about what's going on, to engage with trade negotiations. That bureaucracy exists, but it has no power over the communities. It just does what they're told to do. And they could also, you could use that system to ask for money from some other part of the country, and they will send you the money. It's a complicated system to explain in like 10 seconds, so we're not going to go into libertarian socialism. Let's finish with why individualism is too, like, why is it destroying our society?
And Nietzsche was absolutely a product of his. He was also in a similar environment to Karl Marx, who was born only 26 years before him, and Friedrich Engels, my favorite Friedrich, who was born 24 years before Nietzsche. All of them were born in the German part of Prussia. Nietzsche wrote about what he observed and how he interpreted those observations, a morality of the ruling class and a morality of the working class. Marx and Engels, however, didn't just observe. They acknowledged the contradictions that were arising from capitalism, including the contradiction of class struggle, which was inherent to capitalism, and all the systems that led up to it, and gave us an aim to work towards, that of a classless, stateless, moneyless society. According to Marx, the philosophers have hitherto only interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it.
You want a cat?
Under capitalism, the ruling bourgeois...
She's correct, though. Want to come say hi? Sorry, guys. Cat doesn't want to say hi. I have to pee. I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave the screen on so maybe you can see the cat.
I'm leaving Twitch and I'm okay with it. It was a really fun place for a time. Are you not gonna watch anymore? Are you gonna hop on YouTube? Because, like, the thing is, all these social media companies are using your, like, they're stealing your attention span. I don't scroll on any social media except for Twitter for work. Like, that's it. When I get up in the morning and I'm getting ready for stream, I look at Twitter. That's the only time I scroll social media. I don't like to, like, any of it. It's all harmful to you in every possible way. But at the same time, we do need it. It's our only way of getting the message out. It's our only way of explaining things like this to people who haven't heard it before. And like, I thought of this concept just like a second ago. If you're looking to like create a community, right? Like I said, having a cupcake or a pastry or something when you knock on someone's door, thank you, helps them feel less defensive so that you can talk to them more. Maybe like you can just start a book club. Just go to a couple neighbors, be like, hey guys, I've been thinking a lot, like we don't have any community engagement. Everyone's online now. Like people will love this idea and be like, hey, so like I just wanted to like bring some like pastries around, see if you guys want any. I'm gonna do a book club Thursday night, and if you guys would like to join, you can come join. You can do things like this. You can start a D&D group, whatever you want. Go knock on doors with something. Just, you don't even need the something. It's just that makes it easier. But you can create this in your own life.
Class who owns the means of production wants to exploit and squeeze as much labor out of the working proletarian class as possible for as little money as possible to maximize profits, while the working class simply wants access to the individual
love this
liberties
community.
that capitalism, particularly economic liberalism, promised them. Marx and Engels never explicitly said individualism bad, as far as I'm aware, but in the Communist Manifesto, they did critique the fact that the capitalist system replaced the previous feudal social relations with a system based on egotistical calculation, brutal exploitation, and callous cash payment.
This is where we are. Marx was right. We're in that situation right now.
The alienation
and I don't even think he was right about everything.
Produced, alienating humans from the product of their labor, the labor process itself, other humans, and their own human essence and creative potential. According to Marxist sociologist Dr. Eric Olin Wright, capitalism produces competitive individualism, which arises from the fact that in a capitalist society,
also guys, please go and like the
companies
YouTube stream because that really helps
to attain the highest market share, be the best in the industry, and earn the most profits, which ultimately changes social relations for the worse. Because of this material reality, some particular social norms arise, like measuring one's self-worth through comparison with others and basing one's morality upon one's ability to be self-reliant. And because of that, solidarity and community are seen as important.
They're dead. Like we've passed that point. Solidarity and community are functionally dead. There's so few people that do. You see those people that go out to the protest, right? Like the day before the inauguration, there was the giant protest. None of those people, when they go home, will actually try. That was their praxis, and that's not enough. It's not enough.
Only within limited contexts, like
you need to do
within the context of a
work.
family unit, for example, but not an entire class or an entire country. Basically, capitalism creates competitive individualism and alienation and changes social relations for the worse. Because of the lack of solidarity and community for those not directly connected to us in some way, individualism in its current form does not mean supporting the individuation, creative drive, and self-actualization of every individual and believing everyone deserves leisure time to pursue those things. Put a pin in that because we will talk.
That doesn't sound healthy, Oxpecker, but you know, you do what you do. But like, understand, we are in a place where everybody only wants what's best for them. And that's forced on you. Understand, like, here's the issue, right? Of being part of a rebellion group. How many of the people around you would sell you out for money? How many people are dying, broke, starving to death, and they are doing solidarity with you, but then someone offers them some money to turn on you? And then they turn on you. This is individualism. This is, I think about myself over the community. And
That's a risk. That's a real risk. There's a reason why there's no left-wing militias, because they get infiltrated by the fucking CIA and the right-wing Nazi militias, and then they gone into the camps. You need to be able to trust the people next to you, to trust the people around you. And to build that trust, you need to engage with them regularly. You need to make them, like, you need to trust them and they need to trust you. And like, if it works, Oxpecker. How many people are the Macca's workers who sold out Luigi? So here's the thing, Preposterous. I don't think anyone sold out Luigi. I think they used the system that we watched Larry Ellison talking about, that they're currently building, that parts of it exist. That's how they call it Luigi. It's the AI cameras everywhere.
Talk about that way more later. Instead, the individualism we have under capitalism is one that harms the collective, because members of the bourgeois ruling class are allowed to do whatever they want without being held accountable, including pollute, exploit the working class, destroy the environment, even stage coups in some cases.
Loyalty also has consequences. Having a tribe-like mentality. I don't want a tribe-like mentality. I don't want that. That's not what I'm saying. You need to trust the people next to you in your community, but it's not a tribe. Like, the proletariat is global. Every single person that is in the working class is my brother, my sister, my NB. Like, that's the mentality that I want to create. Is we are all one and they are one. It's up versus down. It's the working class, the proletariat, against the bourgeois, the billionaire class. I'm like, thank you. I'm not trying to, like, build communism here. I just want you to, I don't know, think about how you engage with other people. Oh, Naomi Klein, nice. Yeah, I like Naomi Klein. You should read that. And thank you, Preposterous. I really appreciate it. Or Anonymous. Anonymous, I really appreciate it. The human brain absolutely does think like that, Anthony Bishop. The human brain is trained to not think like that. That's the issue. Like, naturally, in a vacuum, you get a group of people. They will work together because it's good for... That's how we evolved. You understand that? Like, we used to be hunter-gatherers. We used to walk around in, like, little tribes and kill shit and eat it. And then we realized we can settle down. We can work with other people and create communities. We built towns. We started farming. All of this happened because we trusted other people to do what was best for them and the community, because what's best for the community is what's best for them. And what's best for the community is always what's best for other communities. Because we don't want anyone, like, you don't want to suffer, you don't want others to suffer for your gain. Work with other communities. It's not tribes. See, I don't like the way that you phrase that with tribes. It doesn't sit right, because tribes are a different thing. This is just community. I have no idea what you're saying here.
Accountable, including pollute, exploit the working class, destroy the environment, even stage coups in some cases. Individualism as we know it today is terrible because our capitalist material conditions have created a particular type of...
Humans develop tribe-like mentalities because it's incentivized. That's why. People form communities, and those communities turn into tribes because they're incentivized to do that. You need to de-incentivize the tribe mentality while incentivizing community focus. There are two different things. And everything is based on the material conditions in which we exist. Now we engage with them. So change the material conditions so that there is no tribe mentality. There is only a community mentality. All of the communities are one. If I am a community in Texas and there is another community in New York, I want them to prosper just as much as I do. I don't want any of them to suffer for my gain. That's the mentality that you build. And when you build that mentality, it sticks. People act in social, we are social beings, right? Tribes are Q stuff again. Exactly, it is. It's almost like race-based, but not quite. It's not how human brains work. Trust me, I studied psychology, so like I know what I'm talking about.
Individualism that prioritizes individual gain at the expense of the collective and disrupts solidarity and community. Capitalist competitive individualism.
Look at this shit. Sam Altman, watching POTUS more carefully recently has really changed my perspective on him. I wish I had done more of my own thinking and definitely fell into the NPC trap. Every billionaire robber baron shamelessly cuddling up to the king, groveling for their past sins in an attempt to loot the treasury and get favoritism. These people are raping the country behind our backs while we're talking about fucking Elon Musk doing a Nazi salute. That's what I'm saying. We cannot. You can't, but I can. You teach that to people. It's not an innate, no one's innately one way or the other. Humans are not innately anything. Humans are innately alive, and humans have the drive to produce what fulfills them. That's what humans innately are. Everything else is a process of material conditions, and everything else is a process of your social engagement. What about the Elon thing? Are we finishing this video?
Only cares about the concept of the cell.
They're already doing raids. ICE is already out there. They're doing it right now. Yeah, if you see ICE, your job is to shout La Migra. Like that, if they do that, go run around, shout La Migra. Don't write it off as a distraction. I know, exactly. Everything that you're seeing on the news, the Democrats are complaining about birthright citizenship and all that, which is important, but that's what they're focusing. Go on CNN, go on NBC, go on MSNBC. None of them are covering the fucking news. It's insane. It's literally like mind-boggling. I tried this morning. Usually, like, there's something that relates to like a Twitter post I see or something. None of that. It's gone. It's all gone. They've all bent the knee. There are literally ICE raids all over the country right now. This is straight out of Nazi Germany. Yes, you don't even have due process anymore. We have the Lake and Riley Act. They just pick you up. You don't have to go to court. They can just pick you up and put you in prison. That's it. They don't have to give you a reason. I mean, to be fair, right now, this is only directed at undocumented immigrants. But as we saw earlier, it's just immigrants. It's just brown people that don't have papers on them. Elon is not a distraction. He's not, but he also is. Elon was a test to see the cognitive dissonance of the country. How many of the country would ignore the Sieg Heil, the Roman salute or whatever. I saw reports about raids in Denver. Fucking hell. They're going after sanctuary cities first, I believe, but they're really everywhere in the country right now. Dude has Trump's ear. Dude has Trump's balls. We can only maintain stable social relationships with about 150 people known as... Okay, so that's in your personal community, but you can still maintain the same type of relationship outside of your personal community with people you don't regularly interact with by applying your personal community's morals to your interactions with others, Anthony. It's not that hard.
And doesn't see beyond the self.
Yes, Tyler,
or recognize
the birds should pay
everyone else
taxes.
as individuals.
I want birds to pay taxes.
Or even desire autonomy for every individual. It creates a world where instead of building community, like social beings are supposed to do, we are actively becoming more and more alienated from ourselves and who we are as individuals and each other. Like, apparently there's a whole loneliness epidemic because capitalist alienation. Everything is bad because of capitalism. Nietzsche would call me a little weak with slave morality for saying that.
Trump
and
bent the
I
knee.
would say the
Trump hated Elon Musk. You guys don't understand something. Let me bring it back for a second. Donald Trump is a man who will hold grudges for decades, literal decades, hold grudges, right? We all agree on this. He hates somebody and he'll talk shit about them for literal decades. He hated Elon Musk, absolutely despised him. Refused to go back on Twitter when Elon Musk bought Twitter. And then he bent the knee. It was incredibly embarrassing for him, but that was the moment. It was like, oh, okay, fuck. We're getting oligarchy. That was the moment. Can't we just walk by each other and flip the bird and not say anything? No, actually, that's very antisocial, and I think you should not do that. Here's a thought. What if we could inspire these small-minded, petty, fucking stupid oligarchs and their pet orange to squabble with each other? No, we can't. Because all they care about is stealing your wealth. They're not going to squabble with each other. They have nothing to fight about. They just want your money, and they're taking it. Project 2025 is being implemented as we speak. I mean, we looked at the shit. It nearly made me cry. Trump still sends newspaper clippings to the person who said he had small hands. Jesus Christ.
Morality for saying that?
No, you're not antisocial. That's not, I'm saying the action of walking by somebody, not saying anything and just flipping the bird, that is antisocial.
And I would say the same about him too, so who cares? The word individualism could have meant a person who wants individuation for every individual and recognizes that everyone is having their own personal experience. rather than a person who thinks it's a dog eat dog, every man for himself world and acts accordingly, or a person who thinks their experience is the default and the most important.
I am also anti-stupid, Simply Steve, but that's not going to fix anything. I'm trying to fix things. You're uncomfortable with these people and it makes you feel, you want that discomfort out, so you want to attack them, you want to flip them off, you want to curse them out, you want to call them names, which is incredibly fair, and I do this all the time. But when you're engaging with them, if you do this, it produces nothing.
That's what we got in this world where the economic base taught us that particular set of competitive individualist values. 4. Can individualism be good?
Thank you, Cat Thrower. I really appreciate that.
I'm not against individualism in and of itself, but I'm against the form of individualism that is born out of capitalism, the competitive individualism that makes capitalists okay with exploiting the working class and keeps working class people from being in solidarity with other members of the working class. I'm also against the homogenization that occurs under capitalism via the glorification of consumerism and conformity. But I am for the idea of all individuals attaining individuation and self-actualization. I am for people knowing who they are as individuals, understanding their own special gifts, and using those gifts to help the collective, which obviously
God bless Sim's heart emoji.
You're part of.
I don't have one.
You're the weird animal that's living in your house. Even if that just means having a loving family, or being a really great friend, or organizing your community, growing a garden, stewarding the land, fixing things, making discoveries, finding out what doesn't work, leading the people, creating something beautiful.
Positive, lasting change never, ever comes from the top down. It only comes from the bottom up. We had to fight. Thousands of people died so you could have a 5-day work week. Thousands of people died so that you can have a 9-to-5. Thousands of people died so children didn't have to work in the mines. And all of that is gone now. All of it. Every single one of those regulations are gone today. They've been wiped out. The Department of Education is going to be turned into a labor camp for children. They're going to be working at school instead of learning. Like, we've heard his announcement. He said it himself. This is going to destroy our society. They're picking apart the country piece by piece. They're raping it. They're eating it. The ghouls are devouring it. And we have to fight for it back. We threw it away for the price of eggs, and the price of eggs went up. Yeah.
Just basically whatever it is that makes you feel good and self-actualized. Imagine a society full of people who feel good and are self-actualized. That'd be way better than this mess we have now, where capitalist cultural hegemony has taught us that it's okay to cause
eggs are
harm
very
to others
tasty
for our own benefit. What I imagine would be real individualism. Like, imagine if society was truly structured in a way that would benefit an individual, and if you, dear viewer, had access to all the things that benefit an individual and promote an individual's health and well-being. And I mean the entire unified whole that is an individual, body and mind.
This is so
which
important.
Are a unified whole that expresses itself dialectically. Imagine if society was good for our literal physical bodies. Imagine you didn't have to stress about finances because you could take off as much time as you needed from your job. You were always guaranteed a job if you're able to work. And you had the ability to decide how your workplace runs democratically.
As in, like today, Donald Trump just made it so you can't work from home anymore as a federal worker. In a society that cares about your well-being, you could work from home. Don't try and organize against the federal government right now. Try and organize nice things around your community. Go find some people. Again, if you're scared, library is your best bet to start off. Every single person you're going to talk to in the library is probably a nice person.
Along with everyone else that works there. Imagine you knew that if you got sick, you'd have guaranteed free, high-quality healthcare, and again, with the guaranteed job thing, as much time off as you need to recover, which is something that is very, very good for an individual's well-being. If you get sick, it's good to recover before you go and do things, and it's good to have access to the appropriate treatment. And you only get one body, so you should really be treating it nicely. Imagine if you could study whatever subject you wanted in your ideal learning setting and have that education style be attuned to your learning style and
That's
free,
okay.
of
I
course.
misspeak
Imagine
constantly.
if you could walk to all your friends' houses and hang out as much as you wanted to without having to do a whole bunch of planning because everyone's busy and exhausted from work and lives far
Oh, geez, another fire in California broke out. It's big.
apart. You wouldn't be exhausted from work because you wouldn't work more than what you're physically capable of because this imaginary society is structured around promoting individual health and well-being, which would be inherently scientific also. And all of this would only be possible under socialism because democratically deciding how your workplace is run is the definition of socialism. But if all those things were guaranteed, what would you do with all your free time? Probably be creative, right? Like if society was structured around the well-being of individuals, you would feel supported enough to be okay being creative, which is something people enjoy doing and an inherently vulnerable act because you're like showing people your soul when you create things, which is why having
Oh shit, you're in California, cat thrower? I hope you're okay.
to be creative in exchange for money often stifles creativity and makes it feel like a chore. And
got
under
an emote from you.
capitalism,
Thank
a lot
you.
of people just don't have the time or money or resources to be creative in the ways they want. Also, did you know that the queen herself
My local Greens don't run a completely restructured civilization. They run on what if we had local parks and hang out, offer people something to defend, they will defend it. I mean, if you're in America, fuck the Greens, but still, that's a good idea. Work with them. I don't like them, but work with them. Do that. That's what you need to do. That is the key. We need to start from the very, very, very bottom up, and that's a way to do it. Local parks to hang out in, third spaces for people to go to. Oof, that sucks, but like, I'm glad you're okay.
agrees with me. That's right, Irish playwright, poet, and author of the best fiction book ever, Oscar Wilde, wrote an essay called The Soul of Man Under Socialism, in which he discusses the potential of socialism to bring about a truer form of individualism, enabling a true expression of individual creativity unencumbered by the need to make something palatable in the hopes of earning critical acclaim or money from it. An individualism under which every single human being gets to effectively attain self-actualization, realize their gifts and their true potential, be who they
This is what I want for you guys. This is what I want for everybody. The difference that we get to at the end here between like different parts of the left is how it's implemented. But realistically, the issue is a lot of the left still want to implement a top-down structure. Like Marxist-Leninists, I disagree with them vastly on this issue. I work with them every time until we get to here. The problem is not we need to take over the state. The problem is we need to work together and not need the state.
were truly meant to be and do whatever it is that they enjoy instead of wasting time
That sounds lovely,
accumulating
Headless Chicken.
commodities. With the abolition of private property, then, we shall have true, beautiful, healthy individualism. Nobody will waste his life in accumulating things and the symbols for things.
And you can still have those things. It's just that's not your life. Your life is what you want to be. Think about the inner dream that you have, whatever you want to do. If ever since you were a kid, what did you want to do with your life? You could do it and live. That's the point. But to get here, we can't do it from the top down.
Will live. To live is the rarest thing in the world. Most people exist, that is all. Oscar Wilde. I've seen that quote so many
children
times,
yearn
and it's
for the
never
minds.
the full quote.
And I
Use
want
the
to
full
stop
quote,
it.
guys. It's about socialism. It's about abolition of private property. Come on. According to Wilde,
Who's gonna mine minerals for my iPhone though? People that want to. There's people that want to mine. And there's also people that in a community where no one else really wants to do it, someone will say, fuck it, I'll take the L. That person exists every time. But also, I don't think we need iPhones. I think I'd rather just erase these fucking machines and go back to a system of let's try this again from the beginning because we fucking destroyed the world with social media. But that's never going to happen. These are my fantasy dreams, obviously. What we're talking about, you can do. You can go create a community. You can go make social cooperation in your community a real thing. You can do great things. Community gardens. You can grow food for people in a giant park area that's sectioned off for growing because food is expensive. That's what asteroids are for. Mining shit on our own planet is fucking short-sighted at best. True. We're going to space, right? I mean, they're going to mine asteroids in space anyway. Use user-friendly tech over anti-consumer marketing schemes. Exactly. I'm perfectly okay with the tech. I just don't want any of the other bullshit that comes with it.
art is the most intense mode of individualism that the world has known. I am inclined to say that this is the only real mode of individualism that the world has known.
I kind of agree.
Wilde argues that the artist must never create anything for other people, but only create what he wants to create, and that it's only those who are not conditioned by others that can create real art and express their individuality.
And this is what I mean when I say every single fascist has no creativity. This is what I mean when I say Donald Trump is not a fascist. He's perfectly okay with fascists. He loves Nazis, but he himself internally is not one because he's funny, because he can make stuff up, because people follow him all over the world and repeat his talking points because they are too much of a fascist to come up with one themselves. Everywhere, it's the same thing. Fascists don't have a soul. These aren't people like we're people. They're human beings, but they have no empathy. Empathy is the key to having a soul. It's the key to humanity, and it's required for art. Hence why I also think AI art isn't art.
He also says that it'd be absurd to tell a philosopher or a scientist to come up with theories that didn't disturb people's sensibilities and were easy to sell, so why tell people what to do with their art? Wilde also states that for humans to realize their true potential for creativity, all labor that no one wants to do must be done by machines. It's kind of funny because, like Nietzsche, Wilde says that societies require slavery to run. But he also says that human slavery is wrong, so it needs to be machines that are enslaved. Oscar Wilde is just Nietzsche if he serves. But that's a great idea, honestly. And at this point in time...
Well, yeah, I do think that, like, machines are not... I just don't want intelligent... I want machines that humans control. We can automate jobs. That's the thing, right? We can use automation to jobs. You just still pay the people that had the jobs again. They don't lose their job. They can be a redundancy. They can be trained for another job. But I also think you should just get universal basic income. I don't think it should, like, I think if we automate that job and that was your job, you can just go find another job because you don't have to worry about dying for feeding your family, for your home. You can do whatever you want. We can automate bullshit jobs.
We have the technology to do that, or to at least start working towards creating a world like that. Too bad under capitalism, the reverse is more profitable, so instead we get artificial intelligence that replaces artists.
There we go.
AI that
I
gives
swear I
people
didn't
more
pre-watch
leisure
this.
time, so more people can be artists.
Except
And
it's
we
not
have
art.
AI that commits war crimes, so no one has to feel like a war criminal.
Oh, yeah, by the way, not only does Israel have AI that they use to help locate their targets, but also America has AI in space. We have 6 satellites. It's called Sentient. I did a video on it, where it is a spy satellite. It has 6 of them. One is the key. They're autonomous. They make decisions on their own, and they don't, like, no one tells them what to do. The satellites look and they see something interesting. They tell the other satellites to move around so they can get a better look. They do this on their own in space. It's fucking terrifying. I want to throw them into the sun, into the hole, actually. All of this goes right into the hole.
Which is yet another example of how capitalist competitive individualism is garbage and devalues people based on particular identities they hold, while denying the fact that every single individual is important and special and capable of doing great things if given the appropriate resources. This is a huge contradiction in competitive individualism. It's egoistic, it's selfish, it actually doesn't care about the well-being and autonomy of individuals. It cares only about the concept of the self, and denies the experiences that other people have. It frames the self's experience as the default and the most important one. It treats individuals who are not the self as expendable. It's garbage.
Yeah.
5. Self-actualization through community.
This is good for you
True
as much as it is
individualism
for
that
anyone
affirms
else.
everyone's individuality and promotes individual creativity for every single individual would be great. But the current form of individualism that we experience under capitalism doesn't actually value individuals' individuality or individuation in any capacity. So of course a lot of us think of individualism as inherently opposed to collectivism when the...
He's only got concepts of a self-kek? What do you mean by that? Preposterous. What if we had AI-driven skyhooks recorrecting course and ensuring the elliptical orbit that was stable that we hitched rides through? I have no idea what you're on about, Preposterous. Like, I hate AI. I fucking hate it. I hate AI. I'm okay with machines, but I want humans. I don't want to create AI. I want to create human community. I want you to talk to each other, not create some fucking robot that makes you even more antisocial because it takes away the needs of you doing something in the community. The thing is, yes, it might make your life easier in a way that you might have a bit more leisure time, but that's going to be taken advantage of. The AI is going to take your jobs. You need to focus on what's actually good for you. It's like someone has drugs in front of you and someone has a smoothie in front of you. Are you going to take the drugs or the smoothie? The drugs are quick fix. They'll make you feel good immediately, but will harm you in the long run. The smoothie, good, tastes good, it's fine, doesn't do much, but in the long run, it is better. It's that kind of concept. It took me back to the concepts of a plan discussion when she said that. I guess I didn't hear.
Competitive individualism we experience under capitalism is, in practice, quite harmful to and opposed to the collective. But treating individuals as expendable and exploitable is actually extremely contradictory to valuing individual autonomy and liberty and considering all human beings to be equal and worthy of respect. If you truly believe that everyone was special, capable, and worthy of respect, and that everyone had the potential to be great at something, you simply wouldn't exploit anyone because exploitation directly contradicts that individual affirming viewpoint.
That's my point. If you set up a society where people are cooperative and it's good, it is incentivized to be cooperative. It is disincentivized to be non-cooperative because harming you or harming the community also harms you. If you harm yourself, you harm the community. If you harm the community, you harm yourself. If the community is harmed, other communities are harmed. We are all one people. No country is an island unto its own. We are all connected. We have globalism across the world. Every country is connected to each other. Anything that happens somewhere affects something somewhere else. So start the peaceful revolution by planting community gardens and talking to people. I know it sounds cliche. It sounds so fucking cliche. But really, all you have to do is talk to people. Other strangers. Go talk to strangers. There's no stranger danger. As long as, like, you aren't in an area where, like, they're gonna immediately kill you based on what you look like, then don't do that. Go somewhere else. But if you have the ability, spend it trying to make a community. Build friends. What a good day. Got my paints for Warhammer. My trial support worker is also a gamer. How's your day? Thank you, Genghis Khan. My day is good. Look, Genghis Khan plays Warhammer. It's a game that you can play with other people. Go create a D&D group. It's fun. Some of you are queer. Everyone who plays D&D is fucking queer. Go do that.
Exploitation of others is incompatible with treating every individual as if they're special and worthy of respect and self-actualization. True individualism, the kind Oscar Wilde wrote about, is not incompatible with collectivism. I'd argue you need both in a society to truly thrive. You need to think about how your actions impact the collective and consider the good of the collective in what you do. But you also need to think about who you are, what your needs are, what you bring to the world, how you express yourself, and how your individuality helps the collective. And what you do to express your individuality and creativity in a positive, individual-affirming way is exactly what helps the collective.
Exactly.
A model that demonstrates the intertwined nature of the needs of the individual and the collective is Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which was inspired by...
Hey, look, the same thing that I've brought up. God, I feel like I'm listening to myself talk sometimes.
American psychologist Abraham Maslow's experience living at the Blackfoot First Nations Reserve in the summer of 1938 for 6 weeks. Maslow stayed at Blackfoot Reserve with the intent to test the universality of his theory that dominance of some people over others maintains social hierarchies, but saw that in Blackfoot society there was no striving towards dominance, but there was a high degree of cooperation, minimum inequality, restorative justice, full bellies, and high levels of life satisfaction. According to Maslow, 80 to 90% of the Blackfoot tribe had a quality of self-esteem that was only found in 5 to 10% of his own population. They weren't concerned about accumulating wealth and property, and wealth was defined by how much you gave away to others rather than how much you accumulated. Maslow was also shocked by how awful the white people living nearby were. He even wrote, "The more I got to know the whites in the village, who were the worst bunch of creeps and bastards I'd ever run across in my life, the more it got paradoxical."
And see, this is what I mean. Was your name was come on, Steve. This is what I mean. This is simply Steve. That is the exact concept that I'm trying to tell you.
Also noted that at the Blackfoot Reserve, self-actualization was the norm. This is likely because First Nations people might be more likely to believe that we are born self-actualized, thus treating others as being inherently wise and giving them space to express themselves, rather than thinking of self-actualization as something to be attained. Also, isn't it kind of whack that Maslow's hierarchy of needs, something that probably every psychology student has learned about, was rooted in indigenous wisdom and ways of life, and that this fact was completely erased? Apparently, the American and Canadian governments buried those roots because they didn't want there to be a positive narrative around the Blackfoot people. Yikes.
It's the capitalist mode of production preventing us from A, learning, B, coalescing, and C, getting to a state where we don't need them. They want your labor, they want to steal your money, they want to steal every ounce of happiness out of your life and keep it for themselves. Don't let them do that. Build a wall against that. Build a wall and make them pay for it by building a community.
White supremacy and capitalism are very intertwined.
True.
Maslow's hierarchy of needs is often presented as a pyramid of individual needs that must be fulfilled before one can attain self-actualization, which Maslow defined as the desire to become more and more what one is, to become everything that one is capable of becoming. However,
I've shown a different chart, but it's still the same
the
idea.
pyramid wasn't actually Maslow's invention and was actually first introduced by Charles McDermott in his 1960 article, How Money Motivates Men in Business Horizons. Also, needs like belonging and love literally can't be met without other people existing. So are they really?
And those are key. Feeling like you belong is the reason we have so many extremists, because they don't feel like they belong anywhere. So many of these people came back from like Afghanistan or Iraq a couple of years ago. They are continuously radicalized on their phone. A lot of them were already like this, but the people they interact with, they are taught the same things that these people are taught, that everyone is against them, that your way of life is in danger, that they want to kill you. It's the same thing I'm telling you, but in reverse. This is the right-wing tactic, is they take what we say and they reverse it, and they say it so often that it becomes unusable. It kills the meaning. It poisons the well. But that is the truth. It is what they're trying to do, is stop you from doing this. This is the key.
Individual needs? If anything, he might have envisioned his model as being circular, like this one created by Indigenous scholar Dr. Cindy Blackstone.
I quite like this. It's just like you need to feel like you belong, to have empathy, or to continue, because you will lose empathy without it. If you have this, over time, you will lose some of it. Sorry for being late. I was making Donald Trump Vladimir Lenin edits. That's fine. Comrade Lenin, you're fine. Like an idea that this gives me, right, is... Wait, I lost my train of thought. God damn it. Okay, whatever. Cognitive. The parts of your brain that interact with other people, which is basically all of them, self and community, actualization, role, identity, service, esteem, spirituality, life purpose, belonging in a relationship. 3 of these all connect to other human beings. If you are lacking in just, let's say, belonging, or even self-esteem, over time, it will cause resentment. And the resentment then turns into hatred. You can reverse that by softly encouraging, no, see, that's wrong here. See, like, here's some proof that they're children. You have to act as if their brains have not grown past that of like 11 years old, because they've been trained not to do that. Speaking of psychology, I wish I knew more English. It sounds good. No worries. Steve. El Esteves. You can stick around. You can learn English from me, or psychology. It's fun. I'll learn Spanish from you. You need
the
these.
order of needs being subject to change and the needs themselves being intertwined.
How many of these are met for you right now? How many of these are you secure in? Not just met for you. Are you secure in your ability to access food, water, housing, safety, and security? Do you feel like you could get all of those without an issue? Do you feel like you belong? Do you have relationships? Do you have a life purpose? Do you have spirituality that drives you? Do you have community? Do you have an idea of self-actualization? Who is your identity? All of these things are specifically prohibited
by the use of social media. It stops you from thinking all of these. It stops you from considering. It stops you from internalizing. It stops you from critical thinking. Critical thinking is the most important. 3 to 4, not bad.
Though Maslow's model was based on indigenous wisdom, he did miss a few things in his theory, like the indigenous
holy shit,
relationship to the
420
land,
subs.
which
Thank
makes
you.
them more forgiving of the people they share that land with,
420
and the fact
subs.
that many indigenous people's actions are informed by the experiences of the previous 7 generations and the consequences to the next 7 generations. Dr. Cindy Blackstock created this model of the First Nations perspective that takes into account this community actualization.
This makes a lot of sense to me. Individual rights, privileges, one life, a scope of analysis, belonging, needs to love, goes into self-actualization, which also goes into expansive concept of time and multiple dimensions of reality, community actualization. You need all of these together, and you will create a society in which you feel okay, in which you don't feel uncomfortable existing. I was beginning to think Lennon transcended chat. Good to see them back. Yes, me too. Did you already hear about the Elon thing? You mean the Nazi thing? Yes, I covered it earlier in the video. Thanks to the ADL, I now know I was wrong. It was just an awkward gesture. Yeah, of course, you know, the ADL, who called Hassan an anti-Semite, but the fucking Heil Hitler, even Nick Fuentes was like, this is a full Hitler. This is loving Hitler energy. Oh, holy shit, did I really get 420 subs at 420 minutes? That's funny. I don't even have any weed. I don't smoke. May I get a summary since I didn't see you? Okay, fine. I'll give you a little one. But we're going to finish this part of the video first.
And cultural perpetuity. And this model is honestly probably better than Maslow's, but Maslow's is a good starting point. Maslow likely would have agreed with these indigenous critiques of his work, given that in an unpublished 1966 essay, which he wrote 23 years after the publication of his paper on the hierarchy of needs, he wrote that self-actualization is not enough. Personal salvation and what is good for the person alone cannot be really understood in isolation.
Comrade Lennon, Wick is talking about. Everyone is like, their brains have been rotted. Oh, thank you for the sub as well, Esteves. Their brain has rotted. They're told lies and they believe them. The whole Elon thing is literally a test of like public cognitive dissonance.
The good of other people must be invoked as well as the good for oneself. It is quite clear that purely interpsychic individualist psychology without reference to other people and social conditions is not adequate.
This is true. All right, now for the Elon thing. This is the full clip.
Elections, they come and go. Some elections are, you know, important, some are not. But this one...
Yeah, me too, but I also get a fuckload of bots in my comments saying, oh no, he was just saying, I love you from my heart, or he's autistic and it was an accident.
This one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Right? And then the second time, right, he double tapped. Here we go. First of all, this is his daughter. I'm just gonna say, let's call a spade a fucking spade, especially if there were 2 spades done in succession based on the reaction of the first spade. Fuck spades. Elon's daughter, everybody. She would know him better than anyone else. This is the only people saying that it's not a Nazi. That's it. It's the same people who go with like a philophilia or whatever the fuck is like pedophiles, but still just like, it's the pedophile word. The teenager pedophile word is in this category usually. Fuck these people. They have no idea what they're doing. Here's a real Nazi.
And then the like straight up, like that was a serious Roman. It wasn't even like
she's trans.
A subtle, like a wave, like one of these, like a Laura Ingraham. Remember when Laura Ingraham did that?
Elon's daughter is trans and he hates her. She's the reason why he became like right wing. It's the fucking woke mind virus appeared in his brain because he had a trans daughter.
That was a straight up like Sig Heil, like loving Hitler energy. that was like a straight up with intensity Roman salute.
There you go. That's an actual Nazi. Here's some more. You can just throw Romans now. Heil victory. This was a Nazi salute. This was a Nazi salute. This was a Nazi salute. No, he's just an autistic moron. That was a Nazi salute. Nick Fuentes is failing to pull off a Zoomer broccoli haircut, but he's the representative of his community. I mean, he's a Nazi, so fuck him. And then here's the
Hail the Fuhrer! Hail Hitler! Hail the Fuhrer! Hail Hitler!
So I don't know. Anyone who says that's not Nazi shit is pretty fucking stupid to me. They're lying, they're being paid, or they're stupid. Liars, grifters, or retards. That's it's always one or the other. There's no other options.
6. Conclusion. Other people exist, and so do you. Humans are social creatures. Thinking about an individual without the context of their community is useless, and thinking of a collective without thinking about the individuals that make up that collective is also useless. Individualism and collectivism are not mutually exclusive, and thinking of one without the other in a vacuum makes no sense.
Yes.
Capitalism makes us think of
What's your question?
collectivism
Feel free to
and
ask.
individualism
I can pause the video. We're almost done anyway, but like, feel free to ask questions.
as opposing forces, which they are under capitalist competitive individualism that excuses the exploitation of certain individuals and makes people strive.
Let me rephrase what I said. Anyone who's saying that it's not a Nazi salute is a liar, a grifter, or a retard. If you believe that it might not be, then you're misled, and we can fix that. But like, other than that, yeah, I wanted to make it specific.
At the expense of others. But a true individualism that supports everyone's self-actualization and self-expression would necessarily be good for the collective and for fostering a sense of community and belonging for everyone, because everyone would know how they can contribute.
You spelled Lenin wrong, but like, Stalin is a fascist. Hitler is a fascist. Lenin isn't a fascist, but he was also a horrible person. Like, I can agree to that. Lenin, before he took power, wrote really good ideas. He was actually very close to libertarian socialism, which is where I'm at. But then he took power, and I've said this before, the issue being they didn't get rid of capital. They took power and they kept money around. They had a market socialism system to try and ease the market away. But this doesn't work. The existence of capital creates a capital class. Trotsky was there, and Trotsky didn't like the anarchist and was like whispering in fucking Lenin's ear, and then the libertarian socialists were killed, and then they took power. Like, Lenin didn't start off bad. Stalin did. And also, yes, Leopold II of Belgium. Wasn't there also something about Spain as well?
To the collective. Wouldn't that be great? If you don't know yourself, how are you going to be able to contribute to the collective?
There's a lot
if there
of
is no collective to contribute to as an individual, then you as an individual who is part of a social species, well, you're going to have a bad time because you're going to be like, finally, I have all the time in the world to read.
Lenin, I know you don't I know you disagree with my view that Stalin is a fascist, but like, he's a fascist.
And then you'll break your glasses and be really...
Oh, sorry, never mind, you're agreeing with me. He did do all of these, but I still think he's a fascist. I know, they hate Stalin. But, like, Stalin was evil. He was a piece of shit. Lenin, I can understand. He was corrupted. Stalin was up for it. He wanted it.
Upset because no one can fix them, and no new books will ever be published again, and you'll never talk to anyone ever again. Wow, that sucks. You cannot separate the individual from the collective as much as capitalism wants to and benefits from alienating us from each other. Now go out there and build community and organize, because you, the individual, are part of the greater collective whole that you contribute to.
This is our only chance to fix things. This is the only way. Unless people understand this, then we're fucked, and we'll eventually get here. I mean, I say we're fucked, but human society is not going to end. But this is the point that we'll have to get back to if we don't do it now. If we don't do this now, then we're going to get pushed back ages and ages and ages. It's going to take decades to get back here.
Doing what is good for everyone's individual health and well-being is good for the collective.
It's fucking terrifying. Versa. I understand, right? It's really, really scary to go outside and go, like, especially in this environment, to go knock on someone's door. Did you see the video of an interview getting MAGA reactions to Elon Musk's Nazi salute? No, but like, sure, you can send it. Like, it's terrifying. I understand, and that's fine. But you need to work around that in a way that makes you feel somewhat more comfortable. You need to find solutions, because your discomfort stopping you from doing the thing is what they want to happen. That's the idea. That's their goal. if you don't go out and do something, you're working for them unwittingly. Not in like a bad way. There's no blame that I place on you, but you are doing what they want you to do.
Appears they are suddenly, some social media users have been questioning why it appears they are suddenly following President Donald Trump on platforms like Facebook or Instagram if they did not intend to. Users have flooded social media.
Oh no, you're a Nazi? Come on. Tell me you're joking, Joker. Like, your name is Joker. You better not actually be a National Socialist, because I'm about to ban you. Genuinely. Like, do you like Hitler? Do you like Nazis? Tell me the truth. I don't know if you're lying. I can tell. I know everything. Got 30 seconds on the clock.
Media in recent days with questions and even conspiracy theories about it. Some are complaining the apps are not letting them unfollow certain accounts.
Merciful.
Well, our CBS News confirmed team has looked into this, and it turns out the answer to why you may suddenly be following the president on social media is pretty simple.
Answer the question. Do you like Hitler? Do you like Nazis? That's okay. You can still learn, but I want you to answer the question. I want to know. I want to know who's here, who's in this chat. I want to know what kind of people are in my community. Because the thing is, like, you can learn and move past National Socialism. Like, you're cooperative enough that I think that you are willing to engage and you're willing to change your ideas if something sounds like it works better to you. Okay, no, you just call me sweetheart. Get the fuck out of here. Come back tomorrow. Nah. Nah. I don't take that shit. No way. No way. So, I want to have a look at this.
Calling from a 319 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Is this me?
Yes. Is this John from San Antonio?
I'm calling from Iowa.
Okay. Who is it?
Jax from Iowa.
His animalism is fine. It's racial purity. What does that mean, Esteves?
Jax from Iowa. You're, I think, going to be the final caller of the day. I'm sorry, folks. We went a little bit longer than the last one. We got a couple of clips I want to get to. All right. Jackson from Iowa. Where? What? I'm confused.
I thought he was cool for a second, but then he called me sweetheart, and I don't like that. I am. You engage in here like you would with, I don't know, like someone at a bus stop. You don't. It's not the same thing, you know. Engaging this is actually a perfect lesson. Because we were just talking about how you can engage with other people in a way that doesn't trigger them, in a way that doesn't cause you danger or harm or risk. You can learn from that. You need to learn how you speak. You need to learn how they speak and incorporate some of their, not language, but rhythm of the conversation. You need to learn to talk a little bit more like them so that they don't instantly like block you from their brain. You need that. It's not good. Yeah, cool. Watch this first. Thank you, Oxpecker.
Elon Musk just gave the SIG Heil, and MAGA hasn't been told what to think about it yet.
That looks like AI to me.
But if it was,
Line up.
what do we think of this?
My heart goes out to you.
Look, and then he goes like this. He goes.
I have no idea. That looks like AI to me.
But what if it was real?
What if it was real? I don't know.
What if it was
It's
real?
Yeah, I have no idea what that is. It looks fake though. Just
It looks fake?
You don't have to act like an idiot. I'm telling you, it's like you have to act like a primary school teacher with fourth graders. That's the level of emotional security and stability that these people have. So engage with them as if they have the emotional ability of a fourth grader.
So I'm trying to get people's
Gentle
reaction. What do you think
parenting.
about that?
You want me to read it?
No. What do you think about it?
Oh,
Look
just
at
Elon in general?
Elon. No, look at
His hand signal?
the hand signal.
Yeah.
The thing that bothers me the most, sorry to cut this off again, is when people say, I don't want to, like, I don't want to do this because I hate these people. That's fine, but you're not doing anything, and then you're just sitting here and complaining as it gets worse. You have to do something. anything. Go and do anything. Make a YouTube channel before they ban everyone. Go and write a Substack. Go and talk to your neighbors. Go and fucking talk to the cops in your town if you're privileged enough that you won't immediately get like sent to prison. You can't say free Luigi Mangione on Twitter anymore. You get banned. I might get banned for saying that. AI has given Nazis the ability to call real footage fake news and walk away. I've been doing it too. So when I posted about Elon being a Nazi, right? I posted the video, and let me show you some of the responses. Let me find it. There we go. So I posted this. I reposted, you know, a historian of fascism that was a Nazi salute, very belligerent, 1-2, right? And so second time is what solidifies it, one to the crowd, one to the symbol of power. I didn't realize there was a crowd behind him, but it still works. It solidifies it. You're such a dork, you unhinged clowns. Write me a sonnet about oranges. I talk to them like they're AI. You're an idiot. Congratulations. Where are all the comments? Give me the posts that are like hidden. There's so many of them. Oh my god, it's just hiding them all. I was getting so many of these, and obviously these are all fake. So you just say, no, that shit's AI. Or they get mad at you when you call them a weak liberal. You call them a shit lib. You can call them a Marxist. It's fun. Here's another one. This guy got real fucking triggered, and I just fucked with him for a while. Please give it a break. This is the Ukraine support. Why no complaints about actual Nazis? You guys confuse me. How's the St. Petersburg office? Cultist, blah, blah, blah. Soviet-ass dipshit commies all excited. Calm your dumb ass down before you lose all the heat left in your body and freeze to death. They get mad. They keep going. Like, he kept going. Called me a Nazi. Called him a snowflake, a shitty commie propagandist. Stop projecting. Like, it works. Ride that dick. Be mean to them. Troll them. No, but you love this one so hard because you're riding his dick. Jeez, I didn't realize I was that funny. Now you're defending Nazis and commies. Very un-American. I can't believe MAGA would do something like this. Fake news. Cry about it, shit lib. Like, use the tactics against them. First of all, like, the only reason I kept engaging is because it gets my engagement up, which is good. Because, you know, that's my job. But it's actually freeze frames and they're waving. You know, literally, all of those are fake. They're just waving something. I saw I saw Xander Hall looking at the video of Kamala Harris, and he said it was worse than Elon Musk. It fucking, like, it's insanity. It's insanity. All of them are lying grifters.
Yeah. You said Texas
you can see the videos. They're all fake. They're all fake.
No, I don't think it's
cognitive dissonance, guys.
Look. You know the hand. But look. Hands and look the light. What doesn't mean the light?
What? What do you mean he said that? I'm confused. I don't remember what I just said.
Power. Better.
He has the power of the United
States. Well, it is about power. We can agree on that. Yes. It is definitely.
Did you see the light? It's power.
It is about power.
Yes.
Thank you. I agree.
I saw the
clip. What do you think about
on Vosh's stream this morning? So I don't know. We can just go look at Sander Hall, I guess. Sander Hall. Nazi salute. Sure, there's a video. 22 hours ago. Let me see if I can find the section. Is this the whole fucking video? Is just Elon talking? I'm looking for the Kamala Harris bit. Come on. No, not in this video. Sorry. You can go check out Vosh's last stream. It's in there somewhere. I just like pop into streams in the morning to see what everyone's talking about, because it's easier to get like an idea of what the news day looks like that way.
Right.
Yeah, so I recently watched a video on YouTube that said that political parties or the political spectrum doesn't matter because people on the right have some left-leaning views and people on the left have some right-leaning views. I don't think that
Because I know Xana can pop in and ask about it. Maybe I saw a clip that was like out of context. You should ask him about it. I'm really like, I'm curious. I don't want to like defame, I don't want to defame Xander Hall if he didn't say that. But the clip that I saw was him looking at like the Elon stuff, and then he looked at the Kamala Harris full video, and he said this is worse. But I stopped watching there, so maybe he was talking about how it's worse because they're lying about it, but like it didn't track. It didn't feel like that's where that went, you know? The vibe was very much in favor of Elon. Check for me, please. I'd appreciate it.
that argument is appropriate. He said that political spectrum, like left and right, is just a modern concept. And I just really don't agree with him.
Left and right doesn't matter. It's up and down. That's the fight.
Taken out of my brain.
Up versus down.
I haven't seen the video. Look, there's always going to be overlapping,
you know what? Here, just before. Here's an example of why we need up versus down.
That way up north in California into the Pacific Ocean, that water, you know, they have the pipes in it. It's half pipes. You see them all the time. Half pipes. People live in those half pipes now. You know, they have homeless living in those half pipes. But this is water that millions of gallons of water a week and a day in some cases, you know, depending on the flow, way up north in millions.
Like, he hates you. The rich hate you. They don't care about you. Like, even if you're homeless, they're still trying to take away the little makeshift home that you made.
On specific issues, right? Like you can find
leftists
who have a robust reading of the Second Amendment, I guess, and right wing, and sometimes what happens is different ideologies will adopt certain positions that don't necessarily encumber their primary ideological aims, and therefore they find to be helpful in terms of elections. We see this.
I don't know enough to clarify on that. I saw the clip. It said what it said. I don't remember what his reaction to Biden dropping out was because I didn't really pay attention back then. But like, he hates Elon, but Xander Hall to me still feels like a bit too much into the money aspect of the streaming culture. Like he's not one of the ones that would get erased if they came for us, you know?
On the right in this country,
so I don't know.
Quite a bit.
Trust.
The bottom line is they want to amass as much wealth as possible in the Republican Party, and
here's the actual
they will
videos,
throw
by
some.
The way. Here's the actual videos.
I actually did the work, and I found 3 out of the 4 videos. The images are they're from videos, and wouldn't you believe it?
Thank you, America. God bless you. God bless these United States.
Not a Nazi salute.
Does he mean he wants to take us back before Roe v. Wade was enacted? Because we're not going back. We're not going back.
That's not a Nazi salute. That was the clip that I saw him saying, "Oh, this is worse." Like, this is ridiculous rage bait, and it's a smokescreen. It doesn't matter.
Culture warrior issues into the fray, and that's the way they will do it. But I think, broadly speaking,
you know what? I have an excellent thing we can watch.
We are about 48 hours into the second Trump administration, and already it has been a chaotic whirlwind of atrocity after atrocity with truly no end in sight.
Yeah, like it's bullshit.
I don't know about you, but the news cycle this week has me feeling very bad. From an inaugural address filled with falsehoods and terrifying promises
you, Leisha,
to
for the
Roman
excellent content.
salutes, wink, more drama over cabinet picks, and a flurry of executive orders meant to overwhelm us so we look away. It's hard
Leisha
to know
Miller
what's
is
worth paying
based.
attention to, and most people.
Look, I don't often like to watch her content because she's very in depth, and I like to go in depth myself. She's fucking excellent. But the first 48 hours, I mean, I kind of went through most of this already. But I figure we can watch this and see her fill in some of the gaps, because I really fucking hated reading the executive orders. They were just so depressing and so stupid.
When overwhelmed,
It's like listening to Trump yap in my head.
That's the point. So instead of looking away, today I'm going to break down all the executive actions Trump has taken in his first full 48 hours as the 47th president, at least the ones that are on the public record. This is going to be a long 4 years. Let's get into it.
Minimum
the inauguration
4 years, just to say, like, I'm still not sure we're going to get a free and fair election. They've already talked about, like, Trump 2028, which obviously isn't going to happen because the man's fucking ancient. But
Monday was met with a wide array of emotions across the media landscape. For me, it was personally met with emotions of, this is very bad.
Yes,
and,
everyone
wow,
please
4
go
years is
subscribe
so
to Legion
long.
Miller.
This article from PBS NewsHour
And also
has
like
the
the stream.
headline, Trump makes sweeping promises while ripping into the country's past leaders during his inaugural address. Using the Ground News browser extension, it's helpful to see that this news source has a left-leaning bias.
And
I
yes,
really
we're
love
watching
the Ground
her
News
ad.
web browser
We're watching her
extension
videos,
because
we're
I
watching
can
her
see
ad.
it while I browse news articles, and if I want to see how other sources are framing the story, I can click full coverage. On the Ground News website, you can see that there are 282 sources covering the inauguration. Among them, the left-leaning publication Truth Out uses the headline, Trump makes frightening far-right promises in inauguration speech, while the far-right, the Gateway Pundit, frames it as, President Trump humiliates Democrats with blistering opening lines of inauguration speech, destroys crooked Joe Biden and his dirty shadow regime. Very different takes, and if you're only reading content that skews left or right, you may
Does
not
she know Ground News uses AI? Probably. Look, Ground News does use AI, and I fucking hate AI, but I don't mind Ground News all that much. I don't trust them, but it is a decent way to have, like, the news access to you. But at this point in time, US media is dead. None of it's going to tell you the truth. I have to look at, like, even British media. I have to look at, like, Australian media, Indian media, French media, to even, like, German, to get, like, an understanding of what's actually happening. Trump will die, Musk will run 2028. I'll bet a whole granola bar that will happen. You know what? I did say that Elon is next. I said this like 6 months ago, and everyone was like, no. And I was like, no. Cenk Uygur tried to argue that he was able to be president because of the 14th Amendment that says that there is no distinction between born citizens and naturalized citizens. The 14th Amendment is exactly what they're going after right now with birthright citizenship. So yeah, fuck Cenk. But like, Cenk didn't succeed in that. Elon would in the courts. Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Headless Chicken. I mean, Polymarket fucking studios. BBC bought by his company. Yeah, kind of back guys.
Know how the other side is interpreting the situation. This is where Ground News comes in and why I've been using them for over a year. Today's partner Ground News is an app.
I do
and
use
website
them
that offers
occasionally
tools to
if I
help
just
you
like am
critically
lazy, but
analyze the news you read.
I
which is
don't
more important
analyze
than
it.
ever.
I just
Providing
like find these. This is what I look for on Ground News. But yeah, no, it's not great. Anything that uses AI is not great.
Context to understand the full picture. If you scroll down, you can see the overall factuality rating of the sources. 81% of these sources score high factuality ratings, so you can tell which source you can actually trust. You can also see more information about who owns which source. Only
I have a New York Times sub, but like only because it was on sale. Fuck the Washington Post. I wish everything fucking paywalls. Reuters paywalls you now.
10% of sources are independent, with fully 56%
NPR isn't terrible,
part of
yeah,
a
but like
larger
they're
media
going to be shut down.
conglomerate.
They're going to corn cob. Before the election, Trump was already talking about how much he hated NPR. They're going to shut NPR down. It's like Al Jazeera with Israel-Palestine. Foreign media would do better in covering American politics since they aren't being destroyed by Trump. Yeah. No, I want to see the decline with my own eyes. True, you can do that, but like, I don't want to pay them money to do it too, you know? But also, like, it's annoying that I need to. I can't cover half the news because it's fucking paywalled.
I've also seen many comments from people asking for insights into what the other side is saying, and I've been using the Ground News blind spot feature to help me. They highlight stories that one side of the political spectrum is covering more heavily than the other. I'm always really impressed with Ground News and genuinely think that they're a great resource. If you want to stay informed on US politics, scan my QR code or click the link in the description, or go to ground.news/Legia to get 40% off the same Vantage plan I use, which comes to about $5 a month. Subscribing supports my channel and an independent team working to keep the media transparent. Thanks, Ground News. I'm not going going to give a full rundown of the inauguration because, frankly, so much has already happened since Monday that it's not worth going into detail. The most notable aspects to me were that the tech billionaires got better seats than the cabinet, and that Trump disparaged
those guys own the country
that he himself ran for a solid 4 years after making similar promises in 2016 to fix things. So which is it? Did you fix things and bring us back to glory, or does that work still need to be done?
Valid.
According to his speech on Monday, we're a land in disarray about to enter a new golden age by taxing other countries, which isn't a thing, kicking out millions of criminal aliens who don't exist, and also drill baby drill, which is a thing that very much does exist, especially now thanks to his latest executive orders. Oh, also, God saved him from assassination so he could come back and make America great. And the Gulf is now called the Gulf of America, and we're taking back the Panama Canal. Apparently,
okay, are we really doing the Gulf of America shit? Because, like, I saw a post this morning because it's really snowing down south. Like, I mean, like, it's real snowing down south. And, I saw a post that said, what was it? It said, the, Gulf of America sucks. This is Florida right now, or today. That's fucking Florida. This should not be Florida. It's wild.
By force, but also we're not getting involved in new wars. Peace only, but the canal is ours. Then he saw Biden and Harris off with Melania at his side, dressed as the Hamburglar. Did I get it all? Great, let's move on, because Trump certainly did.
Of course not,
Swiftly
headless
passing
chicken.
27 executive orders by
The
my
Fuhrer
count
said
as of
so.
around noon Eastern time on January 22nd, 2025. The National Archives keeps a historic
Wow,
register
Rocket
of all
Man.
the executive actions.
Like, this is the 5th time you've seen snow in your whole life. I've clumped to the ground before, by the way. It's too cold to walk around here. It's insane. It's like, that's wild. That doesn't happen. How is the, like, electricity grid not, like, exploded in Texas like it did last time? Like, how do you guys still have power?
Pretty much ever taken.
Australia doesn't exist. Australia is just a place in Hollywood where we have a bunch of actors. And actually, it does also exist, and I'm an AI in the balls of Pine Gap. So, that's all the misinformation that we're gonna spread today.
You can search them at archives.gov. However, it usually takes a
Maybe.
couple days for the documents to be signed, delivered to the National Archives, and then published in the Federal Register. So the best way to keep tabs on what Trump is doing is by going to whitehouse.gov, Xing out of the corny pro-Trump
Yeah, I'm
video
surprised it
pop-up,
hasn't happened
and
again,
clicking on
Oxpecker.
executive actions. And that will take you to the press section of the website where you can browse a number of different things, but you'll want to click on executive actions
I have headless
to
chicken.
get what he's actually doing that is official actions. Under presidential actions, you'll find a few different types of documents: memoranda, proclamations, and executive orders. They're pretty easy to decipher sometimes because the very first sentence of the document will...
Nope, there is a, it's not the Trinity test, but it's one of the nuclear test sites that we did, and it's in, I believe it's in Arizona or New Mexico, where there's just a big square of land cut out for the bomb, and so I've seen it.
Either say memorandum, or I hereby proclaim, or I hereby order. According to reporting from NPR, the main difference is that the executive order must cite the president's constitutional authority by literally saying, by the authority vested in me as president by the Constitution, etc., etc. By contrast, presidential memos are sent usually to administrative heads and bodies and are used to manage...
I'm going to show you, and you're going to say AI.
The president doesn't have to cite his constitutional authority, and they don't tend to be published in the Federal Register, so they can fly under the radar more easily. And then proclamations typically address the activities of private individuals and sometimes don't have the force of law. That being said, according to a report from the Congressional Research Service, all three orders, proclamations, and memos don't technically have much distinction. They could all have force of law.
And this is the point, right? Everything that he's put out is just so fucking vague that it can mean anything. They can do literally anything. The law is gone. It's gone. There is none of this anymore. You have laws that you have to follow, and if you have $1 billion or more, then you're fine. It's literally 20 degrees here. Yesterday it was so cold I Instacarted groceries because I don't want to drive in the snow and ice. Jesus Christ, 20 degrees Fahrenheit is... what in Celsius? -6 degrees. Jesus Christ.
President is issuing them pursuant to some legal right he has to do so, which he would cite to in the documents. So we can say he officially has passed 27 executive orders. All of the presidential actions should be scrutinized, however, because they very well could have the full legal weight of an executive order. In any case, if an executive action, whether an order, memo, or proclamation, does have the force of law, meaning the president cites some legal authority he has to issue the document, then it is the law. Congress can't override a presidential action unless it was taken by authority vested in the president by Congress itself. So Congress could say, hey, we take it back. You shouldn't have that authority. Because executive orders cite to his authority from—
It's 233 degrees Celsius. That's chicken. According to Wikipedia, Trump signed his thing 3 days ago, ordering Fed agencies to initiate process to rename the Gulf, and also the Gulf of America is already a named place. Wow, okay. I heard about this. The Royal Navy are keeping an eye on it. Yep, good. Like, it's just, it's more Russian aggression.
The Constitution, it is only through judicial review that that power of the president can be checked, which is why, in response to this flurry of presidential actions, we are also seeing a flurry of lawsuits. But we'll get into that. First, let's
I don't believe those lawsuits are going to go anywhere.
Much in the news about TikTok and Elon Musk and other tech billionaires and Pete Hegseth being a drunk, et cetera, all of which are important to talk about, but all of which are much flashier than presidential actions published on whitehouse.gov. It can be easy to get distracted. But
yeah, that's what I tried to do today.
To be watching like a fucking hawk. Okay, the first few actions are official nominations for cabinet level, sub-cabinet, and acting cabinet positions, etc. Those are names that have been dropped already. This is just the official means by which the president submits the appointees for consideration by Congress. Then there's a proclamation that the flag always be flown at full staff on Inauguration Day because Trump was a big
little snowflake shit
baby about it being at half staff still to honor the death of Jimmy Carter. Okay, so the first substantive executive action was taken January 20th via an executive order titled Initial Rescissions of Harmful Executive Orders and Actions. And this action rescinded a long list of Biden-era presidential actions.
Who's Bañedo?
So Biden's memos, proclamations, and executive orders, which is kosher. A successor president can rescind previous presidential actions. A large swath of the rescinded—
Almost all of these rescinded shit helped you. Medicine prices just went up because of this. Like, I didn't think Trump had territorial designs. The one that really scares me, the Gulf of America thing, is part of that. We're definitely going to have some conflict with Mexico. We declared the cartels terrorist organizations. We're gonna be drone striking them in a week.
Biden-era actions were related to what conservatives
might
generally
not.
would
You know,
call
you never know with
diversity,
these fucking
equity,
crazy
and
people.
inclusion. So anything that
Because they're playing a game. They're trying to psyop you at the same time. So they put out conflicting news. They put out a lot of it. So you think this and that and this and that, and you're confused, and then they do something entirely different.
Race, gender, or sexual orientation, including protections for trans members of the military, for example. There are also several revocations of actions meant to protect the environment and of actions—
10,000? We were at 2,200 this morning. What the fuck? We had 2,200 this morning. When is it? Jesus Christ. Okay, I guess we're going to Mexico. I hope Mexico wins.
To manage immigration, migration, family reunification, and refugee resettlement. But others were also included in the mix, including a Biden executive order titled Safe, Secure,
Mexico.
and Trustworthy Development and Use of Artificial Intelligence. That one's gone. He also revoked Executive Order 14087, lowering prescription drug—
I don't understand USA executive orders. Over here, something is put into law. It takes an act of parliament to change it. The prime minister cannot change. Okay, so how executive orders work here is generally, like, not now, because they're changing it now so that they can be significantly more powerful. But it would be, you could do something with an executive order that didn't require Congress, but Congress could say, no, I want to do something about that. The courts could also. You couldn't do everything. You couldn't do, like, executive orders were limited to a specific category. No, not Trump. Give me just Wikipedia. So, the U.S. Constitution does not have a provision that explicitly permits the use of executive orders. Article 2, Section 1 states that the executive power shall be vested in the President of the United States of America. Section 2 and 3 describe various powers and duties of the President, including he shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed. The U.S. Supreme Court held that all executive orders from the President of the United States must be supported by the Constitution, whether from a clause granting specific power or by Congress delegating such to the executive branch. Specifically, such orders must be rooted in Article 2 of the Constitution, enacted by Congress in the statutes. Attempts to block such orders have been successful at times when such orders are either exceeded the authority of the president or could be handled better by legislation. So they have that power, but there is a check for that power. There's a balance for that power. That check and balance is now gone, by the way. Plus the current, yeah, look, fucking, I love Claudia Sheinbaum. I really hope Mexico wins. You're very welcome. It's complicated. I didn't really even do that good of a job explaining it, but like that's the basics. There's not specific categories where you're allowed to do it. It's more like if it just doesn't piss everyone off.
costs for Americans, which lowered drug costs for people receiving Medicare and Medicaid.
Before.
He revoked
Now
Executive
it's
Order
different.
1407 titled Advancing Effective Accountable Policing and Criminal Justice Practices to Enhance Public Trust and Public Safety.
Gone.
He revoked Executive Order 14023, Establishment of the Presidential Commission on the Supreme Court of the United States, which is meant to review Supreme Court ethics. He also revoked Executive Order 14019, promoting access to voting. Okay, so that was all just in his first executive order from January 20th. Let's keep going. His actions fell under a few broad categories, so I'm going to go through them by category to keep things easier to follow and remember. Those categories are general federal administration, environment,
Yeah, New York
immigration,
Times is the only one
identity-based
really
issues like
reporting on these people. I'm actually impressed. It says I can read it for free if I sign in with my email. There we go. Oh no, I already have an account, so sign in.
gender and DEI, international issues, and a category I'll call general politicking, which are mainly just
I might
there
just be
for
able
the
to
show
read
of
it for
all.
free. Thank
So,
you, though, Headless Chicken.
let's go down the line. General federal administration. He issued a number of administrative memos aimed at executive branch workers. This included a full hiring freeze, a return to full-time in-office work for all federal executive.
As I said, the hiring freeze specifically is because the administration right now is full of the people they want there. They don't want to, they want to keep it pure, so to say. They don't want any other people coming in and coming in and changing the direction. They don't want any outside influence affecting them until they've already dismantled the entire government, raped the corpse of the democracy, and then stolen all your money. And then, they might let you see it. They might let you engage with your government, whatever's left of it.
Executive branch employees, and a
Awesome.
memo titled Regulatory Freeze Pending Review, which barred all agencies from issuing any new rule until a department or agency head appointed by Trump reviews and approves the rule. This ensures that all future rules created by any agency must be approved by someone with direct loyalty to Trump. He also issued an
That
executive
sounds
order
fucking
titled Restoring
terrible.
Accountability to Policy Influencing Positions Within the Federal Workforce, which reinstated Trump's executive order from 2020 titled Creating Schedule F in the Accepted Services, but expands it beyond Schedule F to anyone
This
who
is
has
all Project 2025 shit, if you didn't know. Like, literally, step by step, this is genuinely just Project 2025.
a policy/career position. Basically, it revokes employment protections for tens of thousands of federal employees, making it easier to fire them for political disloyalty. The order explicitly says that workers don't have to pledge political loyalty to
Just for the people that may not know. This is Steve Bannon before the election.
Twitter. Matt Walsh, welcome back. Matt Walsh, I think, is a very smart and a funny guy. Just put up on Twitter.
Vance is in the hole.
Now that the election is over, I think we can finally say that, yeah, actually Project 2025 is the agenda.
Yeah, so there you go. Elon owns Vance outright. No, Thiel owns Vance. Elon and Thiel are just buddies. They're both South African immigrants that like came here to steal your money. It's the PayPal mafia. But Vance is owned by Thiel, not by Elon. Elon owns Musk.
Trump, but the implication is there. If you do not perform the duties ordered of you by the administrative head appointed by Trump without question, then you will be on the chopping block. This revokes protections put in place that are meant to allow federal employees to continue doing their jobs without direct influence of whoever happens to be in office. He also issued a memo titled Restoring Accountability for Career Senior Executives, which applies to career senior executive officials, stating because
get
they
rid of everybody
wield
that
significant
ever
government
knew
authority,
anything.
they must serve at the pleasure of the president.
Oh, well,
It
yeah,
says
probably
officials who engage in
Headless Chicken.
unauthorized disclosure of executive branch deliberations to the media.
Oh, okay, so you can't leak anything or you die.
Violate the constitutional rights of Americans, refuse to implement policy priorities, or perform their duties inefficiently or negligently should be held accountable. This is an extension of that Schedule F to higher level officials within governmental agencies, basically saying they too are on the chopping block if they don't sufficiently bend the knee. He also issued the executive order titled Reforming the Federal Hiring Process and Restoring Merit to Government Service, which states federal hiring should not be based on impermissible factors such as one's commitment to illegal racial discrimination under the guise of equity or one's commitment to the invented concept of gender
Well,
identity
affirmative
over
action is
sex.
gone, guys, so-
removing DEI from the federal hiring process.
They added DEIA. They added an A to the end for accessibility just because fuck you disabled people. They wanted to add that right in there.
specifically. Next executive order is called Holding Former Government Officials Accountable for Election Interference and Improper Disclosure of Sensitive Governmental Information, which
we gotta look at
outlines
this.
Trump's personal vendettas against, quote, at least 51 former intelligence officials who coordinated with the Biden campaign to issue a letter discrediting the reporting.
You know, they also fired the entire staff of the DHS, basically, and the FCC.
That President Joseph R. Biden's son had abandoned his laptop at a computer repair business. Signatories of the letter falsely suggested that the news story was part of a Russian disinformation campaign. And it's against John Bolton, his former national security advisor, because he wrote a memoir, quote, rife with sensitive information. It then revokes security clearances for those intelligence officials and John Bolton specifically. This one was petty. Next, there's the memorandum to resolve the backlog of security clearances for Executive Office of the President personnel, which gives the White House counsel the authority to provide a list of people who will be immediately granted interim top secret security clearance. Seems fine. Next is the executive order titled Establishing and Implementing the President's Department of Government Efficiency, which tasks DOJ with, quote, modernizing federal technology and software to maximize governmental efficiency and productivity.
So their job changed entirely. Because that wasn't the point of DOJ when it started.
U.S. Digital Service, which was already tasked with managing federal technology, and just renames it.
Are you guys excited for Truth Plus Media coming out soon?
Moves it under the Executive Office of the President. So Elon Musk will be reporting to Trump's chief of staff, but really will have a direct line to Trump in the White House. Also, another note on the name. So DOJ stands for Department of Government Efficiency, but then they repurposed the U.S. Digital Service, but to keep the acronym the same, they are calling it the U.S. DOJ Service, or USDS.
I forgot what I said.
So it's an acronym within an acronym.
Sorry, I forget what I say all the time. Sounds super truthful. Yeah, it does sound super truthful, Corn Cob. Do you remember what I just said? What the question was that I asked them?
And for a department tasked with cutting down on bureaucratic waste, that's funny. The order also requires all agency heads to, quote, ensure USDS has full and prompt access to all unclassified agency records, software systems, and IT systems.
Look, really quickly, I didn't buy this during the, actual election process, and I still kind of don't. But I will say, let me find it. I will say that this is sus, right? So Lauren Windsor, you guys know that I like Lauren Windsor. Yeah, Truth Plus, right? I said, are you guys ready for Truth Plus? That's the state media that's coming out. Thank you, Corn Cob. You guys know Lauren Windsor. We've watched her documentary before. She is an excellent journalist, and she's taken this kind of seriously, which gives me reason to kind of take it seriously. The original post is not here, whatever. We can read this one, but I'm writing this with a heavy heart with no small amount of fear. As a former formerly Twitter employee on an H-1B visa, I can't reveal my identity without risking everything. When Elon Musk took over, everything changed. What started as a social media company became something much darker. I was part of a team that was directly ordered to manipulate Twitter systems to influence 2024 U.S. presidential election. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't ethical. It goes in quite deep. But also, remember this.
You're fucked, dude. I'm fucked. If he loses, I'm fucked.
It does seem that way. There is just a lot of sus shit.
So we're giving Elon Musk, one of our government's largest recipients of handouts, access to the software and IT systems of our entire government.
And
that seems fine. Next category is the environment. His first executive order under this category.
Just as we mentioned the security stuff, take a look at this. I'm not saying this happened, but I mean, it's real fucking sus.
We don't need votes. I tell my people, I don't need any votes. We got all the votes we need. I don't need votes. We don't need votes. We got more votes than anybody's ever had. You don't have to vote. Don't worry about voting. The voting, we got plenty of votes. Because we can take the Senate pretty easily. And I think with our little secret, we're going to do really well with the House, right? Our little secret is having a big impact. He and I have a secret. We'll tell you what it is when the race is over. You know, computers are the greatest. He looked at some that were just shipped in, some of these vote counting computers. He knew it before it even came in the door. He looked like at the back of it. Oh, I know that one.
I'm a technologist. I know a lot about computers. And I'm like, the last thing I would do is trust a computer program. Because it's just too easy to hack. It's too easy to add just one line.
Yeah, we're in SpaceX and quietly just do whatever we want
It's kind of sus.
What's your assessment? Did this work? Is he going to win?
Yeah, it is. Not for now, but not for now.
You're fucked, dude.
I'm fucked. If he loses, I'm fucked.
It does seem that way. You can't just be like, yo,
Yeah, I'm like, how long do you think my prison sentence is going to be? Do you think, will I see my children? I don't know.
It's real fucking sus, and it's a possibility. I'm not saying it happened. I'm not saying I even care at this point, but I mean, he's doing this now. Now he's in charge of it. Like, we've given him the power of it, so it is what it is.
Category is titled Putting America First in International Environmental Agreements, in which he ordered the UN ambassador to immediately withdraw from the Paris Agreement and any other similar climate change-related commitment under the UN Framework
You're right,
Convention on
Tyler.
Climate Change.
You're absolutely
It also
right.
revokes the U.S. International Climate Finance Plan, which, according to the Congressional Research Service, quote, provides financial and technical assistance for climate change initiatives in the developing
We dropped
world.
out of the World
The
Health
original
Organization. We're one of the major funders of the World Health Organization.
2025 budget was around $3.3 billion, and I guess now is $0. Next executive order is called Unleashing American Energy and gets rid of quote, burdensome
they'll
and
never know.
ideologically
That was pretty
motivated
sus.
regulations and encourages, quote,
I'm not saying that happened, mate. I'm not spreading misinformation. I'm saying that that's sus. What are you talking about? So much misinformation about Trump revoking Lyndon Johnson's executive order. It's bad enough as it is. Oh, you mean the 9th? Yeah, that's fucking bad. That's real fucking bad, mate. We haven't even gotten to that yet.
energy exploration and production on federal lands and waters.
You have no idea how bad that is.
It also eliminates the electric vehicle mandate by removing
Every single president. Okay, I don't know what misinformation people are spreading, actually. I have no idea. But I do know that every single president since that was passed was perfectly fine with it. And I don't know, it's pretty bad to get rid of that. I haven't even really looked into it that much. I've just seen some of the tweets about it because, you know, it happened while I started streaming. What Luigi did as a concept is very bad, but you know who else is very bad and evil? Elon Musk. I mean, like we said, violence is bad, but social murder is also worse. So, everyone on Twitter, I see people saying he revoked the Civil Rights Act of 1964. No, that's true. He did. He did. It's on the White House website. Here we go. Restoring the values of individuality, dignity, and hard work and excellence. Individual dignity, hard work, and excellence are fundamental American greatness. The executive order reaffirms these values by ending the Biden-Harris administration anti-constitutional, deeply demeaning equity mandates, terminating DI, reversing the progress made in the decades since the Civil Rights Act of 1964 towards a colorblind, competent, blah, blah, blah. So, in the private sector, many corporations and universities use DEI as an excuse. He's taking this away. The Civil Rights Act of 1964... He's saying as if the DEI was ruining this, but he took that as well. That's the thing. All of this is gone. Hold on. Maybe I got the wrong one because it's, yeah, here we go. There's another one. Another one. Prior administration argued the Supreme Court decisions, Bostock v. Clayton County, 2020, which addressed Title 7 of the Court Civil Rights Act of 1964, requires gender identity-based access to single-sex spaces, for example, under the Title 9, that's 9, of the Educational Amendments Act. The position is legally untenable and has harmed women. The Attorney General shall therefore immediately issue guidance to agencies to correct the misapplication of the Supreme Court's decision to a sex-based distinction in agency activities. In addition, the Attorney General shall issue guidance and assist agencies in protecting sex-based distinctions. This is getting rid of it. This is. This, together with the other one, does functionally remove any protections from that. Protecting rights. The Attorney General shall issue guidance and ensure that the freedom of expression and the binary nature of sex are the rights to single-sex spaces, workplaces, federally funded, covered by the Civil Rights Act. He didn't take the act away. He changed the act entirely. That's what it is, really. But thank you for bringing it up, because now I got to look into it. I don't think they needed to rig it. Like, they didn't need to rig it. I don't think they did either. That's pretty fucking sus. Yeah, please don't Fed post in here because they will drone strike me. I know you're doing a long stream, but I thought I'd mention Riverboat Jack is going to be on all night or day in your time zone. Is he on now? Because, like, probably going to go a little bit further because we want to finish this video. And I have a couple other things that I want to show you, but like not very long. You want to see something funny really quickly? This is Dave Rubin.
Joe Biden is sworn in
2020
on January 20th, 2021, and he completes a 4-year term. Actually completes a 4-year term. I will retire. I will retire at the end of that term. That will be it. I will disappear in just over 4 years. 4 years and about a month and a half. That'll be it.
He changed the act by revoking an executive order that was made a year ago to complement the act, but didn't address the act itself. He changed how the act is interpreted. That's what that second part was, Ethoslab. I closed it, sorry. But like the second part, he took away the executive order, and then the second part of it changes the interpretation of the act. Because the act was interpreted as like gender identity is included, and they changed the viewing of it as there is no such thing. It's just sex. There is no gender. It's man or woman. And that's what they changed it to. So functionally, that is removing part of it. But you're right. It's a bit of a stretch to say that it was removed. I apologize for saying
that. I will just disappear from public life altogether. I will delete all of my accounts.
Please do, Dave Rubin.
And then you'll never hear from me again. That's how convinced
Can we bully him? Because Joe Biden did finish a 4-year term.
I am that it ain't going to happen. He will not be president for 4 years. He either won't be president at all because of the election fraud and all that kind of stuff, which, by the way, is gaining momentum. We're not even really covering it that much today, but it is actually gaining momentum. And Giuliani was at a hearing in Arizona today. They found some really
No, you didn't make it
stuff.
sound like I was. No, you didn't. Don't worry about it. I was wrong because I also read misinformation. This is how, this is actually one of the benefits of community. This is what I'm trying to say. If you do this in person, you can talk to people and they can say, oh, no, wait, that's wrong. Let me show you. I want you guys to engage with people, but before you can get to politics, you have to engage with like a normal amount of like civility and like each other and be like regular people. But if you're close with somebody, I very much do suggest occasionally maybe just swap phones and look through each other's timeline for a little bit and then have a conversation about it. But like, yes, you're right, Ethoslav. I feel bad for Dave Rubin's kids. I feel bad for anyone who has to be around Dave Rubin. Predictions on how much longer Biden has? I don't know. I'm not
Any incentives put in place for the production
6
and
months.
purchase of electric vehicles, including emissions requirements and getting rid of subsidies like the electric vehicle credit that makes EVs more affordable. It is framed as a means of safeguarding people's right to choose
electric
what
vehicles.
vehicle they want. It also names a number of other goods like light bulbs, dishwashers, washing machines, water heaters, etc. Again, getting at the subsidies and other governmental programs in place meant to assist people in
Yeah,
the country
I still haven't got an answer about that.
are more environmentally friendly. It also revokes another list of past Biden-era presidential actions.
I will keep that in
some
mind.
of which
Thank
were
you.
listed in that first executive order, some weren't, all related to climate change and clean energy. It also revokes all guidance from any environmental agencies or working groups that were created under Biden, and it takes issue with things like
What's wrong with EVs? Fuck it. Well, fuck this video. I'll go back and do that. EVs are not better for the environment. We think that they are. We're told that they are, but they're very much not. EVs can cause a significant amount of environmental damage just alone, but also the mining of the rare earth elements like cobalt and lithium and stuff like this. All of this causes an immense amount of environmental damage. But here's an example. This is a lithium battery plant meant for electric vehicles. These are batteries that go into EVs. That's right next to where we grow 70% of the green produce in America. The residents have nosebleeds, lung burning, headaches, rash, metallic mouth taste. You can't put this fire out. The fire will burn for days. You can't put it out. You have to flood it with water and continue to flood it with water for hours before it will go out because lithium fires are different. I mean, here. They can be quite bad. You can look at the Maui fires in California as well. Those were also not caused by EV, but worsened by EV.
I could see the cloud kind of above Monterey and North Monterey County, kind of out over the ocean. I realized on my face it looked like it was burned, like my cheeks and my nose, and I had kind of a large sore kind of burnt area on the side of my nose, and then on a couple little lesions.
Hey, it's Jordan. I am in Flint, Michigan, East Palestine.
All right, I'm going to jump to what actually the contaminants are.
I want to read.
So I don't want cars either. I just don't want EVs. I want you to take public transportation and ride a bus. I want you to get a moped. I don't want fuck cars. Fuck all cars. It's not. It's actually equivalently bad for the environment. I don't have the study in front of me. I'll pull it up for you another time. It's like I don't remember what to look for when there's so much in front of me. But take a look at the contaminants. The actual mining of the material needed to make the EVs is just as polluting as mining for coal or drilling for oil. And then the EVs themselves do produce cleaner car energy, but they themselves are also an environmental hazard. For example, when a Tesla lights on fire, that area is toxic for a long time afterwards. It's parts of like Maui in that fire you still can't go back to because it's a toxic waste area right now. It's like closed off. Make America pedestrian again. Yeah, I'm on board with getting a moped. Make cities walkable. Based. I have a moped. If not batteries, then what? Fossil fuels. How about maybe solar energy? You can use that. We don't need EVs. EVs are like, they are bad. Fossil fuel cars are also bad. You can use different materials. Vegetable oil, maybe, but like, again, just use solar panels, put them on the, like, get a moped, get the solar panels on your fucking moped, leave it out in the park, and you're fine. Solar energy needs batteries at night. Yes, okay. You can have the battery part of the thing. You don't need to charge it. You just put it out in the sun in the morning. And you can do this. You can walk. I want more public transport. I want more trains. I don't want you to need to drive anywhere. The key is better materials for batteries, solid state batteries, carbon capture for synthetic hydrocarbons. Exactly, preposterous. You're actually quite right about that. And on top of this, I don't want you to have to drive anyway. Like, the idea of driving is for going somewhere far. If you want, like, to go grocery shopping, we can find methods for that. You know, you can find a they can fuck it. If we're doing all of this, right? If we're changing all of the city's designs so that, like, it's a walkable city and that you don't need cars, there should just be a grocery store within like 5 minutes walking distance of you that you can go to. You don't need it. Any solution is better than no solution, and the car problem needs a solution generations ago. True. I just really, like, EVs are not the way. Have a look at this. What types of contaminants do lithium-ion battery fires produce?
This is just a little bit on what kind of contaminants.
Several studies have sought to address the decomposition products emanating from the lithium-ion battery fires. Often with a focus on vehicles, EVs, the studies have shown that a wide range of contaminants from where some produce chemicals that differ from conventional structure fire containments. For example, fire smoke evaluated for the presence of chemicals show hydrogen fluoride, hydrogen cyanide, hydrogen chloride, sulfur dioxide, as well as various fluorinated phosphorus lithium-based compounds. That's fucked.
Are produced from a lithium-ion battery fire. Not to scare you, but when you mention
baby steps, Oxpecker,
kind of have a metallic taste that would match with the runoff from such fires, include elevated.
You add trains, Batgaz. I want trains. I want trains everywhere. I want buses and trains fucking everywhere.
Levels of lithium with heavy metals that include nickel, manganese, and cobalt. You also have other contaminants that can be produced. Most alarming would be hydrogen fluoride, hydrogen cyanide.
Groceries can get delivered. I was thinking about that too, but I didn't want to go that far. Set up little railways or teams that run around the cities on electricity via little thingies above the tram not batteries, above the tram, not batteries, and move goods around cities without needing a million Ford F-150s choking our countries whose roads weren't made for such dumb vehicles. Are you a Vosh watcher? Preposterous? Because that is exactly true. Those fucking Ford F-150 baby killer Jeeps, fuck them. And fuck cars. You can just get, that's exactly the point. Build little systems where you can just bring them in. Voshite spotted? Oh, well, I'm the Voshite then. I was still spotted by Rocket Man.
Hydrogen chloride and sulfur dioxide.
Hey.
And I'm seeing online, I'm sure you are, just a whole lot of people complaining of health symptoms, including nosebleeds, headaches, nosebleeds, nausea, dizziness. Could you kind of talk about, obviously this is California, so people are scattered.
Like, it's pretty fucked. Speaking of California though, We should at least have a look at this.
Out front tonight, the breaking news, out of control. A major fire now rapidly tearing through Southern California again. A city already in crisis. Look at those images on your screen. Officials warning it could be about to go, quote, nuclear. These are live pictures of what is now being called the Hughes Fire. A new fire at this hour, now consuming a football-sized area every 2 to 3 seconds.
You would have systems that would support that back, guys. Your public transport sucks when it snows because your government doesn't fund it enough. That's the only problem, is they need more money to hire more people to make sure that the road, like the tracks are clear, that they're not frosted, that the trains can go. That's a job that people need. Railways, trains run by nope, I don't like the AI bit, but you know, trains to move shit around cities, fuck any personal cars and city centers. I live in a small city and there's still no reason for a personal car in the city center. Well, lucky you know, like I can't get fucking anywhere without my moped. It's like a 40-minute, no, it's a 35-minute walk to the closest grocery store for me, which is insane. Like a 10-minute drive. But yeah, it's not that I don't like robots, I just don't like AI. I'm okay with like non-sentient robots. I don't like them. They creep me out, but like as long as they can't think.
I remember the last time we told you numbers like that. We were standing on the ground
public transport
in Los Angeles. More than 8,000 acres already gone up in flames with the Hughes Fire, towering clouds of smoke and ash over Los Angeles. Powerful wind gusts right now providing that fuel, pushing the flames closer to crowded neighborhoods. To give you a sense of how dangerous we understand this situation is right now, you see those flames. Look at that. Right over the highway. Now, those highways have been closed. These evacuation notices receiving fast and furious. But just look at that fire and that black smoke. Winds in Southern California are
well, we're getting the Skynet shit anyway, so.
Did you get much worse?
It's not like we get a choice anymore.
Tonight, according to the National Weather Service, hurricane-strength gusts are possible, which is why so far already 20,000 additional people now under mandatory evacuation orders as firefighters are desperately trying to curb those flames. You see those now painfully familiar red fire retardant lines on the hillside. Resources are extremely stretched tonight. It's now been almost a month of straight fires in California, still working to control those Eaton and Palisades fires, which started more than 2 weeks ago, have already burned thousands of acres. Veronica Miracle.
It's not that they're creepy. It's that they're not useful and they're more harmful than they are good. That's the issue that I have with them.
Tasha Chen are both standing by.
Jesus fucking Christ. That's insane. Grammys in LA while this is happening. I've never watched the Grammys. I should probably stream that. That would be fun.
Let's start with you, Veronica, where you're standing. You can see that smoke behind you, that toxic air, the fire quickly endangering homes just where you're standing. So what exactly are you seeing?
Well, Aaron, when we arrived here a little over an hour ago, we were to the north of us, and the flames were just licking this hillside that was in the park, a park area, the Castaic Park, just next to the lake. And we have been following it and tracking it, and it's been moving quickly this way. We've had such a hard time keeping up with the flames just because the winds have been.
Well, that's enough of that, guys. Like, it's fucked. One last thing I want to whine about. This is the Prime Minister of Australia. And this is ABC News. Like, this is the state media. Well, it's not state. Is it state media? Is it state run? I don't know. It's the best media source in Australia. It's like the only one that isn't filled with Murdoch lies. This is what happens when the Prime Minister, the fucking Prime Minister of this country, is giving a speech and Donald Trump has a speech at the same time.
I announced Operation Avalite some time ago.
When will that criminal database be set up, or when will that be up and running to keep an eye on these perpetrators?
Well, we have.
We are taking you to the White House now, where President Donald Trump is speaking.
We're a colony. There's nothing you can say about that. Australia is a colony. That was the fucking Prime Minister talking. Mid-sentence just cuts off to Trump. Yeah, totally not an extension of the American empire.
Well, we have.
We are taking you to the White House now, where President Donald Trump is speaking.
This is insane.
We'll be shocked at. We're starting off with tremendous investment coming into our country at levels that nobody's really.
Well, it's not a nuclear disaster, preposterous, but it's still pretty bad. And we've talked about like Fukushima and 3 Mile Island before, and how there's orphan sources fucking everywhere. Orphan sources are a real danger. Like I want to do more on that because I found that really interesting. That's so blatant, it's hilarious. They're just straight up like, yeah, Trump's more important. Literally, it's like the prime minister is talking. It's not just some guy. It's wild. We live in insane times. Rocket Man, are you in the Discord? Because join the Discord. I want to tell you all one more time. Go outside, join a community, make some friends. It's important. Go talk to people, even if you don't like them. You have to try to bring them to reality by being nice. Bring cookies or something and knock on a door. Go create an event, a social status, like a D&D group, a book club. Go make a community garden. Do something to create cooperation between the people who live near you, even if they're generally hostile to you. If you're feeling safe enough, you can do that. Yes, I'm the... Oh, yeah, cool. Okay, got it. No worries, Rocket Man. Your Twitter finally got unsuspended based. Deaths per energy unit for power generation. Deaths per mile driven car. Give me a comparative metric for EV. Okay. I know that deaths per use of energy in general, that global deaths per energy source. This is global deaths by energy source. So solar has the least amount of deaths, then it's nuclear, then it's wind, then it's hydro. Lithium we don't have on here. It's not on the thing. Oh no, I have the energy one. I just don't know the EVs one. Yeah, I don't know that one either. I can look for it though. I'll look for it. So again, I will not be streaming for the next couple days. I have some actual stuff I need to do with my life. And I need like a mental health break to prepare for the horrors that we're going to continue facing. What was that Discord that you, not that Discord, that Twitch that you said that I should join? Oxpecker, I lost it. I had it in my, like, copy paste and then I lost it. Oh, don't worry. I'll be back in a couple days. We're going to have a lot to go over. I just need to, like, I need to study because I have my citizenship test on the 28th. What was the, dead domain? Was it? Oh, no, Riverboat Jack. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I'm going to rate him. Thank you all for coming in. I, love you all. Oh, God, I can't. Can I type in the chat? No, I can't type in the chat for 10 minutes. So, Oxpecker, can you go and say raid incoming for them? And then say thank you, because I can't type for 10 minutes. It'd be kind of rude otherwise. I hope you're all, like, okay, and stay safe. Oh, we're just gonna do it. See ya.